3.
It's strong.
Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon. So far, we are going live right off the bat with a large tornado that has just dropped here north of Jefferson City in Missouri. This is turning into a large tornado as we speak.
Damaging tornado, debris in the air.
North of Jefferson City right now near New Bloomfield, going towards Fulton and as well as Oxvacy in Missouri. You need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, a sizable tornado currently in progress north of Jefferson City. This thing is almost undoubtedly a strong tornado currently heading towards Fulton and I-70 east of Columbia. So again, if you are in this tornado warning in central Missouri north of Jefferson City, you've got to be in your safe place. This is a large tornado currently in progress, has just dropped here in the last 2 minutes, and it is actively producing damage here near New Bloomfield, and it will be coming up on I-70 near Kingdom City and as well as Fulton over the next few minutes. This is again Jordan Hall with my radar looking at a large tornado currently in progress. This is a drone shot of this tornado that is in progress again just to the north of New Bloomfield. It'll be coming up on Kingdom City in the next few minutes. So you again need to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, that tornado is in the middle left of your screen. He's a little bit zoomed out right now, but that is a large cone tornado that is currently in progress in the middle left of your screen. He's going to zoom back in and we'll see if we can see that again. But again, this is a sizable tornado producing significant damage right now back over near New Bloomfield, and I would anticipate that this warning will get upgraded as this is producing some damage again just north of New Bloomfield. This is again live with Jordan Hall. I think the tornado may have just it might have just gotten rain wrapped from his perspective.
Oh, I droned it. I droned the hell out of it. I just don't know.
This is.
How did it lift that fast?
Did it already lift, or did it just get rain wrapped?
I can't tell if it lifted or not, but that thing, my goodness. Still rapid rotation out there.
Yeah, I literally just saw like over the trees for a second.
This is Ben. This is again live on the drone shot. This is Ben Williams, who just saw this tornado as well. And this is another POV of this tornado moments ago. Again, ripping through this area near New Bloomfield, near some neighborhoods on the west side of the highway, west of Highway 54, I believe. And so that was moments ago from Ben Williams, who's also storm chasing on this storm north of Jefferson City.
Such a violent tornado like that and just lift. Oh, it's probably still cooking right there.
We're going to go back to Jordan. Again, Jordan has a drone shot still in the storm. That tornado may have occluded either that or it became rain wrapped. That's a look at the storm, though. And on radar, the velocities were very tight, and it looks like that may have lifted already. We'll back to radar here in a second. But this is what it looks like right now in the supercell that just dropped a potentially intense tornado very quickly.
I'm trying to figure this out.
We still had a tornado be far back there in the middle. So Jordan Hall has said that this tornado likely lifted.
I droned, it had horizontals and everything. It was strong for a minute.
I do want to point out that this storm has already produced a tornado. This is actually the second one. This particular supercell's dropped here. One happened further to the southwest of Jefferson City around 11:30 or so, and this is now the second one. And keep in mind that this is a discrete supercell, and in today's environment, strong tornadoes are going to be a possibility. And I almost undoubtedly think that that was a strong tornado. You can see the velocities on radar very tight there near Guthrie, Missouri, and then coming up going Boydsville, and now it has occluded by the looks of it, especially on radar. The velocities are much weaker. We could see this recycle again, though, as it continues to move to the northeast. So we need to keep a very close eye on this storm. But that was a very crazy tornado there for just a moment. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is what the tornado looked like moments ago here, just north of Jefferson City in Missouri.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And I mean, that's pretty violent motion by the looks of it just a few moments ago there, north of Jefferson City near Guthrie. And it was a sizable tornado. They have upgraded the tornado warning to being confirmed. So this is now been upgraded to observed. We are not sure if it is still on the ground, but if it is, it's going to be just off to the west of Fulton near Boydsville and Carrington. And it will be coming up on Kingdom City and I-70 over the next few minutes. So if you are in this warning, you got to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, dangerous supercell right now, as this is a discrete supercell that is currently tracking to the northeast. I also want to point out that earlier, this was the tornado that Jordan Hall also saw. Let me see if I can pull it up full screen here. Jordan had a tornado earlier. It was a fully condensed tornado about 2 hours ago. So this was our first tornado of the day southwest of Jefferson City. And so now this has been our second tornado that has dropped. And obviously this one being a bit more on the more intense side of things here over the last few minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, it looks like we actually have a new area of convection to the south of our cell. What I think happened here is that new convection sort of forced this thing to produce a brief tornado. However, for this thing to produce a tornado in the future, these storms are going to have to merge together. But taking a look at the environment, like you said, it is primed for a tornado. If they do go through a proper merger, this would be a storm that we could see produce long track tornadoes throughout the day.
Thank you for the update. And yeah, this is an environment, again, that's very favorable for tornadoes, especially if we have discrete supercells. Currently, again, if you've not already heard, we have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place today where strong and even long-track tornadoes are going to be a possibility. And we are currently looking at a large area here. And honestly, this is kind of crazy, but this enhanced risk looks like an Easter egg, and it is obviously Easter today. So, again, we have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place where strong and long-track tornadoes are going to be a possibility. It's a conditional risk, but especially if we have discrete supercells, this environment is favorable for tornadoes. Notice how that hatched area is in place, which means strong tornadoes are a possibility. So today is definitely a day that you want to be staying weather aware. And unfortunately, anything like this in our environment that is discrete in nature could easily produce a tornado. So we need to keep a very close eye on this storm. It does look like that new supercell could become our next concern here near Fulton, and that'll eventually go up towards Kingdom City and as well as Ox-Vasey, and track right up Highway 54. And then in the long term, it'll be going towards Mexico, Ladonia, Benton City, and as well as Vandalia. So we need to keep a very close eye on this as it continues to move northeast. We have more storms forming back off to the west as well. So our next this is really going to be the biggest concern throughout the afternoon, will be our storms that are firing off in Kansas, Oklahoma, southwest Missouri, and northwestern Arkansas. And we are already beginning to see some of these storms rotate. For the most part, it's been all broad and weak rotation, but in the eventual near term, I do think our tornado risk is going to start to ramp up in the Fort Smith, Fayetteville, Bella Vista, and Springdale areas. And today's risk of severe weather, again, is elevated when it comes to our tornado risk. And
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, while we're talking about that, we have another tornado warning. This one will be back over in southeastern Oklahoma. This will be from Curtin County. This is a strong area of rotation right near Highway 259 that'll be tracking towards Highway 4 over the next few minutes. So if you're in this tornado warning, you got to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, strong rotation right now, right over Highway 259, going to be tracking right towards the Oklahoma and Arkansas border over the next few minutes. Again, strong rotation currently on this supercell, and again, the tornado threat is definitely starting to increase. One thing I want to point out is our tornado watch for today. They have put some pretty strong wording on our tornado watch. This goes until 7 p.m. Central Time, but they are expecting several tornadoes, scattered ping pong ball sized hail, and also scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So we are anticipating a very active afternoon of severe weather. We will more than likely see multiple tornadoes today, and we could even see some tornadoes that are on the stronger side of things in today's environment. So again, be ready for a very active day of severe weather. Also, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning back over west of Cedarville near Prairie Grove and West Fork. That'll be for 60 mile per hour damaging winds, and that is currently tracking to the northeast. I do want to go over to Connor Croft. He is currently on the confirmed tornado warning, and he's going to have a very good view of this as it comes in over the next few minutes. Let's go to Connor here. And so this is a live shot of our initially confirmed tornado warned cell. It is still a confirmed tornado, but we do think it occluded, but it could drop a new tornado. It was again a tornado that was producing very strong rotation on radar and had violent motion for a couple minutes.
I would appreciate it. We just had a tornado. We could kind of see it, but nothing really definitive, just because of the the amount of trees that were in our way. Nothing you can do about that.
So again, this is a live shot here near Kingdom City in Fulton. Connor is currently positioned in Fulton, Missouri. We just had a tornado moments ago on this storm. And real quickly, I just want to show this again for those that might just be tuning in. This was our tornado that we had moments ago. It's no longer, we don't think it's on the ground anymore. Jordan Hall was one of the chasers, had a drone, and he was watching the entire thing, and it looked like it lifted pretty quickly. But again, it was a sizable tornado about 11 to 12 minutes ago that had very violent motion to begin this stream.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And so, again, this is a very dangerous tornado, and we could easily get another strong tornado out of this as it continues to move towards Kingdom City. We do have another tornado warning that has just been issued. This will be for LaFleur County in Oklahoma. So LaFleur County in Oklahoma, you are now included in a new tornado warning. This will be over here. This is an extension of the active tornado warning that we have near Highway 259. That is tracking up towards Highway 59, just west of Hatfield, Arkansas, and southeast of LaFleur. So if you are in the Beek Cedar area near Fogel or Page, make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Here's that tornado warning outside of Heavener as well. And again, we have strong rotation currently located right along Highway 259, moving northeast towards Highway 260 and as well as 63 over the next few minutes. This is back to Connor Croft on our confirmed tornado warning further off to the north of Jefferson City. And the velocities have upticked a lot over the last couple minutes. We could have a new tornado trying to drop here shortly.
Huge cut, guys, huge cut. This thing's about to drop another one right in front of us.
I do think this will probably drop a new tornado in the next few minutes. But we are having a little mesocyclone handoff right now, and that's exactly what we're seeing. We had our initial supercell, a new one bubbled up out in front of it, and that's going to become our dominant storm. And we do have a lowering right there in the middle.
That is about to drop a freaking
This will be coming right up on Fulton, Missouri over the next few minutes, and then approaching Callaway and Kingdom City. This could easily drop a large tornado again. I honestly think that first tornado that we just had for like 2 minutes could have even been on the intense to violent side of things, even though it was very brief.
big time rotation, guys.
Sirens, I think the sirens are pretty faint. I can barely hear them.
It's gonna go just to our right.
Also, this is Jordan. If you guys were watching the beginning of the stream, you would have saw this. Jordan Hall's POV here of that large tornado to start the stream back over just to the north of New Bloomfield, so just outside there of Jefferson City. That was a view of that tornado. It had violent motion. You can actually see the debris that was being lifted up into the atmosphere as well. So this was, again, a significant tornado just a few moments ago. I can't believe that it was on the ground for about 2 minutes and that was it. But what happened, again, was that we had one supercell that was producing the tornado, and then a new one is formed, and this is now becoming our dominant supercell, where strong rotation is now developing right over near Fulton, Missouri, and it's going to be coming right up on Kingdom City over the next few minutes. Going back to Connor, again, this is a live shot right now of this tornado warned cell, and if we have a tornado, this will probably be our best shot at seeing it. Jordan, I think, is about to lift his drone up as well, so we'll go to Jordan once that happens.
Tore down.
Connor just said there's a tornado down, I think.
Move.
There might be a new one down on the ground, and that would be right near Highway 54 near Fulton.
Still down.
Still down, guys.
Okay, so this is a confirmed tornado again. There's a brand new tornado that has dropped. We can't see it yet, but there is a brand new tornado down.
Yeah.
Again, near Fulton, Missouri.
Be careful, Connor.
This is coming right up towards Callaway and Kingdom City right now.
Tore down.
Here we go, guys. Look at this.
I'm still keeping an eye on Jordan Hall. I think he's going to lift his drone up here in a second. Once he does, we'll go to him. But again, Connor's saying that there is a tornado down
Right
again.
here,
It's going to be
right
near
here,
Fulton, Missouri,
right here.
coming up on Kingdom City. We're driving right into this right now. On right of your
right
screen
here.
is the live shot of radar north of Jefferson City.
A new
Right in
tornado
front of me.
warning has been issued.
Wow. Look at these rain curtains, chat.
Brand new tornado warning, bottom right of your screen. They have 3 tornado warnings all in the same storm near Hatfield and west of Mena. Again, strong rotation right now near Highway 259 in southeast Oklahoma, coming up on western Arkansas. There are 3 tornado warnings for the same storm.
Winds are definitely picking up, guys.
Fulton is in big danger. I repeat, Fulton is in serious trouble right now.
Connor's turning around. They are right where, at least near where this tornado is. You can see the wind really picking up. That is some of the inflow coming into the storm.
Got sketched back there quick.
Yes, it certainly did.
They just downgraded, by the way, this tornado warning to radar indicated, despite there
Big
being,
wedge behind me. Big
Connor
wedge
at least
behind me.
reporting there still
Huge
being a
wedge.
tornado.
Big wedge tornado, guys, in progress.
Connor saying that there is a wedge in progress.
Yeah, I reversed out of there quick.
I don't see that clearly, but there might be a non-condensed tornado beyond that tree line.
Big tornado behind
What was
us.
that traffic, Connor?
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I do have it on another chaser feed. It is on the ground. It is very large. Also, I do think it might actually move out of our warning polygon here off to the east of it. So hopefully we see a new warning for that. If you're in the area and you're outside the polygon to the east, take shelter now.
All right, thank you for the update. So this is a large tornado in progress here near Fulton, Missouri. I don't know why they downgraded the warning, but nonetheless, this is a large tornado that is in progress.
You're good.
And again, it's coming right. It's going to be right near Fulton, Missouri right now. It's coming up on Kingdom City, Callaway, and eventually Calwood. Calwood's not currently included in this warning, but they should be here in a moment.
Back in there.
It's being reported as a large tornado by other chasers. Connor actually had a visual just a second ago on it too.
No, it's like rain wrapped.
Connor's saying it's rain wrapped. Is there a CC drop? There isn't a clear one right now, but I do want to point out that our radar site is pretty far away, which makes it harder to see it on radar.
I'm gonna make an attempt to get the Highway Z on the northeast side of this town, but I gotta go through town.
Yeah, Fulton's in big trouble here.
If you are in Fulton, Missouri, you got to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Again, large tornado in progress. It is likely rain wrapped right now. It's going to be coming up on Callaway and Kingdom City. This is Connor Croft right now in Fulton. Keeping a very close eye on them as this tornado is likely going to be entering the town of Fulton over the next few minutes.
It's just our left.
Look at those rain curtains.
Yeah. Just our left. Huge wedge in there. And it's still left the highway. It's gonna cross so quickly. I mean, we got a huge RFP here. Jeez.
Unfortunately, this is an environment today. It's very different from yesterday. Today's environment is going to favor more of high precip tornadoes, meaning that we're not going to be able to visually see every single tornado today because of our environment. This tornado has again been reported as a large tornado that is rain wrapped, and it's going to be right over on the west side of Fulton, coming right up Highway 54. We already had a few moments ago. Again, if you were not watching the beginning of the stream, we had a large tornado before this one. It was actually a different supercell, but in the same exact area. This is our new supercell that formed, and this right here was that tornado about 15-20 minutes ago from Jordan Hall, who's also on my radar. That was a sizable tornado. It was only on the ground for 2 minutes, and then we had a new supercell form, and that's what's now actively producing a new tornado, and this one could be on the ground for a while. Middle right of your screen,
Yeah, very well might be right there.
that might be the tornado there.
Yeah.
This is again back to Connor here in Fulton.
I can't tell where this thing is.
The big cut up there, though, I feel like it'd be up here.
I would agree. Look at the motion right there.
Yeah. I feel like it's just in front of us.
Yep.
I'm still keeping a close eye on Jordan Hall. He has a drone, but he's currently just trying to position.
I'm gonna get it when it crosses the highway here.
Whenever he gets that drone shot, we'll go to him.
Huge tornado, I think. People gotta be careful not to get hit by it. It's gonna cross the highway near Fulton, guys.
It's gonna cross here.
Yeah, the strongest rotation right now is about across Highway 54, and they're on that right now.
Because it's heavily rain wrapped.
So we'll see if we can see it here on the tree line. This is going to be going right into the northwest side of Fulton over the next few minutes.
At the moment.
Once again, this has been reported as a large rain-wrapped tornado, which means we might not visibly be able to see it. It's been reported by other storm chasers. Connor had a visual not long ago. It was rain-wrapped. You can see a huge lowering there in the middle.
Radar says northwest.
So that?
It's that.
That's big time tornado if it's down.
This is a huge wall cloud.
That's a huge tornado if it's down. Cannot tell if it's down for sure, but my goodness.
You see it, Connor?
Got the huge bull mezzo. I can't see ground contact.
There's always a chance too that this is a non-condensed tornado. That often does happen. But obviously, again, we cannot fully tell, at least at this exact moment. About 5-6 minutes ago, another chaser confirmed a tornado. It may have lifted again. We had a tornado 22 minutes ago with Jordan Hall.
Drove through town with all the red lights, but I can't do what I'm gonna do.
It's very difficult to tell.
It's not moving, really.
It's not, yeah.
It might just be a scud bomb.
I think it lifted. It's hard to tell. We can't really tell. It's obviously, if you're in this warning, you need to play it on the safe side of things. It could have lifted. It might still be on the ground. We do not know.
Just a scud bomb, guys.
About 7 minutes ago, a chaser did report a tornado that was rain wrapped. And yeah, that does not look like a tornado right now.
So it'd be right in front of us now. Just scud right there.
So I do not think this is on the ground anymore, unless Riley, unless you have anything else. But I don't think. Okay, so there's no reports as of right now of a tornado anymore. As of 7 minutes ago, there was a tornado, and as of 23 minutes ago, there was a different tornado. So again, we are still keeping a very close eye on this storm. In this environment, once again, we have a very favorable environment for tornadoes, especially with discrete supercells like this one. I know it might not look impressive on radar, but this thing's already produced at least 2, if not 3 different tornadoes just over the last 2 hours. It actually began all the way back over near Laurie and Eldon, where it produced its first tornado, and this is now the second and possibly third tornado here over the last few minutes near Fulton that has happened, and it could produce another one as it goes towards Benton City. Also, they have extended the tornado watch. Now it does go all the way up towards Hannibal here in northeastern Missouri. So they have actually expanded it because of that discrete supercell. Further down to the south and west, we have a big uptick right now in severe weather. We have a strong area of rotation still back over in southeastern Oklahoma that is going to be coming up into western Arkansas over the next few minutes. They have 3 different tornado warnings on this storm, but it is all the same storm. There's nothing different here. It's just all the same storm. Strong rotation right now near Highway 259. That'll be tracking up towards Highway 59. Long term, that's going towards Waldron, Hartford, and Huntington. So if you're in any of those areas, be ready for a potential tornadic supercell heading your direction. Velocities, again, on the stronger side of things, but we are looking a little bit more elevated, meaning we're looking more into the higher portion here of the atmosphere, meaning that this is not near the surface, but it is a strong area of rotation in the mid-levels, which could correlate to a tornado at some point in the next little while. We are also watching severe storms ramping up with a bit more of a line of thunderstorms between Fort Smith all the way back through northeastern Oklahoma Oklahoma and southwestern Missouri, where damaging winds and also the potential for a couple of tornadoes is going to be ramping up here over the next hour or two. We've been watching some broad rotation along the line of thunderstorms. We could get a couple of spin-up tornadoes, but I think our tornado risk is going to increase as these storms move into northwestern Arkansas and also into southwestern Missouri. So be ready if you're near Springfield, Springdale, or Mountain Home for an increasing tornado risk over the next couple of hours. And then back over here near Joplin, a lot of wind right now, but the tornado threat should be increasing over the next hour as this line of storms pushes into southwestern Missouri. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just one piece of information about our line of storms over here near the border of Missouri and Arkansas. There is a lot of wind shear out there right now. The VWP for Springfield actually shows upwards of 70 knots in 0 to 6 kilometer shear. For those of you who may not know what shear does, basically it's a bunch of different measurements thrown together, and it effectively is how the wind will rotate the storm. 70 knots is a lot of it, and that basically means that these storms will be rotating as soon as they start to grow a little taller.
All right, thank you for the update. Yeah, we have a lot of wind shear. This is actually a look at the bulk shear as well today. Very strong southwesterly flow, and 60 knots or so of bulk shear is very high in today's environment. So any discrete supercells that do fire off here in Missouri or Arkansas are going to have an elevated chance at producing tornadoes. The reason why we do not have like a 15% moderate risk, for example, of severe weather today is because we don't exactly know if this threat is going to fully pan out. It's going to be it's again conditional on us actually seeing discrete supercells that initiate out in front of this line of thunderstorms. But even in the line, we can still see strong tornadoes, but the confidence obviously is not high enough. However, one thing I do want to point out here over the last few hours is that we've been noticing quite a bit of clearing across both Arkansas and Missouri. This is what it looks like on satellite right now, and you'll notice that we have a lot of clearing, lots more partly sunny skies now compared to what we had a couple of hours ago. And if we can continue to see more dry air out in front of this line, basically evaporating a lot of our clouds, we actually could end up seeing a more elevated tornado risk transpire here this afternoon and evening. It's just going to depend again on what happens here over the next few hours, but we are seeing a lot of instability starting to grow now, and that should eventually lead to a more elevated threat here for at least a few tornadoes. So again, today is a day that you want to be taking seriously. I know it's Easter Sunday. There's a lot of people probably, do have plans today, might be busy, doing certain things. That's totally fine. Just make sure if you have any plans today that you are staying. A new
tornado warning has been issued.
That you're staying weather aware, and you have multiple ways to receive warnings. And if you have friends or family in the path of severe weather today, also make sure that they're aware of this situation. We do have a new tornado warning for Cherokee County and Kansas and Jasper County in Missouri. This is going to be near Joplin, I believe. And yeah, so Joplin is now included in a tornado warning. So if you're in Joplin, if you are in Webb City, Carthage, Carl Junction, Waco, or Asbury, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Strong area of rotation right now, embedded in our line of thunderstorms with very strong winds going towards the radar, coming right into Belleville and the northwest side of Joplin over the next few minutes. There are cameras in Joplin, so I'm going to see if I can pull up any of those and see if we can see anything here. Also, Tornado Pagey is coming up on this. Let me get their link here. But again, this is a potential tornado right now heading into the northwest side of Joplin over the next few minutes. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. Riley, let me know when she goes live, because I don't have her live yet. All right. There are a couple cameras in Joplin. We'll keep a close eye on them. There will be Tornado Pagey, a tornado chaser, or storm chaser, I should say, is going to be coming up into this warning here over the next few minutes. And once they do, we'll go to them. Well, that is a strong area of rotation right now, coming up right along, going right towards Highway 171, and it'll be coming up on Webb City and Carthage. If this were to continue, which it might, it would eventually go towards Golden City, Lamar, and Lockwood. So if you're in any of those areas, have that tornado action plan ready to go. All right, further down to the south near Fort Smith, mostly wind as of right now. West of Hatfield, we still have a strong area of rotation aloft north of Highway 4 and east of 259. This is a potential, if we get a tornado here, it'll likely be on the rain wrap side of things here in southeastern Oklahoma. So again, just be weather aware of that. Don't try to look for this tornado. Today, again, is a very different day than yesterday. We had a lot of photogenic tornadoes yesterday. Today's not the same. We are going to have a lot more high precipitation supercells, which is going to lead to a lot more difficulty seeing and spotting tornadoes. So there's really no reason to be looking for them today. This is back up near Kingdom City. We may have rotation trying to ramp up again near Kingdom City in Missouri, coming up on Ox Vasey, and eventually going towards Benton City in Mexico. This tornado warning does go for 11 more minutes. This is Connor Croft, who is currently looking at this storm, so this is a live shot.
It kind of feels like what it's been doing.
Listen to them
It
here
seems
for
like
just a second.
It looks like it does something, and then it doesn't look as good, then it ramps up and does something.
That's rotating right there. Big mezzo.
Right here?
Yeah.
All right, so Connor is saying this is rotating.
To the left to right, look at the rain curtains.
See if he zooms in here.
Might be even down.
Right in there?
Right in front of us.
Corey, this thing's having some sort of a catastrophic failure. I'm done trying to mess with the caster side.
See the rain curtains?
So we may have a tornado trying to drop near Kingdom City.
Look at the cut. It's going right at us.
Oh, I see it right there. Okay.
I have no idea what to even say about it.
Look at the cut.
I went through and created a whole new like H265 player and everything, and reran all the different sources, and it worked, and then decided to stop working.
Big cut. Huge cut right now, Jordan. Getting ready to drop. We're off to run.
Velocities on radar are not tight, but we do still have an area of rotation right over the east side right now of Kingdom City in Missouri. This is again where we're at right now. It's going to be coming right up again on Ox Vasey over the next few minutes. This is north of Jefferson City, Missouri for reference. We are keeping a very close eye on our Joplin tornado warning as well. We'll go back to that bottom right of your screen. The rotation is honestly very strong right now on the northwest side of Joplin. We may have a tornado trying to drop right now near Joplin, Missouri.
Hard again. It's spinning like a top. Coming right at me.
I mean, right at us, chat. Look at that.
Huge rotation.
The Joplin tornado warning, again, does look concerning. The rotation's pretty strong right now on the northwest side of town. What we're looking at on Connor's POV is, again, the northeastern Missouri tornado warning. But you can see the inflow rapidly coming in from the right. This is definitely spinning. It's trying to rapidly organize and try to drop a new tornado.
It's moving left. It's moving right to left.
Winds are picking up.
Yeah. It's gonna try and drop right in front of us, I think.
Wow, look how violent that's going like that.
Can you go? Yeah, you can go. I can go back left on this front road. Just want to make sure in case it comes at us. That's about to drop right there.
I got it. Thank you, brother.
It's a crazy cut if we're not dropping a big tornado.
Just so you know, Connor, I'm out of this thing 74 degrees.
It's trying to drop right now. It hasn't done it yet, but it just had a huge RFD cut.
All right, I want to go back to radar. Going back to Joplin, Missouri, which is the storm bottom right, again, is the one north of Jefferson City. This is the one near Joplin. And again, the rotation is very strong right now, and we may have a tornado near Carl Junction. We don't have anything confirming that as of right now, but the velocities are definitely strong enough here to the point where there could be a tornado, and it would be tracking right up into the north side of Joplin, kind of in the suburbs, going to be going towards Alba, Galesville, and Preston. So again, you need to be taking this warning very seriously. If you are in this area, please make sure that you are in your safe place. This is a dangerous storm currently tracking to the east-northeast, and very easily could have a tornado at any time. Velocities, again, very strong right now. Don't have a debris signature as of right now, but it's very possible that we get a tornado over the next few minutes. Back over in southeast Oklahoma, we still have the rotation on this storm in southeast Oklahoma has become a little bit broader over the last few minutes, but there is still enough rotation to the point where we could get a tornado at some point as this tracks towards Highway 59 in western Arkansas. So make sure that you're still staying in your safe place if you are in that warning. Back over south of Mexico, this is the Kingdom City tornado warning, and honestly, this thing seems to be falling apart again. We might have a new supercell trying to form off to the east. That could be something to watch for, but this has been falling apart. This is another left-hand moving storm, and then this might be our new convection to watch for. Very similar to what we just saw about 15 to 20 minutes ago with our initial tornado, so something to keep a very close eye on. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, our tornado warned storm backed by Joplin may have the start of a very small CC drop. There is also a correlation in ZDR.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So again, there might be a tornado on the ground right now, near Stringtown, excuse me, on the north side of Joplin, and this is gonna be coming up on Oro Nogo, and then we'll eventually track towards Alba. So again, if you were in this warning, you got to be in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm right now that is going to be tracking right up through the north side of Joplin. Latest CC scan not showing a clear debris signature, but again, the velocities are very strong, and they are strong enough for there to be a tornado here over the next few minutes. By the way, this back over on Connor, you can see how fast this storm fell apart. It's all scuddy now. No organized wall cloud anymore.
I think we're very close to getting a significant tornado in the next 10 minutes if this wraps around again.
And Jordan thinks in the next 10 minutes we could get a new significant, or potentially a new significant tornado on that storm, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. It's going to depend on if we get that convection off to the east of that supercell to form again, so we'll have to keep an eye on that, but definitely a storm that we need to keep a very close eye on. Again, we do have a storm chaser, tornado page who's coming up into this tornado warning, so we're going to keep an eye on them. Again, as of right now, strong rotation just north of Joplin, Missouri. This is going to be coming up on Carytown and Jasper in the next 15 to 20 minutes. This storm is moving northeast at approximately 55 miles per hour, so this is a very fast-moving storm that'll be going towards I-49, and the potential of this being a rain-wrapped tornado is definitely up there. Jordan Hall, actually, it looks like has a bit of a wall cloud right now. This is Jordan Hall.
I don't know. Only the first one do it.
In a second.
The only one we couldn't see.
This is Jordan Hall. He had a little bit of a wall cloud, but again, looks kind of raggedy right now. Back up north of Jefferson City.
Never mind. We're just gonna eat it. We're gonna go north. It's gonna plant a tour on our face if it does. I don't care. It's fine.
Still see the rising motion there. Again, this storm's not as organized as it was about 10-15 minutes ago, but it is still a storm that we need to keep a close eye on, with it being a discrete supercell in northeastern Missouri. You see that rising motion right there at the very top. So it might try to organize again. They have canceled the tornado warning for the time being as the storm fell apart, but it is a storm that we need to keep an eye on, because it does try to reorganize.
Yeah, I'm just taking this road north of Mexico.
40.
I did not mean to do that. All right. Going back to live radar, but again, tornado warning north of Fulton. They have gone ahead and canceled that one. That one's no longer ongoing. Our biggest concern right now is the storm near Joplin, where we've had strong rotation just off to the north of Joplin near Carl Junction. The good news is that this will pretty much avoid the downtown area of Joplin, but it is going to be coming up on Purcell, Alba, and as well as Preston over the next few minutes. So if you are in these areas, make sure that you are in your safe place, as this could still drop a tornado as it moves off to the northeast.
Says,
Let's go over to the 3-cam view here. Thank you, Concepts, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Now you can go egg hunting. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have Easter plans today, and hopefully the weather cooperates for most of you. I don't know if it will, but hopefully it cooperates if you have any Easter plans today. Bottom right of your screen, that is Tornado Pagey, who is currently near the Joplin tornado warning. So we're going to keep them bottom right of your screen. They're actually on the east side of the warning near or no-go. So once they're more in position, we'll go full screen to them. But again, strongest area of rotation right now near Carl Junction. It'll be coming up on Jasper and Carytown over the next few minutes. Somebody tell Brandon that we don't need huge tornadoes again. You know, Brandon Kopic has been a tornado magnet this week. He has intercepted, I think, 4 tornadoes, or 3. He's at least intercepted 3, if not 4. They're a sponsor for this live stream today. Yeah, today's stream is brought to you by Easter. No, not actually. No, we don't actually have. We don't usually do sponsored streams anymore. So far today, again, we've already had 3 tornadoes at least, And our first one of the day, this was again from Jordan Hall on my radar, and also one of the storm chasers that we have from Severe Studios. You can see this was actually a condensed tornado. You can't clearly see it, but this was a condensed tornado at the time that this was happening. This is approximately around 11:30 a.m. southwest of Jefferson City. That was our first tornado today. The second one that we had was a lot larger, and it had violent motion. This was southwest of Fulton, Missouri, and you can see the debris that was being lifted up into the atmosphere as well. It was a fully condensed tornado, and if you go back to the first 2 minutes of the stream, you would have saw it live in action. It had violent motion, and very easily was a strong tornado, if not even maybe higher than that there, just outside of Fulton, Missouri. So again, it's already been an active start to today. It goes to show that, again, if we get any discrete supercells today that are able to mature out here in front of our line, they are going to have an elevated chance at producing strong and potentially even, in some cases, maybe even a long track tornado. But so far, these storms have not really been long tracked. I mean, the ones that we've had up near Jefferson City, that supercell was going for a while, but it did start to weaken here over the last several scans. And if we go back up towards Fulton, again, this was the supercell that was very organized, produced 2 different tornadoes already today, maybe 3, but it is falling apart again. We could get a new one here, and it looks like we are potentially getting a new meso. So this storm is trying to form again. It's a very small, weak area of rotation there near Ox-Vasey. It'll be coming up on Benton City. Small little cell trying to form there, and it won't take much for that to try to produce a tornado, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. All right, let's go back to Joplin. And this is the latest radar scan on our Joplin tornado warning as of a minute ago. Velocities are still on the stronger side of things east of Waco, just north of Joplin. Also, Joplin is no longer included in this tornado warning. It's also going to be it's only going to be for those in Galesburg, Preston, Alba, Oronogo, and as well as Stringtown going towards Cosville. So again, strongest rotation right now just east of Waco. I'm not seeing a debris signature, by the way. The CC radar not showing debris. But we are still looking at strong rotation right now. North of Carl Junction will be coming up towards Jasper and Carytown. Here's the latest radar scan. So if we have a tornado, it's going to be right over Galesburg. Tornado Pagey, who's on the bottom right of your screen, I believe they are coming up on this right now. They're driving, it looks like, through some puddled roadways. We are back down to 3 tornado warnings. We still have 1 again near Joplin, and we have 2 back over here right along the Oklahoma and Arkansas border. Strongest area of rotation is going to be approaching Highway 59 over the next few minutes, and long term this is heading towards Waldron in western Arkansas. They've also issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Fort Smith area near Cedarville, Alma, and as well as Mulberry. That'll be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour moving to the east. Velocities on this not very strong when it comes to any rotation, but this is an area that we need to keep an eye on for an uptick in a tornado threat here soon. Also, back over near Lincoln, we do have a small area of rotation that's heading up towards Fayetteville right now in Arkansas, and it's also going to be going towards Springdale. So a little bit of rotation there. We'll have to keep an eye on that. And then again, southwestern Missouri, the biggest concern right now is just outside of Joplin near Galesburg. If you are in Joplin, you're no longer in the tornado warning, but if you are in Cosville, Preston, Alba, you need to be in your safe place now, as a tornado could drop at any time, and we may even have one right now. We don't know. But there could be a tornado over Galesburg. Huge shout out to Starling with the super chat. Really appreciate that. Well, Iowa gets some tornadoes later. So today's risk of severe weather, again, is a pretty large area. It covers most of Missouri. Actually, I think the entire state of Missouri is included in this. This is our outlook for today. So again, the Storm Prediction Center has a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather in place across northern Arkansas and most of central and southern Missouri, where we are anticipating significant damaging winds, a little bit of hail, and then also at least a few tornadoes across this region. We've already at least had 2, if not 3 tornadoes, and we will likely see even more than that as we go throughout the rest of this afternoon and as well as into the early evening hours. Our level 2 out of 5 slight risk goes from western Illinois back into northwestern western Louisiana and northeast Texas, and the marginal threat extends back up into Iowa. Now, our main corridor for tornadoes and will really be again across Missouri and Arkansas. This is where strong tornadoes are going to be possible this afternoon and evening. We are currently at 2:18 p.m. I do think this tornado threat will go through about 9 o'clock, so we're talking about a 7-hour window for our best chance of tornadoes in Missouri and Arkansas. We could still see a few tornadoes though elsewhere. Even if you're not in the 10% hatched area, you shouldn't just let your guard down and say, oh, I'm gonna go, go Easter egg hunting for the rest of the day. You can, but just make sure that you're staying weather aware. But you should be on alert. There is going to be a potential for tornadoes elsewhere here throughout the afternoon, anywhere from Texas all the way back up into western Illinois and southeastern Iowa. So you definitely want to make sure that you are staying weather aware. Damaging winds is another reason why we have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place, which again includes most of central and southern Missouri and also northern Arkansas. So scattered to numerous damaging winds will be possible out of any storms that we have today. And so let me go through the future radar and show you what it looks like. This will give you a better idea of what we're talking about in terms of storm mode. So this is what the future radar looks like over the next few hours. Again, this is an estimate. It will not be exactly what happens, but it gives you an idea of what we can expect throughout the daytime today. So this is right around 3 o'clock. That supercell will continue to move into northeastern Missouri, where there is a very low-end tornado risk at this point out of that storm. We'll have our storms back over in western Arkansas and southwestern Missouri ramping up and producing the potential for damaging winds and a few tornadoes by 3 to 4. By 4 o'clock, we should have most, if not all, of the storms in this line rotating anywhere from about central Missouri back into Arkansas. The question really will be, can they stay separate enough from other storms to produce a threat here for a tornado? We'll have to wait and see, but we should have a lot of rotating supercells in this line. We do have a conditional risk of maybe 1 or 2 prefrontal storms forming, and if that were to happen, the tornado risk would be a bit more elevated on those storms, and that would promote more of a strong tornado risk. But with how much wind shear that is in place today, we should easily still see a strong tornado or two here in both Missouri and Arkansas. Eventually, by 7 to 8 o'clock, these storms are going to continue to rotate, producing damaging winds and also the potential for tornadoes from Little Rock and Shreveport back through St. Louis and northeastern Missouri. This is by around 9 to 10. Those storms are moving right through St. Louis and also western Illinois and across eastern Arkansas. And the tornado threat will probably continue even up until about midnight, but it will be much lower after 9 o'clock tonight. It'll be approaching the Mississippi River Valley, where it will start to run out of energy, and it will not be as intense, but there will still be some isolated damaging winds and a low tornado risk. But I do think the peak of tornadoes today out of our line of storms, and even the potential for maybe a couple of discrete cells, will probably be from about 3 or 4 all the way up until about 7 or 8. So it's mostly during the afternoon hours when we have peak daylight heating. So that's what I would anticipate. Also, the storm back up here near Ox-Vasey is still struggling. It's very weak at this point. It's not very organized of a supercell. Very weak rotation, but we are continuing to keep an eye on that. Again, that is a supercell that produced 2 separate tornadoes, maybe even 3 throughout the last few hours, and it might try again. We'll see. Also, tornado warning is still ongoing here north of Joplin for 9 more minutes. They may issue a new tornado warning going towards Lamar and the Golden City area here in southwestern Missouri, where we do have at least some area of rotation continuing. It's not as strong as before.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That timing's pretty incredible. They have a new tornado warning now for Lamar, Newport, east of Liberal. This is, again, an area of rotation that's not as strong as before, but it is still strong enough for a tornado warning. This will be heading towards Newport as well as Golden City. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Bottom right of your screen is Tornado Pagey, which they just lost connection, but she is currently inside of this tornado warned cell. And so we are keeping a very close eye on them as this storm continues to roll to the northeast. But strongest area of rotation right now coming up on Nashville, and it will be coming up on Lamar as well here very soon, and then tracking up through I-49. All right, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is a pretty important one. Real quickly, what is Connor looking at? That just looks like some scud. Yeah, we got a little scud bomb here. This is back up on that storm near Ox-Vasey, Missouri. While I pull up the mesoscale discussion, that is a look at some scud. This is often confused for a funnel cloud or a tornado, but you can see it's not even really spinning, just lifting motion.
Is what deadly, Betsy?
I don't know what these storms are doing.
All right, here's your latest mesoscale discussion. So this is going to be across eastern Missouri, southeast Iowa, and western Illinois. All right, so this is an area that we are continuing to watch for an elevated tornado threat. This will be increasing this afternoon into the evening. They have put out that the most probable peak intensity for damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes, for tornadoes in particular, is anywhere from 120 to 150 miles per hour. So that's potentially strong to even an intense tornado or two being possible this afternoon into the early evening across Missouri and as well as Illinois. Damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, and then hail as large as the size of golf balls. The one good news thing I have for you today is that the hail is not going to be as crazy as what we've had over the last few days. We had 4-inch sized hail in Iowa on Thursday. Yesterday we had up to 3 to 4-inch sized hail back over in west and central Texas. Today is not the same environment. We are not expecting, massive hail to fall here across Missouri, but there could still be some hail up to the size of golf balls, which again can still be damaging. So make sure if you have your car, you might want to still protect it, especially with the wind threat being a bit more elevated as well. All right. Thank you, Angel, for the very generous super chat. Really appreciate that. As a truck driver, I appreciate everything you do. I appreciate the super chat, and thank you for the generosity. I try to read chat as often as I can, but when we have a lot of tornado warnings, it's not very easy to read the chat. All right, this is our latest radar scan. Again, still a strong, at least a moderate area of rotation.
A new tornado warning has
Currently
been
moving
issued.
near Nashville. It's going to be heading up towards Lamar over the next few minutes in southwestern Missouri. I-49 is in the path of that, so if you're up near I-49 traveling, be aware that high winds and a potential tornado threat will continue. They have issued a new tornado warning on our discrete supercell back over northwest of Mena, coming up on Waldron, southeast of Hartford. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, area of rotation currently is tracking up towards Waldron, Arkansas, south of Huntington, and south of Hartford. This is a discrete supercell, and again, any discrete cells that we have today will be capable of producing the threat of a tornado. That is actually ahead of our line of thunderstorms, so this is a storm we need to keep a very close eye on if it's able to grow in size. One thing that is going to hurt our severe weather threat a little bit today, which is another reason why we did not have a moderate risk of severe weather issue today, is because of all the convection that we had this morning. We had a lot of morning convection, so that's one thing that's helping to stabilize the atmosphere a little bit, and that's why these storms are not also growing as large as they possibly could. But nonetheless, we do at least still have, again, an area like these storms in particular in western Arkansas. They're going to be able to ramp up a bit more over the next few hours because of all that cloud cover now fizzling out. We're going to see a lot more instability growing over the next few hours. So this storm in particular should have a pretty good chance at producing a tornado in the long term with all the available energy that is out in front of that supercell. We do have a new mesoscale discussion. Once again, this is going to be back over near our warm frontal boundary here in central and western Missouri. And again, I want to point out a couple of things, but we're going to begin with our mesoscale discussion. The Storm Prediction Center is monitoring for an increasing tornado threat along the lifting warm frontal boundary. One thing I want to point out here is that there's a lot more wind shear near that warm front. We have a lot of wind shear in place, and this is going to also help to elevate our tornado risk quite a bit, anywhere from just west of St. Louis all the way back through southwestern Missouri, just outside of Joplin. So any storms that can kind of interact near this warm frontal boundary should be able to rotate a lot more over the next few hours. So we need to keep a close eye where this warm front is. Also, they have still put out our peak probable intensity at, again, strong to potentially even intense tornado levels, damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour, and then hail as large as the size of golf balls. So stay weather aware. Again, our tornado watch goes until 7 p.m. here across Arkansas, as well as Missouri, and back into northwest Louisiana and northeast Texas. And we are expecting storms to ramp up over the next couple of hours in this area, and then we should see an uptick in our tornado threat over the next few hours across both Missouri and also back into parts of Arkansas. Also, we do have a new damage report coming out northwest of Joplin. There are reports coming in of several trees and power lines down, and there's also some building damage in the area. So there may have already been a tornado there on the northwest side of Joplin near Carl Junction. And here's our latest radar scan on that area of rotation. This is awfully close to our warm front, so the rotation, again, is going to stay stronger here near Highway 126. Couple it again right now west of Jasper. It's going to be coming up on Lamar over the next few minutes and also tracking towards I-49. So if you're in this warning, again, make sure that you are in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Tornado Pagey, bottom right of your screen, they are right now inside of the east side of this storm right now near Jasper. I think they're right along I-49. And so they'll be coming up into that area of rotation in the next few minutes, and we'll go full screen of them here in a moment. Any predictions for Northwest Ohio? Northwest Ohio is not in the risk today. So if you're in Ohio, you'll be all right. And the concern today is mainly across the Midwest and back through the Southern Plains. Are there any cameras up here? We have bottom right of your screen, Tornado Pagey. They're on I-49 right now.
I see.
This is what they're looking at right now. Or they're just north of Carthage now. I don't believe they're on the interstate. Yeah, they're not on the interstate, but they are not far from the area of rotation. So they might catch up to the RFD surge here in a few minutes. Where does Paigey stream? She is on YouTube.
I have it plugged in to have us whenever we're gonna be done. Oh my god, the water.
Oh yeah, she is currently in the tornado warning. We're to keep a close eye on her. We'll put we'll put her bottom right whenever we're on the one cam screen. Also, we are getting some reports of flooding in this general area. Currently near County Road 134 is currently closed due to flooding. That's as of about 3 to 4 hours ago. Unfortunately, we are expecting a lot of rainfall to continue here across Missouri and also back into parts of northeastern Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas over the next few hours. So just a heads up, the flooding threat is going to continue over the next several hours as heavy rainfall will continue. Not related to today, but the Storm Prediction Center has just issued a new outlined risk of severe weather for Tuesday. I just want to quickly touch on this. Storm Prediction Center has issued a slight risk of severe weather across West Texas, where we could see some damaging winds, hail, and maybe even an isolated tornado risk. That is going to be across Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. So the severe weather threats, again, are going to continue here through the middle of the week as well. I know you might be thinking the severe weather's done here for a while. It's not. We got today, and then we're going to have multiple days of severe weather throughout the middle and end of this week. And that is because of a lot of different mesoscale features that we're going to be watching. Nothing really organized with a big bowling ball trough or anything like that, but definitely going to still have an environment that's favorable for at least some severe weather. What's going on here? What the heck? I'm gonna go back to here. All right. Any tornado risk for the Fort Smith area? Currently, Fort Smith is dealing with some damaging winds, but the tornado risk out of these storms is very low for right now. I do think in the next hour, our tornado risk will start to increase out of these storms that are on the leading edge of this line near Fayetteville, heading up towards Harrison and Green Forest. So our tornado threat should gradually increase with these storms over the next few hours, but it's going to take a little bit of time, I think. The tornado warning in western Arkansas, the rotation has become a little bit broader again over the last few minutes near Highway 59 going up towards Waldron. But we are still keeping a close eye on this storm in case it does try to produce a tornado. So if you're back up near Magazine or Boonville, stay weather aware. And if we continue to see a discrete supercell like this, our tornado threat will be elevated over the next few hours. And we might even have to watch the storm near DeQueen. It's very small right now, but this is another storm that could become tornadic at some point near DeQueen in southwestern Arkansas. That'll eventually track towards the west side of west areas here of Hot Springs. So that's another long-term storm to be watching for a tornado risk. In Joplin right now, we are dealing with damaging winds, so if you are in Joplin, Carthage, make sure that you're staying away from windows. We still have an area of rotation north of Joplin coming up on the town of Lamar right now. So if you are in Lamar, stay in your safe place. This is Tornado Pagey, who is currently approaching this storm. She is currently probably about 2 to 3 miles just south of the couplet. Very heavy rainfall right now. The wind is not too strong where she is. The warning as of right now is still radar indicated.
Go north towards it. They were kind of black.
So we're going to continue to keep a close eye on her. They have just upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning south of Joplin near Anderson. This is going to be a considerable damage threat now for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So that is for Anderson, just west of Cassville, south of Neosho, where damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is going to be possible. So the wind threat is starting to increase here. Hey, James, for the super chat, I just got paid every TV in the house watching Max for Easter. We love Max. I appreciate that, and thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you guys having us on. Obviously, if you have any Easter plans today, and you have plans to be in and around the house, maybe doing Easter egg hunts or something like that, you can always put on our stream on your TV. If you have a smart TV, you can put us on the YouTube app, and you can just put up the stream and just have it there. You can have the audio off, whatever it needs to be, and again, we'll be there. We'll be on your screen pretty much all day here today. Commercial-free coverage. Feel free to share the stream with other friends and family as well that might be in the path of these storms. We are expecting a pretty active afternoon and evening today. The severe weather threat will be peaking, really beginning in the next hour or so, and running all the way through about 9 o'clock, and then a lower risk of severe weather from about 9 until about 1 a.m. So definitely a good idea to make sure that you're staying weather aware, have multiple ways to receive warnings, and have a tornado action plan ready to go, especially if you have an Easter egg hunt that is in the playing cards for today. Our supercells in northeast Missouri have completely fizzled. They are north of the warm front. They have now moved into cooler and stable air, so we're not expecting those to really be a concern here in the near future. We'll have to keep an eye on the storms back over here near Sedalia and Marshall. I'm not too concerned about them in the short term, but eventually the tornado threat and the wind threat should increase as these move more to the east. So if you're near Boonville, Sedalia, or near Moberly, stay weather aware. It's not really a significant threat right now, but it should ramp up over the next few hours as the warm frontal boundary continues to lift to the north. And that warm front, again, will create some wind shear, especially near it, and that'll help to elevate our tornado risk, which is why the storm near Lamar has been able to rotate so much here over the last few minutes. It's basically riding along the warm frontal boundary. And the rotation has become a little bit stronger over the last couple scans near Lamar. And it's going to be coming up into Milford and Newport over the next few minutes and going towards Jericho Springs. Space Lobster asks, will Springfield, Missouri be expecting tornadoes? I think the chances for now are low. It's hard to tell if you're going to see tornadoes because right now we don't have anything that's rotating off to your west, and also the storms are still about 45 minutes to an hour from knocking on your doorstep. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but I think very soon we'll start to see that tornado threat increase a little bit here in southwestern Missouri, including the Springfield area. So definitely don't let your guard down. We should start to see the threat increase here very, very soon. Also, huge shout out to James with the $75 Venmo donation. W's in the chat for James. Really appreciate the generosity. Trying to look at, we have a couple of cameras inside of the line of storms here, but I don't think they're loading right. Let's go back to Tornado Pagey. She's coming up on the area of rotation right now. This is a live shot of Tornado Pagey along I-49 traveling northbound currently near Lamar. Actually, let's go back to full cam. This is back over in the 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning live right now, back over just to the south of Joplin. I'm not sure if this camera is going to stay in connection. The winds have been pretty strong here over the last 30 seconds, a little bit calmer now. This is from the Missouri DOT traffic cameras. And so the wind is starting to pick up here along this line of thunderstorms, and we should continue to see the threat for damaging winds out of this line as it continues to push to the east. And actually, you can see it surging again. You can see the wind going from bottom of your screen to the top of the screen. So we are getting some surges of damaging winds right around 60 to 70 miles per hour out of this storm. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, if you want to go ahead and pull up my radar, we're starting to see our first area of discrete convection try to pop up north of Russellville and west of Mountain Home in Arkansas. Obviously, it's nothing concerning as of right now, but storms like this are the ones that are going to pose the biggest concerns if they can actually grow and break through to the strong wind shear. This is something where down the line we could see these storms up here in the I-60 corridor, and they could be a tornado producer, so keep an eye on those.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, discrete supercells are possible, especially out there in western Arkansas. We are starting to see an uptick of activity there. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as that situation continues to evolve. Let's go back to here, and let's go back to the tornado warning north of Joplin. This is our latest radar scan. The strongest rotation right now, moving right over the town of Lamar, right along I-49. That is tracking towards Milford right now, and will be coming up on Newport, and eventually Jericho Springs, Sheldon, and Montevallo will be in the path of this. So again, tornado is possible over the next few minutes. It is going to be a rain-wrapped tornado as well. And I want to preface again that today's environment is not as favorable for photogenic tornadoes. Instead, the tornadoes that we are going to see will almost undoubtedly be rain-wrapped. So if you are anywhere here across, Missouri, if you're in Arkansas, you need to make sure that you're aware of this. Like, don't try to look outside for a tornado today. It's just not worth it. Almost any tornado that we're going to have today will be rain-wrapped. Also, the tornado warning back over in western Arkansas. We still have a decent meso on this supercell moving into Waldron. Again, nothing confirmed on this as of right now, but if you're in Waldron, Arkansas, continue to stay in your safe place. This will be coming up on Magazine, Havana, and Paris over the next 15 to 20 minutes. So if you're back out in front of this, be ready. They'll probably end up issuing a new tornado warning on this, assuming that the rotation is strong enough in about 10 to 15 minutes from now. Still keeping a close eye on the storm north of Fort Smith. We are starting to see a little hook form on this thing near I-49. Tornado threat might be increasing on that. That'll be heading up in the direction of the south side of Elkins and eventually going towards Green Forest. So we are keeping an eye on that storm. They've also upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning for Fayette, the Fayetteville area. You are now up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I'm going to see if we have any traffic. There are traffic cams here. I'm going to see if there's any view of this right now. The winds are probably very strong right now in and around Fayetteville. This is actually a live shot on the iDrive Arkansas camera in Fayetteville. And looks like we actually have some flooding here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A little bit of flooding here from all the rain that we've seen recently. You can see all the cars driving along the roadway. The roads are actually pretty not fully flooded, but a lot of puddling here on the roadways. There's been a ton of rain in Arkansas recently, and that's going to continue. We're going to keep an eye on that camera because that might have something here soon. All right, they have issued a tornado warning. We were literally just talking about this. Brand new tornado warning here south of Fayetteville. This will be near West Fork and Elkins. The main locations, though, being Winslow, Chester, and Mountainburg. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you're in this warning. Why were yesterday's tornadoes photogenic and today's will most likely not be? It's mostly because of these storms being a lot higher of precip, and the hodograph curvature also has a big play in that. So it's a very different environment from yesterday. We also have a lot, I mean, this is not relevant to this, but we also have a lot of wind shear today. We didn't have as much wind shear yesterday, so that's one thing to keep in mind. The only thing that would prevent storms, again, from being very tornadic today, which, again, I think we're going to see tornadoes, but one thing that's a preventer is all the cloud cover we've had throughout the morning, in addition to all the morning convection. That's kind of stabilized things, but we are starting to see breaks in the sunshine, or breaks in the clouds that are leading to sunshine across both Missouri and Arkansas. I'm going to show you the satellite here just real quickly. But this is what we're looking at in satellite, and notice how we have a lot more breaks in the clouds now, especially out in front of our discrete area of storms that are trying to form in western Arkansas. So we should naturally see a higher tornado threat evolve here over the next couple of hours. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, north of Fayetteville, looks like there may be an area of the line that's trying to produce some sort of bookend vortex.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So back up near Fayetteville, we are starting to see a little bit of an uptick of rotation. That's going to be right near Interstate 49 going into the Springdale area over the next few minutes, and that will eventually be tracking towards Eureka Springs and Berryville. The tornado threat is starting to at least attempt to increase here in the Fayetteville area. So if you are in the Fayetteville area, definitely stay weather aware.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning in southwestern Missouri. This will be up near El Dorado Springs, Montevallo, and as well as Walker. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is going to be near El Dorado Springs, Walker, and again, Montevello. Velocities are very strong, actually, again, over Lamar. They've been pretty strong for quite some time, and they have maintained it. This storm has maintained its intensity. It'll be moving into Milford over the next couple of minutes, Jericho Springs, and then eventually towards Highway 39. I believe Tornado Pagey is still in this area. Yeah, Tornado Pagey, bottom right of your screen, they are currently looking at that area, so we're keeping an eye on them. Thank you, Leo, for the super chat. Silly as this sounds, would you mind trying to show us the difference between an actual correlation coefficient drop versus contamination? As it is a mistake a lot of amateurs and new weather enthusiasts make. I've noticed that recently. It's honestly hard to do that with when we don't have anything like happening right now that's at least on the ground. But if you ever look at CC radar and you match up, let's just say this right here had a CC drop, more than most times, unless the velocities are really strong, that's going to be some level of contamination if we have a CC drop that matches up with it. We don't obviously have that right now, but that would be something that we call clear air contamination, when we basically have very low to no precipitation, and that often is mistaken as quote unquote a tornado, which a lot of the time it isn't. Yesterday was a little bit different. We end up having some low precip tornadoes. Again, yesterday was a very low precip kind of day, and so it was a bit of a different story. But in today's environment, we really need to see something that is right over our like largest area of reflectivity for there to be a confirmation of a tornado on radar. So we don't have anything right now in this storm, but the velocities have maintained at least being strong. Not strong enough though to the point where there's a tornado. We don't have a tight couplet yet. So if we get a tight couplet, I'll try to explain that a bit more, but for right now there isn't one. Also, rotation is ramping up now east of Joplin. So we got a couple areas of rotation beginning to develop now east of Joplin. These are going to be tracking up towards interstate, or really paralleling almost I-44 and heading towards Springfield, Missouri. So if you are in Springfield, Missouri, somebody asked not long ago, will the tornado threat be increasing? It will be. It's starting to increase a little bit here back over east of Joplin. Thank you, Joseph, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. We have another report. Wow, this is a new report. As of about 35 minutes ago in Carl Junction, a roof is off a house on County Lane 265 and Highway 96. So that is a brand new report that is coming out there near Carl Junction. That is from a likely tornado that we had just north of Joplin not long ago. Rotation is not really strong right now east of 49 in Arkansas, but we're still keeping a close eye on that north of Fort Smith. Rotation is still on the broader side of things near Waldron, Arkansas. That'll be moving towards Boonville and Magazine. Tornado warning expires in 14 minutes. I would assume if that storm can stay organized, they'll issue a new tornado warning going towards Boonville just south of Paris. So beware of that there near Highway 10.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Dude, the timing needs to stop being crazy like this. We have a new tornado warning for Logan, Scott, and Yell counties. So they've issued a new tornado warning on the storm, as the warning was going to expire here soon anyway. And again, it's a discrete supercell. As long as it stays discrete, we'll have a much better chance at producing a potential for a strong tornado. That'll be, again, heading up towards Magazine, Boonville, and Blue Mountain. That's the second time we've called a tornado warning as they're issuing it. Once again, north of Joplin, we still have a strong area of rotation. We're keeping a close eye on this. As it continues to move to the northeast, it'll be coming up on Montevello over the next few minutes. This is interesting. This is Jordan Hall. He's back up.
For a second. Yeah. I just gotta.
What is going on up here?
I just gotta transfer some shit onto the computer.
Why does this storm kind of look interesting still, even though there's nothing on radar? Unless this is old. Is this old? Or is this live?
Right now, the only thing that's happening is that giant line. And
I don't know if that's old or not. I'm pretty sure he's still alive. That's back up near Perry. I don't think he's still alive, though. This is one of the problems. Riley, I need to get the other link. Can you check him on my radar and see if that's actually what he's seeing right now? Or is that just old? Is that live or no? Just let me know. That's live. I find it hard to believe on a non-precip area of storms there in northeast Missouri. That is live? Bro, what? This is like... This is a storm that produced multiple tornadoes earlier. And somehow this still has a lowering even though there's like nothing with it. I mean, this is what it looks like on radar. Bottom right of your screen. Coming up on Mark Twain Lake.
Watching the last couple of thousand feet of this updraft collapse right now.
Oh, that's interesting. All right. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be for Arkansas and southern Missouri. A favorable environment for tornadoes and wind damage, and discrete storms will be slightly favored with the southward extent of our storm activity. So southwestern Missouri and northwestern Arkansas near Fayetteville back through Springfield. Again, strong tornadoes are possible. Damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour and up to golf ball sized hail is also going to be a possibility. Please make sure that you are staying weather aware. And if you have any friends or family in the path of today's storms, make sure that they're staying weather aware too, because again, it is Easter Sunday. A lot of people probably have plans today to do other things other than watching the weather, but it's a good idea to make sure that they are still staying weather aware today, as we could have some tornadoes, high winds, and also some pretty big hail, or not really big hail, but at least some hail here across Missouri and as well as Arkansas and eventually Illinois. Wrong screen. All right, back to our storm west and northwest of Springfield. We do still have a large area of strong rotation. This, for the most part, is not currently producing a tornado, but the rotation is still strong aloft. And if we are able to get a tightening here, we could get a tornado. Again, it's near the warm frontal boundary, so this will naturally have a lot more wind shear here in the short term. It's also going to be a rain-wrapped tornado if we have one. This will be tracking up towards El Dorado Springs, just to the south and west of Osceola. We are still watching some little couplets that are now forming back off to the east of Joplin and west of Springfield. The tornado threat will be increasing here as these approach Springfield, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we start getting tornado warnings here along the I-44 corridor here very soon. This is the latest radar scan. So still rotation right now near I-44. We got two different couplets currently tracking to the east-northeast. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, I think they're probably going to warn either of those couplets, hopefully both of those relatively soon. It's something that I've had my eye on for 15 minutes. I think we're starting to get into the time of the day where these storms are big enough to where they're interacting with our 70+ knots of wind shear. And actually, there are some models that show up to 100 knots of bulk shear later east of Springfield.
Thank you for the update. And yeah, I would be surprised if we don't get a tornado warning here west of Springfield here in a moment. These storms could be long-term concerns too. Again, if you're over in Monette or Aura, if you're in the Mount Vernon area, south of Carthage, definitely stay weather aware. We're probably going to get at least one, if not a... we might get a large tornado warning, or we could get two separate ones, depending on how they want to warn this, but I would have to guess that they're going to issue tornado warnings on this. Again, two different couplets forming in our line of thunderstorms, and the one that looks more concerning is over near Ritchie, where we do have an inflow and a little hook here on radar, and this is going to be basically beelining it right towards Springfield. So assuming that this is a long-term concern, which we don't know if it will be, but if it's a long-term rotating storm, it would be going right towards Springfield, Missouri. So if you're in Springfield, definitely make sure that you have your tornado action plan ready to go. And again, the tornado threat is definitely beginning to increase here in southwest Missouri. But we should get a tornado warning at any moment. I think those both need warnings, at least one of them. The tornado warning north of Fort Smith, south of Fayetteville, the rotation's been broader over the last few minutes. Not nearly as concerned about this for now, but we will continue to keep an eye on that. And then our tornado warning back near Boonville. We got some little mergers that are happening here, but this is an area...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is an area where we could end up getting a tornado or two, as these are more discreet. Velocities have increased a lot over the last few minutes south of Waldron. We could get a separate tornado warning on this, because the tornado warning here expires in a few minutes. And then this one here, after we get some mergers, we could end up seeing this become more concerning as it goes towards Magazine and Boonville. They have issued a new tornado warning west of Springfield. This will be for the areas of rotation we were just talking about, heading towards Mount Vernon and right along I-44. floor. So if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter and get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible, as this storm will be capable of producing a tornado. And we should have at least one, if not a couple cameras coming up in this area, so we'll keep an eye on that. But this is a pretty classic looking tornado threat for a line of thunderstorms. Also, velocities are still very strong right now near Milford and Montevallo. Still very strong area of rotation coming up on El Dorado Springs and Highway 39. We need to continue to keep a very close eye on this. If a tornado does drop, it could always be on the stronger side of things with how strong the velocities are. And with how strong the wind shear is today, it won't be hard for there to be strong tornadoes, even with, you know, these storms not being super tall in height. All right, we got a new radar scan coming in. Wait to see what it looks like here for the storm west of Springfield. Hey, Jackman for the super chat. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. We could get several tornadoes out of this segment of storms. We have 3 areas of, or actually 4 areas of noticeable rotation. I'm gonna go back to the full screen here. We actively have 1, 2, 3. We basically have 4 areas of rotation right now along this line that are all heading in the direction of Springfield, but right in the immediate path will be Mount Vernon. We might even have another one trying to form south of this warning too, near Monette. Maybe a small little area of rotation that's trying to form. We got a lot of areas of rotation though, all heading in the direction of Springfield, Ashgrove, Willard, Greenville, and Lockwood. So if you are in these areas, if you're in the tornado warning, you definitely need to be in your safe place. They're probably going to end up issuing another tornado warning not far from now that includes more areas, assuming that rotation stays strong enough here west of Springfield. If you have any friends or family in the Springfield area, definitely make sure that they're aware of this situation. Again, this is, and I'm not trying to scare you, but this is kind of concerning. Again, we got several areas of rotation in this line, and with how strong the wind shear is, this could easily drop a few tornadoes just in this little segment of storms. The one further north has been rotating for a long time. It's just been a large, but like moderate area of rotation near Montvallo. It started all the way back down near Joplin, which is where we did have reports of a roof being ripped off a building from a likely tornado. At this point, we're not sure if this is on the ground. It was at one point northwest of Joplin, but for the last 30 minutes or so, we've not had any confirmed reports of there being a tornado here. But we're still keeping a close eye on this, just in case it does try to produce a tornado. And Tornado Pagey, bottom right of your screen, she is still on the northern tornado warning, so we're keeping an eye on her in case something does happen. Hey, Butler, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. When do you think the tornadoes will peak today? I think our tornado threat is going to peak between about, I would say about 3 until about 7. I think that's like the reasonable time frame for today, 3 to 7. We'll probably still have a few tornado warnings beyond like 8, 9 o'clock tonight, but I think generally speaking, our greatest tornado threat is over the next 4 to 5 hours, right in the middle of peak daylight heating. Thank you, Crystal, for the generous super chat. Appreciate that. Also, shout out to Stephanie with the PayPal donation. All right, we got a new radar scan coming in here just a second here for the storms west of Springfield. We'll have that in just a moment. We might get a new tornado warning here soon in western Arkansas. This is another really small storm, but we have another mesocyclone forming on this storm going towards Odin and Sims. We are beginning to get to the point where almost every storm is rotating. Not all of them, but I would say almost the vast majority of storms that we have right now is rotating. We got another one south of Waldron, which will probably get a tornado warning here in a moment. This one is going to probably need one since it's kind of on the southern edge of our new tornado warning. The one that's here is about to expire, so we should get a new tornado warning in a moment along the Highway 80 stretch here just east of Waldron for that area of rotation. The one here over Waldron's been a bit broader because of all the storm interactions it's undergoing, but definitely a little bit more concerning, again, if any of these can ramp up as they are more discreet. Also, a little bit of rotation coming up into Hinsville. Might get a tornado threat there going towards Eureka Springs and Berryville. This is west of Springfield. The latest radar scan still showing 3 areas of distinct rotation. We have one north of I-44. We have one right along Highway 37, and then the other one near Wentworth. So we have 3 areas of rotation right now coming up on Stott City, Mount Vernon, Hoburg, and as well as La Russell. Let's see if we have any cameras in this warning. Thank you, Amy, for the super chat. We're going to see if we have any cameras in this area, because, I mean, we have 3 distinct areas of rotation right now. There is one on the eastern side of the warning, which I'm keeping an eye on, but it doesn't see anything yet. Okay, so our closest camera is going to be right here, for those that are wondering. So over near Mount Vernon. We have 3 distinct areas of rotation in this QLCS tornado threat. All west of Springfield, but they will be going in the direction of Springfield not long from now. And we should start to see our tornado threat increasing further south here as well here pretty soon. They have just condensed the northern tornado warning, still radar indicated near Montevallo coming up on El Dorado Springs and as well as Route 44. You're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. That one produced a tornado near Joplin, more than likely. We are keeping all eyes right now really on this storm west of Springfield. This one's probably going to drop a few tornadoes over the next 30 minutes. Sirens in Monette just shut off. Where's Monette? Is Monette the northern warning? I don't know where Monette is. If you're outside of the warning, they may have shut off, and they also might have shut off if... Sometimes they do shut off randomly. Sometimes cycle. Some sirens do vary. Some sirens actually, like, go for, like the entire warning. Some only go for, like, 5-10 minutes, and they come back on. Like, they can be periodically, too. Sirens all vary. I remember when I lived in Texas, like, the siren would literally be on for any warning that was severe or tornado warned, and they would be on literally almost the entire time. I'll have another radar scan here in a moment. These storms are all moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour, by the way. Just kind of for reference, yesterday's storms are only moving northeast at, like, I don't know, they're mostly like 25 to 30 miles per hour. So we are talking about these storms moving at double the speed of yesterday. So these storms will get to Springfield way faster than the storms that we had yesterday, for reference. So just throwing that out there. If you are in Missouri and you're watching yesterday's stream, or if you're in Arkansas, these are not your slow snail moving storms. These are moving very fast, pretty much at highway speeds almost here across Missouri and Arkansas. Still got a small little mezzo near Highway 8 coming up on Odin and Mount Ida. Keeping an eye on that as that moves to the northeast. No tornado warning on that quite yet. Lots of rotation right now west of Springfield. This is our most recent scan. It just came in. Nothing confirmed as of right now, but the rotation is the strongest over near La Russell, one along I-44, and one near Wentworth. We have another little area of rotation attempting to form on the very bottom of your screen. This is going to be just outside of the tornado warning. This is coming up towards Mount Vernon and Hoburg. So we might get a new tornado warning on that if that's able to ramp up, but our 3 main areas of rotation are all included in our active tornado warning. I think they'll issue a new tornado warning in a moment going towards Highway 96, just to the west of Springfield. So we should get a new warning here in a moment, just south of Lockwood near Highway 96. Thank you, Dylan, for the super chat. In-laws are hooked to the stream. It's pronounced Monet. Thank you. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we're looking at a few damage reports north of Joplin. So we have had a couple of them that we've already mentioned, but there was another one about trees down and damage to a barn. The other thing, too, if you want to pull up my radar, these reports are in an almost perfectly straight line, and this is the exact area where we may have saw that small CC drop, and it was right underneath our velocity couplet. So I do believe that we probably did have a tornado on the ground here.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. And I agree. I mean, literally the damage reports are pretty much linear with where that strongest area of rotation was. And there was also a roof ripped off a building here near Carl Junction. That was another report that we've gotten there near Carl Junction. So pretty good chance that we had a tornado. And here's that other report there, trees down and damage to a barn there just north of Carthage. We haven't had any recent reports, but again, reports can be delayed. They usually take upwards of 30 minutes to an hour to actually come in. So it might take a little bit of time before we actually get something a bit more solidified further off to the north and east. All right, we do have a new SPC outlook for today. The Storm Prediction Center has just issued their outlook for the rest of this afternoon and evening. And here's the risk outline. So they've condensed the risk just slightly. So the slight and marginal threats are pushed more to the east. So most of Oklahoma is now out of this risk. Not the entire state, but most of the state is out of this risk. We still have our enhanced risk. That has not changed across Missouri back into northern Arkansas. What I find very weird about this is that the enhanced risk looks like an Easter egg. It almost does. It's not far from it. So Easter Sunday, I don't know if that was intentional, but it looked like to me more of like an Easter egg or something like that. Slight risk of severe weather goes back into western Illinois and also back into northwestern Louisiana, and the strong tornado threat has not changed. They still have the same area outlined where strong, potentially even long track tornadoes are possible. The only way we really get long track tornadoes is if we end up seeing something that is more discreet out in front of our line of thunderstorms, which we don't know if we're going to see that. That's more conditional, but it is a possibility. Damaging winds, again, being one of the reasons why also that we have an enhanced risk. But that's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. Very minor changes to the forecast. The only really main change was that most of Oklahoma is not in the risk anymore. All right, new radar scan is coming in as we speak. Again, we still have several areas of rotation right now west of Springfield, Missouri. I would assume we're going to get a new warning here in a moment to include more areas here. Huge shout out to Crystal with a very generous $50 super chat. Is there always a tornado if there's hail? We can have storms that produce tornadoes without hail. Hail is not like a requirement for tornadoes to happen. That happens actually quite often. Many storms do not produce many storms that produce tornadoes don't have hail. Not all of them, but some of them do. If you look at like a Dixie Alley setup, Dixie Alley does not see hail very often. It's more than anything usually tornadoes if we have like supercells out there, and they're usually high precip storms as well. Makes it hard to even see the tornadoes as well. But a lot of the time hail is not like, if we have too much hail, actually sometimes we will not see tornadoes. So if there's a low amount of hail or no hail, that's actually more favorable for tornadoes to happen. We do have an upgrade on our severe thunderstorm warning here near Springfield. This is a massive severe thunderstorm warning. It's this entire yellow box here just west of Springfield all the way back up towards Appleton City. They've just upgraded it to now 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there is a tornado possible label on this entire segment of storms. So embedded tornadoes in this line is a possibility over the next few hours. All right, we still have several areas of rotation right now near the Stott City area near Mount Vernon. But nothing currently producing. Just a large area, again, of some rotation near I-44. I'm going to put bottom... I don't know what camera I want to put this on. I won't put it anywhere yet. And we just got another considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This one will be back up in northwestern Arkansas. Berryville, Eureka Springs, and Green Forest. You are now included in a new severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. They've also put a tornado possible label on this. We have a broad area of rotation currently heading up towards Eureka Springs, Berryville, and then long term that'll be heading towards Branson, Missouri. So yeah, we have a little area of rotation there. Riley mentioned that about half an hour ago back over near Fayetteville, and it's still rotating. It's just a broad area of circulation right now. It will eventually track up towards the Missouri and Arkansas border. They have canceled all the tornado warnings in Arkansas for the time being. These storms that are discrete have become very messy. They're not very organized. They have been rotating, but they're just, again, not very organized at this point. We've had a lot of negative storm interactions here over the last half hour near Magazine through Waldron. However, if these can become more organized and become more of one just big discrete supercell, we could easily have a tornado threat with this as this goes towards I-40 and Clarksville. And we are still keeping a close eye on at least some broad rotation in southwest Arkansas, but for right now, not too concerned about that activity. And then further north, back up near El Dorado Springs in western Missouri, we still have a large area of rotation that is trying to produce a tornado. We already had at least one tornado, we think, back near Joplin. If we get a new one, it would be going towards Osceola and Lowry City. I do think they'll issue a new tornado warning here in a few minutes to include Appleton City, Lowry City, and Osceola. So we should see a new tornado warning here in a few minutes, as that warning expires in 22 minutes, but the rotation will be moving outside of the warning in the next 5 minutes or so. All right, new radar scans coming in for the storm near Springfield here in just a second, or west of Springfield. So we'll wait for that. Real quickly, I do want to show you guys something that happened earlier. If you have not already seen, we had a couple of different crazy shots of tornadoes that happened earlier. This is one that Jordan Hall had back over southwest of Fulton in Missouri. This was approximately at 1:40 p.m. We had a large tornado that happened near Fulton, Missouri. It was unbelievable, actually, watching this in real time. If you go back to the very beginning of the stream, you can see it in real time. I highly recommend, if you're not in the path of the severe weather right now, go back and watch the first like 2 or 3 minutes. It'll give you an idea of how quickly a large tornado can form and also how fast it can evaporate and go away. I mean, it literally went away so fast. But it was on the ground for about 2 or 3 minutes near Fulton. It was a sizable tornado, not a PDS tornado warning, even though it would have probably easily been one if it stayed on the ground even for just maybe like 2 more minutes. But that was one of the tornadoes that we've had so far today, and we've at least had, if we include the Joplin one, which we think the Joplin one was a tornado, we've at least had 3 tornadoes today. Jordan Hall also had another tornado at about 11:30. Also, they just have canceled the tornado warning west of Springfield. I personally do not agree with that. We have an area of rotation south of Mount Vernon, and we still have a little bit of rotation west of Miller. Rotation near Monette, or Monette, is a little bit on the stronger side of things there, just north of Monette. That one might get tornado warned. We could get a QLCS tornado with that. Also, I do want to clarify that this is not live, like what I'm about to show you, but this was the tornado that happened back over near southwest of Fulton earlier. So, again, this was our discrete supercell that happened. Again, this is not live. This was about an hour ago at the beginning of our stream. But that was the large tornado that happened. Again, this is Storm Chaser Ben Williams, who was able to capture this crazy shot of this tornado. And again, sizable tornado. It had very violent motion near the surface and did pick up a lot of debris. Also, I don't know what happened to Corey, Brandon, but we're going to take it off Brandon because I think he accidentally clicked the button. Still have some rotation right now near El Dorado Springs, coming up on Osceola in western Missouri. Again, area of rotation is going to be going towards Osceola over the next few minutes. I would assume we're going to have a new tornado warning in a few moments for this storm. Still enough rotation, in my opinion, for a warning. It is getting close to lifting north of our warm frontal boundary, and if it's able to lift north of the boundary, it will not be as concerning for a tornado risk. But we are still keeping an eye on that. We are starting to get some damage reports back over near Fulton of multiple trees down near Guthrie. And we also have a roof that was partially peeled off a home. 18 to 20 inch diameter tree branches were snapped from multiple trees about 3 to 4 feet off the ground. So that was from the tornado that we just showed you southwest of Fulton. And so those are some of the reports that we are at least initially getting back over in central Missouri. We will have a new radar scan for the storms west of Springfield in a moment. Depending if this rotation increases a bit more, I'm still surprised we don't have a tornado warning on any of this activity, but we definitely have some rotation just south of Mount Vernon. That could become tornadic here very soon. This is the latest scan that is coming in. Yeah, latest scan still showing several areas of rotation west of Springfield. Definitely have a wind threat here, but there are a couple areas that we're still watching for some stronger rotation right along I-44. This is actually a live shot currently. Let's go full cam to this. This is live on I-44 near Mount Vernon. So this is looking at the storm, and there might be something in the middle there. Trying to look. So this is on one of the traffic cams on the Missouri dot traffic cam back over near Hoburg and Mount Vernon. Might be a little lowering right there in the middle of your screen. Very middle left, kind of left of that tower. Kind of looks like something right there in the middle of your screen. This is at mile marker 47. And again, we have a lot of precipitation out there today, so any tornadoes that happen are probably going to be very hard to see. This one might be visible, though. We'll have to wait and see if we get one. But there's definitely rotation, and it looks like we have a little lowering there in the middle of your screen. It's very faint. Brandon is not live, by the way. I don't know, or Brandon is live, but I don't know why that thing is doing that. Let me do this, and let's do that. Okay, let me go back to the 3-cam view like that. We'll put the camera bottom left of your screen. And that right there, west of Mount Vernon, is the main area of rotation that we're looking at right now along this line of thunderstorms. There has been some rotation here, and QLCS tornado threat possible as that tracks up I-44. It will eventually be tracking towards Springfield. So if you're back over in Springfield, Missouri, again, continue to stay weather aware. I'm surprised we don't have a tornado warning on it, but nonetheless, definitely still a storm to watch for. We also have a little bit of a hook forming back up to the north. This is going to be west of Miller. Little inflow going to the storm too, and this could become tornadic as that goes towards Everton and as well as Ash Grove. That's another storm that we need to keep an eye on. This is back to that full cam shot of that storm rolling in right along I-44. It looks like there's some rotation. Yeah, very low clouds here. Right side of your screen and middle. They're very low clouds. And again, we have several areas of rotation right along the leading edge of this near Mount Vernon. Brandon's having major tech problems. Oh, is that what's happening? Yeah, I'm well aware. That was not a live video of Copic. I accidentally had it up. And this is the storm right now, right along I-44 near Mount Vernon. Keeping an eye out to see if we might get a brief tornado on along this line of storms. There is some rotation. It'll be tracking towards Halltown and Miller. Is QLCS tornadoes the biggest threat, or will there be more isolated supercells? The isolated supercell potential is higher the further south you go, so Arkansas has a much better chance of that, but we could still see a couple of those even in southern Missouri. But we will be watching for a QLCS tornado threat as well, and that's what's happening here right now. Latest scan showing not really as much rotation, more of a wind threat here coming into Mount Vernon, Missouri. We have a little bit of spin still, but not seeing anything definitively on radar. So this is a live shot of the storm rolling in. We should see the winds really pick up here over the next few minutes as well. We're gonna put that bottom left for just the time being. Again, this is the storm that we're looking at right now. Again, a segment of storms right now that's all linear, that is producing the potential for damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour and the potential for an isolated spin-up tornado or two. They just shifted the camera view. This is... Oh, they're moving it around now. Now we're looking to the south, I think? Or no, we're looking north. So they shifted the camera now looking north. And the winds are starting to ramp up now. It's in Mount Vernon. So here comes the wind. Again, damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour possible along I-70, heading towards Springfield and Ash Grove. See if the wind really picks up here or not. They just updated the warning. It is still 70 mile per hour winds back over near Lockwood and Greenfield. Had a little surge of wind. It's not really that strong right now. It might be still coming in right now, but the winds did not seem overly strong. Just very brief. Also, just heads up, the tornado warning here in western Missouri is about to end, so we are going to be back down to no tornado warnings here in a moment, because this one doesn't look like they're going to extend it. We still have a little bit of rotation, but I do think this is now lifted more to the north of our warm front, which means it's not going to be as favorable for a tornado risk in the short term. It will be coming up on Highway 13. Damaging winds will continue to be a concern, but the tornado threat at least low for the time being. We really should start to see our tornado risk increase here across southwestern Missouri and Arkansas over the next hour or so. I do anticipate it to start to ramp up, especially if storms can stay a bit more separated. We are watching several storms with little mesos, basically meaning little areas of rotation south of Boonville. Multiple different little storms have fired up, and they are beginning to ramp up a bit more. The one off here towards Nashville, we have actually a couple storms that are beginning to rotate near Dirks and Daisy. Not imminent tornado risks, but they could become a bit more concerning here soon. And this is back over in Mount Vernon, and it looks like it's now picking up more. So Mount Vernon, Missouri, where we had a couple of possible QLCS tornadoes trying to form. The wind is picking up a little bit more now. And yeah, the wind's definitely picking up. This is definitely around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Can you look at the severe warning storm west of Macon, Missouri? Yeah, we can look at it here in a second. Actually, that's pretty interesting. Well, obviously, we're watching right now a very strong severe storm right now moving through west side of Springfield. The storm up near Macon is a little bit more interesting, but it should stay elevated. I'll talk more about it here in a second. Winds are definitely strong here west of Springfield, that's for sure. And again, the tornado threat could increase as these get closer to Springfield. We still have a couple little areas of rotation, which are QLCS tornadoes that are trying to develop. This is definitely 60 to 70 mile per hour winds here right along I-44. So if you are somebody that's traveling along I-44 right now, anywhere around or just west of Springfield, definitely a heads up. Back over near Mount Vernon, Missouri, we are definitely talking about 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with this severe storm, and we could even get a couple of tornadoes out of this segment as it continues to track to the east. But these are definitely some high winds right now moving through this area. All right, back over to live radar. I do want to point out a couple of things. So somebody was just asking about Macon in Missouri. We have one storm way back up here to the north near Kirksville. And you might be thinking it's discrete, might produce a tornado. Well, not necessarily. It's not in a very favorable environment for that. The temperatures are in the upper 50s up here, and the dew points are only in the mid to upper 50s as well. So this should be mainly an elevated hailstorm with as well as a little bit of damaging winds. Not really expecting much of a severe weather risk out of this particular storm when it comes to at least tornadoes, but there will continue to be at least some quarter-sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds as that moves to the north. We do still have a few storms that are trying to go here in northeastern Missouri. Again, these are ones that could become more concerning if they are able to form, but I think for the most part, these are all north of the warm front. So if they can stay north of the warm front, we shouldn't really see much of a tornado risk out of that activity. West of Springfield, again, we got a significant line of thunderstorms that's going to be knocking on your doorstep in Springfield, Ash Grove, and Bolivar here very soon, with significant damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour, and we could start to see a few tornadoes be coming into play with some of the rotation that we're starting to see on the leading edge of this line. We still have a little bit of rotation near Aura that's going to be heading up towards Springfield. We have a little bit of rotation that's trying to get going near Mount Vernon that's heading towards Ash Grove, and a little bit near Willard. Speaking more about Missouri, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm sure you saw me drawing it, but I have a beautiful picture over on the second computer of our current temperatures in Missouri. Obviously we've been talking about sort of two separate lines of storms. We have our linear convection over here near the blue line, and we have our more discrete convection over here in this area. Anything that has actually been able to be a proper storm that's well rooted in the environment and then work its way over the warm threat or the warm front has almost instantly produced a tornado upon reaching the warm front. So our warm front is going to continue down here over the next couple of hours as we also see this front work its way east. I personally think that our highest chance for a strong tornado would be up here along our warm front. Anything that goes across that line will produce our tornado. Of course, we also have our QLCS threat over here along our other front. And this is going to work its way throughout the state for basically the entire day. We're kind of seeing this play out exactly how we thought it would. So as long as we keep an eye on that line of temperatures, as soon as if you're standing outside and you feel that the temperature is cooler than it was earlier, guess what? You're probably out of the threat for the rest of the day.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, we are getting some damage reports. This is going to be back over in Missouri. This is from Tornado Pagey. This is over in Milford, Missouri. So this is an area that we've had some supercells go through. We've also had we had at least, I think, one tornado near Joplin not long ago. And this is a view of some of the damage that has come out of this area from Tornado Pagey. And you'll notice that there are some tree branches down here on the roadway, which is at least some sort of wind damage here. And then also, the next photo here also showing some of the tree damage here in and around Milford, Missouri, and then also power lines reportedly down as well. But definitely a lot of trees down in this area. High winds, definitely a factor. Now, not all the time when we have tornado warning cells do we have tornadoes, but with the storm that we had here, again, this was a long-tracked supercell that was embedded in our line of thunderstorms that was rotating the entire time. And you can see the swath here of different damage reports that we've had. We have multiple, we actually have more new reports now coming in north of Carthage, but plenty of trees and power lines down from that storm. And that one, we do think at least produced a tornado west of Joplin. We're not sure if it did further to the north of Carthage, but nonetheless, a lot of damage reports coming out from that storm, which is now all the way back up here near El Dorado Springs, moving towards Warsaw. We have two new severe thunderstorm warnings. They are both massive. We have a new one just south of Sedalia near Bolivar, Missouri, and we also have one for Springfield going back down through Branson and Forsyth. And this is going to be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. And there's also a tornado possible label on the segment, as we could easily see a couple of tornadoes embedded in this line of thunderstorms. And this extends, by the way, all the way down into western Arkansas. We pretty much have severe warnings stretching about let me get a measurement here. This is about 300 miles or so, 257 to be exact, 257 miles of straight up severe thunderstorm warnings that stretch all the way from central Missouri back into western Arkansas. But the other one also for Harrison and Green Forest, and also looks like we have a little bit more rotation now developing near Huntsville. So a little bit of rotation right now near Huntsville, Arkansas, that's going towards Hugh and Harrison. So we may get a tornado out of this storm at some point down the road as that eventually goes towards Berryville. Look at all these areas of rotation. All the way west of Hot Springs, we got we got like 3 different areas of broad mid-level rotation that's developing here in western Arkansas. And these are not imminent threats, but if these storms can stay discreet, our tornado threat would be more elevated in Arkansas. So we need to keep an eye on that activity. Also, the tornado warning has now officially been canceled. So we are going to be back down to no tornado warnings here, which is a shocker here in the last couple days. We've basically had tornado warnings at any given time. So we are back down to no tornado warnings for the time being. I know it says 1. It'll go away in 2 minutes. Shout out to Katie with the super chat. Happy Easter. Appreciate that. Happy Easter to anybody that celebrates. Hopefully everybody's had a good Easter so far, and hopefully it has not been anything, you know, crazy in terms of severe weather. This is, let's see. This is a low contrast photo from our tornado earlier back over near, what was this? This is north of Jefferson City. Just outside of Jefferson City, we had a large tornado earlier, so a low contrast view of that tornado that we had earlier. And just kind of interesting to see how, I mean, again, if you go back to the beginning of the stream, you would see it. It was a pretty sizable tornado that was on the ground for 2 to 3 minutes. That was near Fulton. We have a few damage reports there, again, of a roof being partially ripped off a building and also some tree damage in the area. It was honestly not super surprising with how that tornado evolved. Where is Freddy right now? Freddy is currently coming up on our tornado warned cell, our storm that was tornado warned, back up near Warsaw. We're gonna put him bottom right of your screen. And so he's currently back up here near Warsaw. He's coming in on the significant wind threat right now north of Bolivia. We'll keep an eye on him. Back over in Springfield, once again, if you're in this warning, stay away from windows. We got significant damaging winds upcoming, and there will be a potential for an isolated tornado as these storms do move into Springfield, Republic, Nixa, and as well as Ash Grove. Hey, Wolfie, for the very generous super chat. What will the storms be like when they reach St. Louis? So I think the St. Louis area is going to be dealing with at least some severe weather this evening. I don't think we're going to be talking about a significant tornado threat, but there will still be a chance for an isolated tornado or two. This is a look at the future radar across all of Missouri here this afternoon. So by around 4 to 5 o'clock, we are still talking about a significant line of thunderstorms rolling across Springfield, going through Rolla, and eventually tracking up towards St. Louis, where damaging winds will continue and also a few tornadoes. By 6 to 7 o'clock, this line will become a bit weaker, but it will still be producing scattered damaging winds and also a couple of tornadoes as it approaches the St. Louis Metro, Quincy, and also back through Mountain Home. And then by 9 to 10 o'clock, these storms are going to be weakening as they move into Illinois. There will still be some wind and a low tornado risk, and I do think if we still have any sort of tornado threat after 9 o'clock, it'll be mostly near Cape Girardeau, whatever it is, going through Carbondale and eventually going into western Tennessee. And then back over in Arkansas, it's a bit different of a story. Our peak of our tornado threat here should be around 4 to 6 o'clock with more discrete supercells attempting to fire off. It's not a slam dunk forecast, but if we do get discrete supercells, the strong tornado threat is going to be more elevated, especially north of Little Rock. But a few tornadoes are possible pretty much anywhere across central, northern, or southern Arkansas. And then eventually by around 10 to 11 o'clock, those storms are weakening as they approach the Mississippi River Valley. Thank you, Kathleen, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. All right, we are officially back down to no tornado warnings. The one that we had back up north of El Dorado Springs has now been allowed to expire. So that's good news, but we are still monitoring the potential for an isolated tornado threat here over the next 30 minutes near Springfield and a few other areas as well. Is Monet clear? Yeah, Monet is now clear from this threat, so I'm not too concerned about Monet at this point. I don't want to throw it out there. Kind of a little bit of something that's interesting, not related to the line of storms that we have, but back over here, southeast of Wichita, we actually have like a small little cold core threat that's trying to evolve here. All right, pull up velocities again. The little cold core threat, mainly small hail and gusty winds, could see a little brief spin up or tornado over here in northeast Oklahoma or southeast Kansas this afternoon. It's a pretty low chance, but that's right near our low pressure center, so something to keep an eye on. All right, let's see what cameras we have coming up in Springfield. All right, we're gonna go to this cam and put that here. This is live right now near, let's go full cam to this. This is going to be live back over just outside of Springfield. This is in Halltown, which we will be seeing damaging winds here over the next couple of minutes. Halltown is right in the middle here of your screen near Plano. Got a little hook trying to form back up near Ash Grove, but the velocity is not really showing much of any rotation. But the wind is beginning to pick up a little bit. You can see it on the bottom of your screen. So we got some damaging winds now rolling through, and here comes the wind. So this is some of the wind that's going to be approaching Springfield here over the next hour. What's my prediction for Rolla, Missouri? I think damaging winds is the biggest concern, but there could be a couple of tornadoes embedded in the line. So here comes the wind again. This is right along I-20, or sorry, I-24 near or east of Mount Vernon near Halltown. Wind is really picking up, and visibility is very low on the roadways. Anybody that's traveling westbound is going to have a hard time seeing, purely because of the rain coming right against their windshield, how strong the winds are. And the visibility has dropped to very low to almost zero now, so you can barely see anything now along I-44. So the winds are definitely very strong here. And yeah, the visibility dropped to basically zero. You can't even see anything anymore. You can actually see a truck that just drove by here on the screen. The wind is definitely very strong, though. All right, Riley has an update. I'm going to go pee real quick. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so just a little bit more information on that storm near Springfield. There is actually the smallest area of rotation on radar just south of the area of Halltown. I don't think this is worthy of a tornado warning yet. It's more rotating up in the air than it is down closer to the surface. However, if this mesocyclone does manage to stretch down to the ground a little bit more, it will probably receive a tornado warning. This would move basically right into the area of Springfield. So if you're in Springfield, be prepared to take shelter should a tornado warning be issued. Further off down here to the south, honestly, these storms are starting to look a little less impressive in terms of tornado potential. There are still a few embedded areas of rotation here, but they've been, for some reason, not really managing to tighten up. We did just get another new severe thunderstorm warning for that area with a tornado possible tag, but the storms will need to do a lot of work, in my opinion, before they're able to actually produce a tornado. They're just slightly struggling with the production of the mesocyclone right now. So that's probably why we haven't seen more tornado-producing storms down here. But sooner rather than later, they are going to figure those out.
All right, thank you,
Also,
Riley. Oh, sorry.
To talk about the storm reports. No, you're good. We did get more storm reports near Mount Vernon and El Dorado Springs. If you want to take a look at those, for some reason they're not loading in my radar yet.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Yeah, we do have a couple new storm reports coming in. South of El Dorado Springs in Missouri, there's a new report of uprooted trees at State Highway 97 and State Highway CC. So we are starting to get some damage reports. And again, this is a long track storm that was rotating for a long time, and it has now lifted into a much more stable and cold area. So it's mostly just wind and hail at this point, back over near Appleton City and Clinton. And then back over near Mount Vernon, we have a new report of a tree down south of State Highway 96 on Highway 97. So that's another report that's coming out there. All right, we'll go back to our 3-cam view. We'll have another camera coming up in a moment. Back over. Actually, I'm going to go and just put it on the screen, I think. I'll put it bottom middle of your screen. And then Freddy, bottom right, is on that storm back up near Warsaw. That has some low clouds there. Actually, let's go ahead and go over to Freddy. It's very far to the north. He's back up on that storm that was rotating for quite a while. So this is Freddie McKinney, which I don't know if he's frozen. He might be frozen. His audio's not working. Oh, okay. He's teleporting. I think he might be frozen. All right, we'll keep him bottom right for now. Actually, I think I'm gonna put him bottom middle. Do this. We'll do that, and then we'll do that. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna go back to Freddy. I think Freddy's back. Let's go to Freddy now. Alright. Oh, Freddy's gone. What is going on with Freddy?
While that happened,
there we go.
Pidge gift 20 members.
Hey, thank you for the 20 gifted there.
So
Pidge.
Freddy right now is back up
SpongeBob
near
gifted
Warsaw, Missouri. I can see how low the clouds are hanging down right now. This is a storm that's producing 70-mile-per-hour winds, and it was rotating at one point. It was tornado warned, no longer tornado warned right now. You can definitely see how low the clouds are. Again, still low signal area.
Underneath it.
Let me try to see. I don't know if it's just Freddy or if it's just me. Let me try to add him on here. Give me 1 second. Thank you, Missy, for the super chat. Appreciate that. If you are just tuning in again, we have no active tornado warnings. We are going to be spending a lot of time also talking about our threat for the rest of today. If you have questions, we'll be answering some of those here over the next little while. And again, Springfield being one of the greater concern areas as of right now for severe weather with damaging winds likely. Here is Freddie McKinney.
It gets to the left. Right over here.
It's in Osceola, Missouri, where there has been at least some rotation. But again, I do think that this storm has now moved into a more cold and stable air mass.
Wind shift here, though.
Tornado threat should be a bit
Every
lower.
Time we go up underneath
it's not
here,
zero.
There's like a wind shift.
There's got to be something.
I'm in Columbia, Missouri. The last map show the cold front to my or near here. Is it north or south to north? Well, right now our oh, Freddy is gone. All right. There's definitely low signal. Back up near Jefferson City and Columbia. I'm gonna put on the METAR data so you have an idea of where how warm the temperatures are. But our warm front is lifting to the north actively. So even if you're not, you're currently not to the, you're currently to the south of where, or no, you're to the north of the warm front. I cannot do directions. You are north of the warm front as of right now, but probably in about an hour, that warm front is going to be lifted off to your north, which means you'll be on the warmer and more unstable side of our atmosphere, which will eventually lead to the threat for severe weather in your region. So, and the tornado threat would also increase. Again, I think our greatest tornado threat will be really right where that warm front is with this segment of storms, and then further south, any discrete or semi-discrete storms will be able to produce a tornado threat as well. But yeah, once that front lifts off to your north, you're definitely going to have a bit more of an elevated chance for an isolated tornado. All right, we do have a new tornado watch that has just been issued. This is going to be for Eastern Illinois, Western Illinois, Eastern Missouri, and Southeastern Iowa. This will go until 11 p.m. Central Time, where a couple of strong tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail up to the size of ping pong balls is also possible, and then scattered damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is likely. I'm going to get the probabilities on this watch here pulled up in just a second. But this is now our second tornado watch of the day. Which is not surprising. That will be an area that we're watching for as we go into the mid to late afternoon and early evening. We're kind of approaching the mid-afternoon now, but by the late afternoon and early evening, the threat of severe weather will ramp up there, especially if we get any sort of prefrontal convection. And if we go over to the significant tornado parameter values for today, I do want to pull those up. These are your significant tornado parameter values for today. And notice right around 4 o'clock, so what I have pictured here is 4 p.m. Central Time, about 20 minutes from now, we still have a very favorable environment for tornadoes across the board in both Arkansas, Missouri, and Western Illinois. These values are a little bit lower than what we had yesterday in North Texas, for example, but granted, North Texas was a bit more of a conditional risk for tornadoes, but nonetheless, these values are still high enough to the point where we could end up seeing a few tornadoes, especially around 5 to 6 o'clock, where all the numbers here are around 3, 4, and even some 5s showing up there in central eastern Missouri near St. Louis, back into western Illinois. So we are anticipating the potential for at least a few tornadoes across the board. And then back over in Arkansas, our tornado risk will stay at least slightly elevated. Again, if any storms are discrete, those will be the ones that are able to produce tornadoes. Our wind shear is very strong out of the southwest, so we have a lot of bulk shear today with 60 to 70 knots of wind, which is going to elevate our tornado risk as well. And that's what's going to also help to produce the potential for strong strong tornadoes. What I do think gets a little interesting by around 7 o'clock, if we are able to get any storms in this area near our triple point, this area could end up having a bit more of an elevated tornado risk where our warm front is, and then also where our line of storms is. And again, if we get any supercells out in front of the line, those will be able to produce tornadoes. So I wouldn't rule out a strong tornado or two in and around St. Louis. I think our tornado risk by around 9 to 10 o'clock is very low to near zero, which is why this tornado watch in particular currently only goes until 11 o'clock. So that is what I'm thinking as of right now for our tornado risk for today. Also, in case you missed it, this is... Find it. This is the current tornado watch that we have in place, which includes Arkansas, eastern Oklahoma, northwestern Louisiana, northeast Texas, and a large chunk of Missouri. This goes until 7 o'clock Central Time, where the Storm Prediction Center has mentioned that several tornadoes are likely. Damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour is also likely, and then scattered ping pong ball sized hail will be possible. All right, we do have significant damaging winds currently approaching Springfield. It is all about to hit the I-40. It's going right along the I-44 corridor and heading into Springfield here over the next few minutes. If you are in Springfield, Missouri, you need to be away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We do have some cameras that are coming up here, so we're going to keep an eye on those. We'll put them up on the screen as well. Bottom middle of your, or no, bottom right of your screen, that is a live shot where the wind is about to pick up a lot here over the next couple of minutes. And then bottom left, we're about to change that to another camera that's here in the Springfield area, unless that one's not in the program. Doesn't look like it is. Let's try this one. Yeah, that one is. Right, so bottom left is going to be another camera that's in the near path of this. Thank you, Barbara, for the super chat. Ozark, Missouri. Ozark is mainly a damaging wind risk as of right now. Anywhere in and around Springfield, we're talking about 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The tornado threat here is not zero. It's on the low side of things for the time being. I'm kind of surprised that the rotation didn't stay stronger for a longer period of time. But back over near Mount Vernon, we had a bunch of rotation. That is all, for the most part, become a lot weaker here over the last little while. So right now, mainly a wind threat, but we could still see a spin-up tornado here. We're keeping an eye on it. Let me take off the METAR data. Yeah, so far we still have a few areas of rotation west of Hot Springs. I mean, there's no area of rotation to me that's popping out on radar that looks like it's about to drop a tornado. Everything's fairly broad as of right now for rotation. We'll see if that changes. Will I be covering St. Louis? I think we're gonna be live here up until at least 9 or 10 o'clock. So we will be live covering probably through St. Louis as long as the weather stays significant enough. And if we are for some reason not live by that time, Riley will be live covering that. But I think we'll at least be live for the next 4 to 5 hours, if not longer. Thank you, Sarah, for the very generous super chat. Really appreciate that. W's in the chat for Sarah. What is METAR data? It's essentially airports and other things that are collecting our temperatures. So we have a lot of different like METAR data that we can collect. We have a lot in the, we have one in the Springfield area. We got one over near Monet. This gives us an idea of our temperature and dew point, wind speeds, all that stuff that's being measured by weather stations. So it's helpful information to have. Thank you, Linda, for the very generous super chat. Appreciate that. Keep the tornado away from me. We'll try our best. So far, it's been all right for the last little bit. I mean, it's mostly wind as of right now. That could always change, but it's been a lot of wind so far. And the wind's about to pick up in the Springfield area. Let's see where this camera's located again. Yeah, wind's picking up right now. Let's go to Camp 3. This is live in just outside of Springfield. You can see how the wind's really rapidly picking up right now. We're at least getting some gusty winds right now. Should get some damaging winds over the next couple minutes as this storm really rolls through. We at least got some of the gusty winds, probably the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms, but it should get a lot windier here in the next couple minutes. We got a tornado watch until 11 p.m. tonight. Yeah, for some of us, it's going to be a little bit of a long afternoon and evening. Luckily, most of the severe weather out there is going to be like a 3 to 4 hour window. So at least it's not like a 12-hour window or something like that. You're dealing with severe storms. Thank you, Steven, for the very generous super chat. Appreciate that. And this is live on the Missouri camera here, just outside of Springfield, where our wind is about to pick up a lot, I think, over the next couple minutes. Wind's still picking up. It's been mostly gusty so far. This camera in particular is positioned in a place where the wind should be the highest. But so far, it's just been gusty winds, not damaging. Might change in the next couple minutes. The rain hasn't really picked up yet. What's the Chicago southwest suburbs looking like later today? Installing a new gazebo right now. The threat of severe weather up there in southwestern Illinois, or sorry, northeastern Illinois is pretty low in the southwestern suburbs. I would only expect a little bit of isolated damaging winds. Other than that, not expecting much. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did just get 2 special weather statements for our cold core storms near Kansas-Oklahoma border. I actually think the one south of Coffeyville has a pretty decent chance at producing a tornado here.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, there is rotation here. A little bit of rotation here, South Coffeyville and northeastern Oklahoma. I believe the Storm Prediction Center removed the risk of severe weather here too. Maybe not. They're kind of on the basically the cusp here of this marginal threat. There's also a storm near Canny that's trying to rotate too. So we got a couple storms to watch for here. We could actually end up getting a cold core tornado setup here, which is kind of surprising out here in northeastern Oklahoma and southeastern Kansas. A couple storms trying to rotate right now. The one here again being the one that's more concerning, at least in the short term. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. All right, we'll go back to Springfield. Let's go further to the north. See if there's any rotation. Again, so far, a lot of our rotation's been pretty broad. There might be a little bit of something trying to form here near Hackney on the north side of Springfield. Maybe a small little area of rotation trying to form. It's not much. But that might be something to keep an eye on. Slight uptick in our velocities going away from the radar over Hackney here in the last couple minutes. We got strong winds going right along I-44 coming into Springfield right now. This is a live shot in Springfield, or just outside of Springfield, and the wind's picking up a bit more now. So this is more of what we should be seeing. Damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour, and yeah, the wind's definitely picking up now. So just took a few minutes. We got our outflow boundary more than likely. That gust front probably came through, produced some gusty winds, and now the wind is definitely starting to pick up. I would say right now, again, just measuring it from my own eyeballs, that's probably around 50 to 60 miles per hour. I don't see anything near 70 yet. Back over near Halltown, it looked like it was closer to 70. This is just outside of Brookline, near I-44. Wind is continuing to stay strong here. It's been pretty gusty here for about 10-15 minutes, but nothing really above 65-70 from my visual estimation. Max measures winds with his own eyes. We got that like gene or something in us. Some of those cars are flying. There's a lot of water on the roadways. I mean, again, the flooding has been a big concern. We've had a lot of rain over the last 48 hours, and this also goes on top of the rain that we saw at the, the beginning of April. The beginning of April, we had a ton of rain, and we have even more that's falling right now, and that's why we have flash flood warnings in effect. Lots of puddling on the roadways, and we've had many flash flood reports just south of Springfield, and even some water rescues, so... Back over in northern Arkansas, there is an area of rotation attempting to develop near Hugh again. So that'll be a storm to watch for. Little area of rotation right now near Hugh. That's tracking up towards Omaha and Diamond City and Bergman. So stay weather aware if you're in these areas. Potential tornado threat going to try to ramp up here soon. Got a little area of rotation right over Hugh. And then back south of Springfield, I'm not seeing anything definitively that's that concerning. We had a little attempt here of a little bit of rotation near Branson, but that's not enough really to be that concerned about. Let's see what this one near Springfield looks like. Curious to see if that's upticked at all or not. Here's the latest scan. And yeah, we actually have a couple little areas of rotation developing north of Springfield. And we might get a tornado warning on the one near Hackney here soon. That one's upticked a little bit over the last couple scans. I think we'll probably get a tornado warning in a few minutes if that continues. If we do, it'll go towards Pleasant Hope, Goodnight, and eventually towards Buffalo. A little uptick in rotation. There might be a small uptick trying to happen near Nixa as well. Nothing imminent, but maybe in about 15-20 minutes, we could get a slightly higher tornado risk south of Springfield as well. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Just rain tonight for Des Moines? Yeah, Des Moines should be mostly rain, JCC. Appreciate the super chat. Is there a new NATO cast outlook? Do we have to check it out? I haven't even showed NATO cast today. It's probably a good reason why. I have not showed it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We'll show it in a second. We do have a brand new tornado warning in northwest Arkansas. We just talked about the storm. This is going to be back over near Harrison. Also near Omaha, Diamond City, and Bergman. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Main area of rotation is near Howe, and it's coming up on Diamond City over the next 10 to 15 minutes. They did not issue a warning for Howe. I believe this is a different CWA region, which is why they're not in the warning right now. So we'll see if the other National Weather Service office decides to issue a warning there, but if not, rotation is going to be coming up anyway into the warning in the next like 3 or 4 minutes, so I don't think they will issue one there. I wouldn't be surprised if the Springfield National Weather Service office issues a tornado warning for either one of these areas of rotation. We at least have a little bit of rotation coming up into Pleasant Hope, Goodnight, and then eventually tracking towards Highway 65. So we need to keep a very close eye on this. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning up near Sedalia has just been upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there is also a tornado possible label on this. We actually have a lot of spin here. You can see all these storms kind of spinning here, but not really any evident rotation right now. We still have rotation in northeast Oklahoma and southern Kansas. 2 areas of rotation, one near Caney, one coming up towards Bartlett. Either one of these could produce the potential for an isolated tornado. That is a cold core tornado setup that we're keeping an eye on. Let's go back to Springfield. I have a new radar update here in a second. Still watching a tornado risk that's trying to ramp up right now north of Springfield. 2 areas of rotation that we're keeping an eye on, heading up towards Buffalo. We'll have a radar scan here in just a second. Shout out to Joseph, Nora, and Rachel for the Venmo donations. I appreciate that. Reporting on Easter. I appreciate that. Yeah, I am reporting on Easter today. We do go live even if it's a holiday. We will go live if there's weather happening. Holidays are not taken off here on this channel. should have a new radar update at any second. All right, here's the latest scan. And we're watching 2 areas of rotation north of Springfield. See what the velocities update has. No radar update for you? Seems like it. Let me go back. Let me try weather-wise. I don't know if it's just delayed or it's not updating. Oh, no, here it is. Okay, yeah, that's strong rotation right there. We got a strong area of rotation right now, northwest of Pleasant Hope. Strong enough, I think, for a tornado warning here. This is going to be heading up towards Halfway. It'll eventually go towards Buffalo and Lewisburg in Missouri. In my opinion, we probably should have a warning on that. Still have a tornado warning here again in northwestern Arkansas. If you're just tuning in, this is our only active tornado warning near Diamond City, Bergman, Harrison, and Omaha. So again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. Main area of rotations right over Howe, and it's going to be coming up into Bergman over the next 10 minutes. Harrison in about 6 to 7 minutes. Do we have any cameras over here? There's actually a camera coming up in Omaha, so we'll keep an eye on that. Another considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. At this point, we're pretty much talking about numerous to widespread damaging winds here across Missouri. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Versailles, Eldon, Laurie, and Lebanon, and that'll be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And there is also a tornado possible label on this. So we could see an isolated spin-up tornado out of this activity as it continues to track to the northeast. I'm a little surprised that we don't have a tornado warning on this, but there's enough rotation for one. Going towards Halfway and Buffalo. If you're in Halfway, Buffalo, or Pleasant Hope in Missouri, you should be in your safe place. Potential tornado risk there, trying to form. And the wind threat here near Springfield has been upgraded to observed. So they are observing around 70 mile per hour winds right now in the Springfield area, which is why we just saw an upgrade to the warning. Bottom left of your screen is also in downtown Springfield. Thank you, Carol, for the super chat. Stay zoomed out here for a second. National Weather Service is waiting for a call. It's not really how it works. Well, at least most offices don't do that. There's a rare, I mean, there's been occasions in the past where, like, I remember one of the offices, I won't name which one, but there was one office back, I think it was last year, where we had a tornado and it took like a long time for it to get issued, and I'm pretty sure they were just waiting for visual confirmation or something. And but it was literally on radar. Now, I'm not saying that's the same situation here, but this is also a QLCS spin-up tornado. Again, in my opinion, this should have a warning, but we'll see if it stays together. The velocities are still strong enough for, I feel like, a tornado warning for Halfway and Buffalo. QLCS tornadoes aren't always warned since they're very quick, but this one definitely could produce. It's very interesting to see all this storm activity spinning here. It's all spinning kind of around our low pressure system, or just to the northeast of where our low pressure system is. None of this really is producing a tornado risk right now, but there is definitely a chance that we could get a spin-up tornado in this activity near Sedalia and Clinton. A lot of damaging winds for sure. Let's go back to Springfield. We just got a new radar scan. Velocities will update in a second. If we were to have a tornado north of Springfield, it would be near Pleasant Hope or Goodnight. Those are the two areas where we have a couple little hooks heading up towards Buffalo and Halfway. This is live right now in... This is live in Springfield. And you can see the wind is really picking up. Water blowing across the roadway right to left. So we have some strong winds right now in Springfield, this is by the West Bypass and Sunshine Roads. Again, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is possible in Springfield. And there's also a lot of water on the roadways. Again, flooding is a concern. All right, latest radar scan. The rotation is a little bit weaker on our northern little hook that we have. The southern hook is a little bit stronger near Goodnight, near Pleasant Hope. That's going to be, again, coming up towards Highway 65. Buffalo will be in the path of this, and eventually Lebanon. Again, these tornadoes are usually really quick, so if we get one here, it's probably going to be a brief, quick tornado, but we definitely could get one in the next couple minutes. So stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. And then otherwise, further south of Springfield, not seeing much right now, aside from our tornado warning, which right now, south of Omaha, there's definitely a little bit of rotation there, so we're keeping an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just had an observed 59 mile per hour wind gust in Springfield.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. And that is, I believe, at the airport. If I'm not mistaken, or maybe not. Wait, what is this? It is an ASOS. So at the Springfield ASOS station, they did measure a 59 mile per hour wind gust. And that is probably what we're seeing right now roll through Springfield. Again, this is a live shot in Springfield. The wind is not as strong as before, but it was strong for a decent amount of time. I believe Cam 1 has a view of this too. No, Cam 1's pretty much just rain right now, but nonetheless, winds currently pretty strong. They are severe in the Springfield area. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds will continue here for the next little while. Again, these winds will probably last about 5 to 10 minutes, and after this line of storms passes, Springfield will be kind of out of the midst here of having severe weather. But damaging winds being the biggest concern as of right now. There are more cameras coming up. We're gonna keep pulling up more cameras and just kind of putting them in here whenever the wind's picking up in these areas. I know the cameras are not labeled on the bottom left and bottom right, but these are all in the Springfield area, so it's a little heads up. All right. Thank you, Roderick, for the super chat. Thank you for the Easter weather report, Max. Stay awesome from Drowning Creek. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you've had a good Easter as well. Might have a little bit of rotation ramping up west of Versailles. So we got a little broad area of rotation coming up on Cole Camp, Missouri, going towards Smithton and Tipton. So rotation's beginning to increase just a little bit here, heading up towards the Highway 50 stretch in western Missouri. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. That's an area where rotation will probably increase here over the next little while. By the way, I had somebody was asking about this earlier. I just want to actually talk about this because this is a good little topic to talk about. Somebody was asking about how you can tell if there's a tornado on the ground. So this is a couplet that we've had forming over the last few minutes near Goodnight, and this is our reflectivity. So if you were to have a tornado, it would be located right about here where my X is. All right, which the radar moved, but I'll go back. If you look at the correlation coefficient, you can see that there's this blue and green area that would usually indicate a tornado, but that is actually where our clear air is. That would be clear air contamination. So just to preface, whenever you're looking at radar, a lot of people do call it CC drops. That might look like that, but that was not a tornado. So just want to clarify that because I know somebody asked earlier. That's at least a decent example of what we're talking about with clear air contamination. And again, contamination can happen in lots of facets. Like if we have a big hail core, that can also affect our velocity. Like it can affect everything. It can affect velocities, the correlation coefficient, all that sort of stuff. Whenever we have massive hail falling, that can also really play with our velocities. So if we have let's just say we have a huge hail core here and our velocities are like off the charts off to the north and our radar site is coming from the south, that is also going to lead to a really contaminated velocity signature. Now in this case, we don't have that. And once again, the velocities are still strong enough for a tornado here, north of Springfield, heading up towards Buffalo, and also going towards Lewisburg. So rotation is still strong enough here to produce a tornado. We're keeping an eye on that. South of Springfield, I'm not seeing anything that's imminent for a tornado risk anywhere from Branson or Forsyth back through Springfield. It's mostly just gusty winds at this point, or damaging winds at this point. Not seeing anything tornadic. The tornado warning in northwestern Arkansas has been, at this point, just mostly wind. There's a little bit of rotation south of Omaha coming up on Diamond City and Bergman. And we are also beginning to see a lot of new severe thunderstorm warnings here across central and western parts of Arkansas, mainly damaging winds as of right now. But low tornado risk with this activity as it continues to move eastbound. Bottom right of your screen, the wind will be picking up here in the next few minutes at National and Sunshine in Springfield, which again, right now in Springfield, we are at least experiencing damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour. So the wind should pick up there in a second. We'll keep an eye on that. What is Carbondale, Illinois going to get? I think really anywhere in Illinois will be mostly...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Be mostly damaging winds. Maybe a low tornado risk. They have issued a tornado warning for the storm here for Dallas and Polk counties in Missouri. It's a storm that we've been talking about for quite some time. The velocities have been strong for the last several minutes, so they've gone ahead and issued the warning. You'll see it here now. So near Pleasant Oak, Buffalo, and Lewisburg, west of Phillipsburg, and west of Lebanon, you are now included in a tornado warning. Seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. As a reminder, flying debris is possible if we do get a tornado, so you definitely want to make sure that you are in a safe place. And if you are in a mobile home, you should be getting to a sturdy structure or getting into a ditch. Velocities, again, are still pretty strong right now near Buffalo, and we could still get a tornado on our other area of rotation that's been ongoing. That'll be tracking up towards Highway 32 over the next few minutes. All right, next radar scan will be in here in just a second. This is the 4:05 radar scan, so this is about 4 minutes old. The radar is updating every 4 minutes, so I'll have a new update in just a second. Tornado Pagey's actually in this area. I need to put them back on. Give me 1 second. We're gonna add... Oh, wait, they are in here. Oh, we can just put them up. All right, Tornado Pagey currently bottom right of your screen. They are on this tornado warning, so we're going to keep an eye on them. Latest radar scan is showing at least somewhat broader rotation. There's still an area of rotation here near Buffalo. The southern rotation has not really come together. So our main area that we're watching for is going to be going into Buffalo, Missouri over the next few minutes. So if we have a tornado, it'll be going right into the town of Buffalo over the next couple of minutes, and then it will eventually come up towards Cloverdale, Windyville, and Woodhill. And Buffalo, Missouri has about 3,500 people that live here. And if we had a tornado, it would be coming up towards the Taco Bell and the Dairy Queen on the south side of town, the Catfish Cafe, and also the Buffalo High School would be in the path of this. Donut Palace, Buffalo Municipal Airport is also in the path of a potential tornado. At the minimum, we're talking about damaging winds here. But there is actually an airport right in the or on the northeast side there, Buffalo. New severe thunderstorm warning for Seymour, Ava, just east of Springfield for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So they have downgraded our severe thunderstorm warning here to 60 mile per hour winds east of Springfield. I also just updated the tornado warning in northwestern Arkansas. This is still radar indicated rotation for Boone and Marion counties. Main area of rotation is going to be coming up on Diamond City over the next few minutes. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Mountain Home and Harrison for 60 mile per hour winds, and there's also a tornado possible label on that. So again, pretty much every storm across this line is rotating. None of them are rotating to the point where they need to be tornado warned, aside from the ones that are already tornado warned. But we have plenty of storms that are rotating here across this entire line that are going to be capable of tornadoes if they're able to organize. And if we go back over to Arkansas, west of Hot Springs, there's actually a little bit of a meso forming now in the storm near Mountain Pine. So this storm might become more concerning as it goes towards Springs Village if it can stay discreet and organized. Velocities are also increasing back over near a Mighty coming up on Hot Springs. So rotation's definitely strengthening here right along Highway 70 heading right towards Hot Springs. And I would expect a tornado warning on this here in a moment. That's actually pretty strong rotation. So we should have a tornado warning in a moment going towards Hot Springs. You can see the reds and greens mixing together here. Strong rotation. We're going right up Highway 70. And then a little bit of broad rotation near Russellville, Arkansas. I'm not too concerned about that right now. We'll have a new radar scan and from the Springfield radar site about 30 seconds. And if we have a tornado on the storm here north of Springfield, it'll be going into the town of Buffalo, Missouri over the next couple of minutes. Let's go over to Tornado Pagey. I think I can go to her, or maybe not. Is she updated?
The membership.
Let's go to here.
Notice.
Freddie. That is old. Okay, wait, give me 1 second. All right, Tornado Pagey, I'm going to put her on. This is from yesterday, but we're going to put her on from today. This is live. Tornado Pagey's currently in this tornado warning. Or outside of it. She's in Fairgrove, which is... Wait, where is she? I thought she was in it. Okay, she's just south of the tornado warning. Never mind. My apologies. But she is in this area, driving through a lot of the rain. She is tracking towards the tornado warning, though, near Buffalo. These storms are very fast, so it's hard to keep up with them as a storm chaser. Like yesterday, again, all the storms are moving mostly off to the north and east at like 25, 30 miles per hour, and today it's a little bit different. They're moving northeast at like 60 miles per hour, so much faster moving. For example, this tornado warning is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, compared to, again, most of our tornadic supercells yesterday that were moving at like 50, so very different story. All right, here's the latest radar scan near Buffalo. And as of 4:13, we still have clear air contamination over the town of Buffalo. That is not a tornado for reference. That is clear air contamination. Velocities will update here in a second. See if it's strong enough for there to be a tornado here. Again, if you're in Buffalo, this is your last chance in Buffalo, Missouri. You got to be in your safe place. And the latest scan is still showing a stronger area, at least a stronger area of circulation over the town of Buffalo. I don't think there's a tornado here. The couplet is not fully tight here, but there's enough rotation to get a brief tornado near Buffalo. That'll be heading up into the direction of Case, Grace, and Bidwell in the next 15 to 20 minutes, which is north of Lebanon, Missouri. So seek shelter if you're in that area. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, earlier in the stream we were talking about reports of roof ripped off northeast of Joplin. So it turns out I actually found a picture of that, and I wouldn't say the roof was ripped off. It seems like it was just some more generalized shingle damage. So hopefully this tornado that occurred over there was a little weaker than we thought.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Let's back over north and west of Joplin. And again, what we were talking about is this track of damage reports. We had a bunch of these black circles, which all indicate some sort of damage report. It started all the way back over in southeast Kansas, tracked right up through Joplin, or just northwest of Joplin, and then went right across I-49. And this was all from one rotating storm embedded in our line. We also have a new damage report over in Monette, which is an area that we had some damaging winds move through. Some power lines are down in Monette. That's as of about an hour ago from this line of thunderstorms that has now moved through Springfield and is now pushing into southern Missouri right now. We still have strong rotation southwest of Hot Springs. I don't know how we don't have a warning on this. The velocities are pretty strong right now. It's a discrete supercell north of a Mighty. It's coming up on Hot Springs, Arkansas. We really should have a tornado warning on this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't understand our timing. We have a new tornado warning. This will be for Hot Springs, Mountain Pine, north of a Mighty. Seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Heading up towards Hot Springs Village and Fountain Lake. Very strong rotation right now, north of a Mighty. And this is almost undoubtedly about to drop a tornado. Riley, go ahead.
Yeah, Max, there's actually a very similar looking storm north of that current tornado warning, basically like on the line of the tornado warning. I think it's about 15-20 minutes behind the storm that just got tornado warned in terms of tornado evolution. So sometime soon, this will probably get a warning as well.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, that northern storm also looks concerning. I do think they'll probably issue a warning on that here very soon. Velocities are definitely trending in the wrong direction, and we're probably going to get another tornado warning here soon. That'll be north and west of Hot Springs. But obviously, Hot Springs is a very populated area. So if you know any friends or family in Hot Springs, make sure that they're aware of this. This is a significant storm that is rotating quite a bit right now. We have very strong rotation north of Mighty. That's going to be tracking up towards Highway 270. And I would be surprised if this didn't drop a tornado with how strong the rotation is. And with the environment that we have today, we have a lot of wind shear, and this particular storm will thrive in an environment like what we have. So you need to take this very seriously if you are in the Hot Springs area. There will be some cameras also in Hot Springs, so we'll be keeping an eye on those. Currently, it looks pretty much like a normal day in Hot Springs. Cloud cover is not really too crazy there, but probably about 15-20 minutes from now, it's going to get very dark and ominous in Hot Springs, and the velocities, again, very strong. This is, again, kind of mid-level to low-level rotation, since our radar site's a bit further away, but it is definitely indicating some very strong rotation. It'll be heading into Hot Springs in about 15 to 20 minutes. But you should be getting to your safe place as soon as possible. That other rotation's over at Vant right now, and that's going to be coming up towards Highway 7 and 314, south of Ola and Danville. Perryville will eventually be in the track of that area of rotation, so we need to keep an eye on that. Our tornado warning in northwest, or really far northwestern, northern parts of Arkansas, we still have some broad rotation. I don't know if they're going to continue this tornado warning. It doesn't look overly impressive. It's just mostly broad rotation over near Diamond City. It's going to be pushing towards Gainesville in southern Missouri, but be in your safe place if you are in that area. We have a little bit of rotation trying to form north of Taneyville, coming up towards Merritt and Red Bank, south of Springfield, Missouri. So just a heads up if you're in that area. And then our Buffalo tornado warning so far has been weaker in terms of the rotation. There's still some circulation east of Buffalo, but I'm not too concerned about it. The velocities are very strong with this. We are definitely talking about damaging winds around 60 to even 70 miles per hour, pushing to the northeast. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Jefferson City, and this is going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour south of Columbia. This is already an area that has been hard hit by severe weather already, and it looks like we are starting to see at least some more severe weather come through those areas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they've already issued a new tornado warning on the other storm that is rotating here in central Arkansas. We have two strong areas of rotation, one northwest of Mountain Pine and the other one north of Mighty. Either of these could drop tornadoes in the next few minutes, so you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this tornado warning in Garland, Perry, Montgomery, or Saline counties. The other one including Clark, Garland, Hot Spring, Montgomery, and Pike counties here in western central Arkansas. Velocities are very strong. Both of these could produce strong tornadoes. We have an environment, again, favorable for strong tornadoes with discrete supercells, and these ones are fairly discrete right now. We got a lot of storms firing up here in Arkansas. These aren't even the only two. We got more down to the south that are trying to get going too. Latest radar scan showing pretty strong rotation right now over Highway 2, or approaching Highway 298. We actually have a hook echo. You can see that clearly on radar, and an inflow. So this is a pretty organized supercell. The one to the southwest of Hot Springs is also coming together very quickly. And if I had to guess, again, one of these two storms will produce a tornado probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Car accident bottom left? I have no clue. I haven't been paying attention to the cameras. But yeah, look, I don't know what's going on there. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. No debris signature on either storm as of right now. Again, two storms.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Rapidly rotating right now near Hot Springs in Arkansas. We are definitely getting closer now to the peak of severe weather. We are starting to see left and right tornado warnings being issued, and they have just issued a new tornado warning, which is going to be for Christian, Douglas, and Taney counties in Missouri. So that's going to be the storm southeast of Springfield. We just talked about this a moment ago. Rotation right now is just south of Sparta. It's going to be coming up towards Alva, just south of Seymour, and also coming up towards Highway 60 in about 30 minutes or so. But in the near term, it's going towards Ava. So if you're in Ava, you need to be in your safe place in Missouri, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. What is Tornado Pagey currently looking at? Tornado Pagey has some low clouds here. This is back over... Let me get the exact location here.
Would not recommend chasing in any of those.
This is just to the northeast of Springfield.
Or here. Although, yeah, that's what I meant.
A little bit of low clouds there. We'll keep a close eye on her. Clouds are very low today. Again, that'll elevate our tornado risk a little bit too. Whenever we have a low lifting condensation level, which is where our clouds build up from, that usually will elevate our tornado risk quite a bit. Latest radar scan on that Missouri storm south of Sparta. The rotation has gotten stronger over the last scan. Tornado is definitely possible with this as it approaches Merritt, Red Bank, Ongo, Depew, and Tigris. Again, just east of Sparta. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this tornado warning. Again, this is ramping up very quickly. Back over near Hot Springs, latest radar scan still showing very strong rotation east of Caddo Gap, and this is going to be coming up right on Hot Springs, Arkansas here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. If you are in Hot Springs, you've got to be in your safe place as soon as possible. Rotation is very strong in the mid to low levels, and there's a chance that we get a tornado with this very soon as it goes towards Highway 270. I'm getting reports in the chat that the tornado sirens are going off in Hot Springs. Thank you, Katie, for the super chat. Appreciate that. We have cameras coming up in Hot Springs. Nothing visible as of right now. It's just, ominous skies. But once we get something more visible, we'll put it on screen. See if we can see anything. But again, velocities are very strong. I would be surprised if we did not have a tornado on this storm here soon. At the minimum, we probably have a wall cloud or even maybe a funnel cloud reaching down to the ground. The northern tornado warning on the last couple scans has gotten slightly broader for rotation. Doesn't mean you should get out of your safe place. Just saying, rotation's a little bit weaker here for the time being. It could definitely intensify again as the supercell is still pretty new. It's still trying to evolve into something more tornadic. We have a little bit of convection also just behind it that could actually nudge it and try to increase the tornado risk a bit as that heads towards the north side of Hot Springs Village and Highway 7. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Is this going up to Minnesota? Minnesota's not really in the threat of anything. Just rain, for the most part. Is this still a QLCS tornado risk, or is this still PDS worthy? Well, these storms here are very different. So these are not really linear. These are more semi-discrete to discrete. The storms in Missouri right now are mostly linear. So the ones in Missouri are more driven towards QLCS tornadoes, but we could still get an isolated strong tornado with how strong our wind shear is. These storms that are currently happening in central Arkansas, these are way more discrete. I mean, we have these are just much more separated in nature. So our strong tornado risk will be more elevated here, which means if we were to get a tornado that was large and or strong, I mean, we would get a PDS warning, but obviously there's nothing that's confirming anything strong or large quite yet. We don't have a tornado confirmed on either of these storms, but we could easily have one here soon. This is the latest scan. We'll see what the velocities look like here in a second. Then we'll go back up to Missouri in a moment too. This is as of 5 minutes ago, so it should update in a second. No debris signature on this latest scan, just kind of seeing what the velocities look like and see if they're still strong. Thank you, Paul, for the super chat. All right, here's the latest scan. So that northern storm rotation's a little bit broader. This one might try to recycle as it goes towards Highway 7. The one that's more concerning, again, is the one west of Hot Springs. Much more populated region here. Velocities are still strong enough for there to be a tornado coming up on Highway 270. They'll be approaching Mountain Pine, Hot Springs, and eventually going towards Fountain Lake over the next 20 minutes or so. We still have a little bit of rotation north of Diamond City. The tornado warning for Omaha and Diamond City, Lead Hill, and South Hill, I believe that one will probably end up being let to expire. If not, they'll probably cancel it. The rotation's already out. Oh, well, dude, the timing with these warnings is insane today. They just canceled that warning as I said that. This is not scripted, by the way. This has happened like 4 times today. It's so weird. But further to the north, the storm east of Springfield. We still have an area of rotation coming up on Merritt, Red Bank, and going towards Tigris, also going towards Bryan and Mansfield. This one on the last scan is a slight bit broader, but it's still strong enough to the point where we could get a tornado with that. And the tornado warning for Buffalo, this one will probably be let to expire here soon. The velocities are broader. We could still get a spin-up tornado, but definitely weaker rotation heading up towards Highway 5 as of right now, south of Laurie. And yeah, by the way, bottom left of your screen doesn't look like there's an accident there or something like that, or maybe a disabled vehicle. We'll put Freddy, though, instead there, instead of that. That's in Springfield. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning near Boonville and Sedalia for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there's also a tornado possible label on that. So just west of Columbia. My son is a pilot in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Weather issues? Not really any weather issues in terms of storms, but there will probably be some stronger winds aloft later tonight. Latest radar scan still showing strong rotation right now, approaching 270. We're about 6 or 7 minutes away from this being on the west side of Hot Springs, at least in the suburbs here in Arkansas near Mountain Pine. So tornado still appears possible with this. By the way, this is NATOcast's outlook for today. There's a reason why I'm not really showing this. I'm going to show it anyway. I don't think this is going to pan out, but NATOcast does have a huge 15% tornado risk today. This includes most of Missouri back into northern Arkansas and western Illinois. There's even a tiny little 30% tornado risk there in western Illinois. I don't think this is going to pan out, but they are showing very high probabilities compared to the SPC. But no matter what, I actually do think that we could get a bit more of an elevated tornado risk later there in western Illinois. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Looks like we have a storm trying to wrap up a little bit more north of Russellville. Probably a tornado warning coming for this soon because it's following the same patterns as the ones warned to its south.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. I agree. Rotation is increasing north of Russellville. This one's been rotating a little bit here on and off, but it's actually becoming more discrete. Again, you can see how it's just its own kind of storm right now. As long as it stays that way, it'll be able to produce the potential for a tornado. I know it doesn't look like a classic-looking supercell, but it is still something that we need to keep an eye on as it heads towards Hector and eventually going towards Clinton. And again, today's environment, we're not talking about these massive discrete supercells that look like, more of 2013 or something like that. These are going to be more geared towards our kind of small storms that are not building up super tall in height. We had a lot of precipitation this morning, and that's kind of left a lot of our environments be at least a little bit more stable, which has prevented some of our storms from really towering up. Currently, our tallest thunderstorm is actually west of Hot Springs at 45,000 feet. Keep in mind, most of the supercells we had yesterday were upwards of 50 to 55,000 feet, so these are slightly smaller than yesterday, but nonetheless, they are at least still, large enough to produce tornadoes. Tornado warning has been canceled back up near Buffalo, and timing just pretty good there. Back over east and southeast of Springfield. We'll have a new radar scan in a moment, but again, strongest rotation right now is heading up towards Tigris in Seymour and Mansfield. We'll be also approaching Ava over the next 5 to 10 minutes. So be in your safe place again if you are on the west side of Ava in Missouri. Thank you, Woke, for the super chat. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate that, and thank you for the super chat. All right, here comes the next radar scan. We'll see what it looks like here. I'm moving to Hot Springs. Should I be worried about tornadoes? Are you like moving as in moving your house or something? Or are you like just driving there? Here's the latest radar scan. A little bit broader of rotation here near Ongo and Merritt. Still a potential tornado threat, though, heading up towards Bryant. We actually have a decent hook on this storm. The hook has really come together. We got a little hook gecko and an inflow here on this little tornado threat embedded in the line of thunderstorms. This is definitely something we need to keep an eye on in the long term. If it stays organized like this, tornado threat could be a bit more elevated here in this general area east of Springfield. Let's go back down to Arkansas. We are back down to 3 tornado warnings. Latest radar scan west of Hot Springs still showing a strong area of rotation coming up on Highway 270. And we do have cameras again coming up in Hot Springs over the next few minutes. We're keeping an eye on those. But Hot Springs should be ramping up here in a few minutes when it comes to our potential tornado threat, but also damaging winds and hail are going to be possible pretty much on the low end of things with that. Northern storm has become a bit broader when it comes to our rotation. It was much stronger about 5-10 minutes ago. Velocities are much weaker. It's at this point, it's actually getting a little bit of a storm merger on the backside of this. So that's going to kind of alleviate our tornado threat here for a little bit, unless it's able to organize again with this storm merger. But that little nudger sometimes can increase the tornado threat. In this case, it is decreasing our tornado risk, which is good news, heading towards Highway 7. And then our storm north of Interstate 40. Velocities are still there. It looks slightly weaker over the last couple, or at least over the last scan. But if you're in Hector, just stay weather aware.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado with that storm as it moves northeast. We do have a new tornado warning for Douglas and Christian counties in Missouri. That is going to be east of Ozark, I believe. Or wait. Nope, this is a different one. Sorry, no, this is Montauk County. Sorry, Montauk County in Missouri. All the way back up near Tipton.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All the way up near Tipton and California. And this is why. We have some strong rotation right now just southwest of Tipton that's going to be coming up towards Columbia here over the next few minutes. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a different CWA region, so the other National Weather Service will have to issue a warning for this area. But that rotation's fairly strong right now, coming up towards Syracuse and Tipton over the next few minutes. Another tornado warning has been issued southwest of Hot Springs. This is another supercell that is rotating near a Mighty. That is going to be also coming up on Hot Springs. So we got a double-edged sword right now for the Hot Springs area. We got one supercell that's already rotating, and that's trying to produce a tornado near Mountain Pine. And then another one on the west side of a Mighty that is also rotating in the mid-levels, and that one could also produce the threat of a tornado as it gets closer to Hot Springs. So again, seek shelter if you are in these tornado warnings. Got a string of them right now around Hot Springs. And we should get another tornado warning here soon on that Missouri storm, because that rotation was outside of the warning. It's a different CWA region, which means a different National Weather Service has to issue that warning. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm not sure if you noticed, but the Hot Springs one just went TOR, observed by broadcast media.
All right. Thank you for the update. All right. So this one just went confirmed. For whatever reason, our overlay is our alert thing is still broken. But this tornado has actually gone confirmed here near Hot Springs. So this is confirmed by broadcast media. There is a tornado in progress coming up towards the west side of Hot Springs. So if you're in this warning, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is on the west side of Hot Springs. They have removed the downtown area of Hot Springs from this tornado warning, but it is a confirmed tornado near Highway 270. It'll be coming up on Mountain Pine, and it'll eventually go towards Hot Springs Village. So again, confirmed tornado. That, again, very strong rotation, and I'm not surprised that this thing dropped. The velocities have been very strong. It's crossing over 270 over the next couple minutes. It's going to be going through the town of Bear, and if we look at the velocities, I mean, they're upwards of 80 miles per hour, almost 90 miles per hour, just going towards the radar. So this could easily be a strong tornado near Highway 270. And Mountain Pine is the main location in the next few minutes that's in the direct path of this tornado. And just kind of for a couple of callouts here, upcoming in Mountain Pine, where this tornado is currently located, it's near 270. And right now, it is near the Treasure Isle RV Park. So obviously, if you are in an RV park or a trailer home, you need to get to a safe place, like get into a sturdy structure, get into a ditch. This is a dangerous storm, obviously producing a tornado. That tornado is going to be going over the Crystal Springs Mining and Jewelry Store. There's also Judy's Storage, the Low Cemetery, Patty's Restaurant, and Casa Royal Restaurant that are currently in the immediate path of where this tornado is along Highway 270. And then once this comes up into Mountain Pine, before it hits Mountain Pine, it'll be going towards the Owl Creek Cabins and the Echo Canyon Resort and Marina, which are both areas that could be impacted by this tornado over the next few minutes. There's also the Blakely Mountain Dam that is in the path of this. And then after that, Mountain Pine High School and the school district and the Yum Yum Shop are in the path of this. But again, we have an active tornado right now that is tracking up towards Mountain Pine, Arkansas, just west of Hot Springs. And then over near Mighty, we have strong rotation still, and this one could also produce the potential.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A tornado here very soon. We have a new tornado warning in Missouri. This one's going to be southwest of Columbia, near Tipton. And the rotation's honestly already moving outside of this warning, but this will be coming up towards Highway 87.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, well, we have 3 tornado warnings for this single storm. I don't understand why they didn't just issue like 1, but nonetheless, new tornado warning for Cooper County in Missouri. That's going to be for those in Boonville and just outside of Boonville, southwest of Franklin. So we are now up to 7 tornado warnings. Things are obviously ramping up very quickly, and I don't see it slowing down anytime soon. We're getting kind of into the peak hours now of this tornado threat, which is really from about 3 until 7, and we are definitely right now in the peak of this threat. Look at the rotation southeast of Springfield. This thing's ramped up a lot over the last scan. This storm is discreet. We got a very strong inflow. This one over here southeast of Springfield could be significant if it drops. Very strong inflow going to the storm, and the velocities are also really ramping up. This could organize and become a big concern here soon, heading towards Highway 60. This is not necessarily a QLCS tornado. This is a bit more semi-discreet. So we need to really take this seriously if you're back over here near Seymour or Norwood. If it's able to ramp up and wrap up with its rotation, we could easily see a strong tornado going towards Mansfield. So be ready. If you're in Seymour, Diggins, Mansfield, or Norwood, we'll end up having a new tornado warning here soon, assuming the rotation continues to intensify or stays around its levels that it's at. That'll be heading up towards Hartville in Missouri. And once again, if you are just tuning in, we do have a confirmed tornado via broadcast media near Bear Maddox, heading towards Mountain Pine in Arkansas. This is just north and west of Hot Springs. You need to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. This is a dangerous storm tracking towards Hot Springs Village. So that backwards. The storm down to the south near Mighty will be on path for Hot Springs, and this one is also rotating at a pretty strong clip right now, and that one could also produce a tornado heading towards Hot Springs. All right, here comes the latest radar scan. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Back over on the west side of Mountain Pine. This is where we again had a broadcast media confirmed tornado. It's right now over Bear near Royal. So this is going to be tracking up towards that dam that's on the west side of Mountain Pine. The Blakely Mountain Dam. So if this tornado stays on the ground, it will be heading up towards that dam. Also, the Echo Canyon Marina, the Echo Canyon Resort, as well as in the path of this. You also got the Owl Creek Cabins, which is very close to where this tornado is right now. So over the next few minutes, if this does stay on the ground, it will be impacting those areas. We've not had a clear debris signature on radar, but this has again been confirmed by broadcast media. For the record, we've not actually had a debris signature on any of our tornadoes so far today that have produced tornado, or have any of the storms that have produced tornadoes. We've not had a debris signature on quite yet, even though we've had 4 or 5 different tornadoes. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, west of Springfield, there's a very broad area of rotation. However, it appears like it's trying to start to hook, so we may see a tornado about 20 minutes from now for that area.
You mean east of Springfield?
Yeah, east. My bad.
You're good. East of Springfield is currently in the path of a potential tornadic storm here near Seymour. This one's been ramping up a little bit here over the last couple minutes. It did get a little bit broader actually on this latest scan, as Riley alluded to, but it definitely could ramp up since we do have a hook echo and a little bit of an inflow notch going to the cell as well. It's a fairly organized storm embedded in this line, so I don't think it's going to take much for this thing to try to produce a tornado as it heads up towards Highway 60. Back over into central Missouri, we still do have an active tornado warning for Tipton, just south and east of Boonville and south of Franklin. And rotation right now is still, it's a large area, but it is on the broader side of things. They'll be heading up towards Highway 87 west of Pierpont and west of Columbia. Radar indicated rotation for the time being. We just got a large severe thunderstorm warning here west of Little Rock. This will be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's also a tornado possible label on this. Rotation northwest of Hot Springs has increased a little bit over the last few minutes. It's not tight to the point where there's a tornado, but it is beginning to ramp up just a little bit right now. And that is going to be tracking towards Highway 60, just south of, or just along Highway 7. And then near Mountain Pine, there is a, again, very strong area of rotation. This is where broadcast media did confirm a tornado. They have recently downgraded this warning. It is back to radar indicated, so no longer a confirmed tornado, but nonetheless, still a storm that you want to be taking seriously if you're in Mountain Pine, as it could easily drop another tornado with how strong the velocities are. So please stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. By the way, huge shout out to Michael with the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the generosity. Also, shout out, can't load the name because my computer's slow. Shout out to Randy with a very generous $100 super chat. As RVers, we take you everywhere we go. Thank you for your excellent coverage. I appreciate that. I'm glad I can help you. I appreciate the super chat. What's on the horizon for Memphis, Tennessee? Memphis isn't really going to see much until about 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight. It'll be mainly a damaging wind risk, also an isolated tornado risk. Pics of tornado damage all over the Joplin Metro, north and west side, into Bentonville on social media. Keep me posted, Riley, if you see anything about that. All right, here's the latest velocity scan. Still very strong rotation right now over Mighty. That'll be coming up on Highway 7 over the next few minutes, coming up towards Hot Springs. Mountain Pine, we still have a strong area of rotation here that is going to be coming up towards going towards Hot Springs Village. That one was the one that was on the ground. It's, again, at this point, for now, it is lifted, but it could drop again at any time. And we're still watching an area of rotation with a discrete supercell heading up towards Perryville over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Let's go back over east of Springfield. And we actually have a couple areas we need to watch for. The main one being near Ava, northwest of Ava, heading up towards Norwood and Hartville. That rotation's on the stronger side of things.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Back over to the north near Marshfield. Let me go over to this screen. Riley kind of made a little decent graphic here. Back over north of Seymour, there's an area of rotation that we're gonna have to watch for here. This could eventually become more of a concern east of Marshfield, so we need to keep an eye on that. That is this storm right here, east of Marshfield. Rotation's at least trying to ramp up right now, and that's going to be heading up towards Conway and Phillipsburg. Our new tornado warning is going to be for the storm that is still rotating. The rotation's been broader over the last couple of minutes, but we do think it could ramp up again with it having a large hook echo and a very strong inflow. That's going to be going up right towards Hartville and Mansfield over the next few minutes. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. That is tracking to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour, so it is a fairly fast-moving storm right now. All right, latest scan near Mountain Pine. We have very strong rotation right now coming right up into Mountain Pine in Arkansas. You need to be in your safe place right now if you're in Mountain Pine. There is a CC signature here, but that's going to be for clear air contamination, meaning that is not a tornado. This would, again, be the area that we need to watch for a tornado. They'll be right over Mountain Pine here over the next couple of minutes. And if we have a tornado, it'll be tracking right up Highway 192. there any cameras up here? I don't think so. One on the north side of Hot Springs, but does not have a view of this. And the warning was just updated again. It is still radar indicated. We are currently sitting at 7 tornado warnings. Again, most of them in Arkansas and Missouri. We have no other ones in any other state right now. We are going to be keeping an eye on activity that'll try to uptick over the next hour or two back over in the Texarkana region. Nothing actively happening that is concerning, but we could see a low-end tornado risk and damaging wind threat and hail risk evolve over the next few hours as storms start to fire up out there. All right, we'll have a new radar scan here in a second. We could get a new tornado warning here soon near Marshfield, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. Thank you, Colleen, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Is Kansas City Metro going to be okay? Kansas City should be fine. We have a lot of storms off to your east, but the main area of concern right now is south and west of Columbia. And honestly, like Kansas City, I don't think we're going to see much over there. I think this is like our main threat anywhere even remotely near you. And that's mainly in central Missouri as of right now. We had a little cold core severe weather setup that tried to get going here in northeast Oklahoma and southeastern Kansas, but that has not panned out. I'll have a new radar scan in a second. All right, here's the latest scan here. And we are definitely seeing increasing rotation right now east of Marshfield. This is going to be coming up towards Evergreen. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for this. The rotation's intensifying a little bit near Highway 38. It's going to be tracking up towards Lebanon, east of Phillipsburg, and east of Conway. This is definitely a storm that could produce a tornado. Again, this would be more of a QLCS-driven tornado, but we could still get an isolated, strong tornado out of this area of thunderstorms as this continues to move northeast. Also, we are getting a little bit of convection that's kind of hindering the overall rotation here out in front of this storm that has been tornado near Mansfield. So this one might not have much of a chance of producing a tornado here over the next few minutes. Rain cool air is kind of getting out in front of it, but right now in this general area, we still have a broad area of rotation that's moving to the northeast. This is a damage photo from Peyton. Back over at in Lamar, Missouri. Some of the damage photos out of Lamar, Missouri, where a tornado may have hit. Got a snap tree, not a really large tree, but a little snap tree there. A big branch down in the yard.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Branches down in the yard, and then power lines down. Look at that, big power lines down here. Back over in Lamar, Missouri. And additionally, this is a full-blown pole that got absolutely slammed to the ground in Lamar, Missouri. We have a brand new tornado warning east of Marshfield, heading up towards Evergreen and Phillipsburg. Again, this is not surprising. We've been talking about this for a while. If you are in Phillipsburg, just outside of Conway, you need to seek shelter now, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. And this is a dangerous storm currently, moving to the northeast and could easily produce a tornado in the next few minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we're starting to get more damage reports near the Branson and Forsyth area. There's a tornado warning for this area, but I do not think it was tornado damage. I would assume it was just general severe thunderstorm damage. However, it does speak to how seriously we have to take the entirety of this line, even if you're not under a severe thunderstorm or a tornado warning. There was up to 8-inch trees down.
Thank you for the update. And yeah, we are seeing also some reports of power lines down in Hollister and more trees down. So a lot of trees and power lines down in this area, which gives you an idea again of how significant wind can be. It does not matter if you're, if you're in a tornado warning, obviously that's significant, but even if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, you can still get, you can still get damage, and you can still you can still lose power and stuff like that, especially if a tree falls down onto a power line, or as we just saw a second ago, an entire power line literally just got smacked to the ground. I don't know. This had been really strong winds, but I mean, this thing just literally got torn to the ground here, back over in Lamar, Missouri. Again, from Peyton Little John on Twitter, back over in Lamar, Missouri. And as a reminder, if you do have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. That's one of the best ways to send in any photos or videos to us. You can also message us on Facebook as well, but Twitter is preferable. Thank you, White, for the super chat. I do not live in Pennsylvania. I live in Florida. But I moved out of Texas more because of college. We have a might have a photo of a lowering. There's a large lowering northwest of Hot Springs from the supercell that produced a tornado a few minutes ago. The velocities have become a little bit broader here over the last few minutes near Mountain Pine, but there was actually a large lowering moments ago near Hot Springs. No longer seeing much rotation. I'm not sure if it's still there, but large wall cloud was visible. If we can show it, I will here in a second. Back over west of DeGray Lake, southwest Hot Springs, we still have strong rotation right now, tracking to the northeast. If you are in Hot Springs, be ready to go to your safe place. You don't have to be there right now if you're in Hot Springs because you're not under a tornado warning, but southwest side of town, only about 15 to 20 minutes away from a potential tornado risk heading towards Hot Springs, Arkansas. Rotation is still very strong on radar. And again, we have several discrete supercells here, all lining up west of Little Rock that are going to be capable of producing a threat for tornadoes. And we'll see if this thing is able to stay together, but they may issue a new tornado warning for Adona and Perryville here soon. This tornado warning expires in 7 minutes, but we may get a new tornado warning here shortly there. All right, this is the latest radar scan back over east of Springfield. We still have 2 definitive areas of rotation, one east of Marshfield, one coming up on Hartville. We don't actively have a tornado with either one of these. The one that was a bit stronger here over the last couple minutes is east of Marshfield, coming up on Evergreen. So you need to be in your safe place if you're back up in Evergreen, Missouri. Still have rotation at just what north of Bryant. Again, one of the problems with this storm right now for a tornado threat is that we have convection now that is out in front of our inflow. So that's going to kind of hurt the inflow going into the storm, rain, cool air, and that could limit the tornado threat with the storm unless it's able to reorganize as it continues to move northeast. So this storm could recycle here near Seymour. We'll have to wait and see. Spotter from Northwest Kansas and new to your content, enjoying it. You cover the United States. Yeah, we cover the entire country. So if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. If you want weather coverage or weather videos, we do it all the time. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Rolla, St. Robert, Lebanon. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and they do have a tornado possible label on this activity. Let's go back up to our northern tornado warning. This storm has gotten very messy up near Boonville. We still have some rotation just to the southwest of Columbia, but generally speaking, the rotation on the storm west of Columbia has gotten a lot broader here over the last little while. I would continue to stay in your safe place for the next few minutes. The warnings expire in 5 minutes, so it doesn't hurt to stay there, but generally, the tornado risk is at least a little bit lower for the time being. We have a new damage report on the tornado that we had earlier near New Bloomfield. There's more report of roof damage back over near New Bloomfield in Missouri. And in case you did not see that tornado, this is a look from Ben Williams not too long ago. This was back at about 1:40 or so. This was what the tornado looked like. It was a large tornado that was on the ground for about 3 or 4 minutes. It wasn't a super long track tornado, but it did produce some damage there to a few communities just off to the north of Jefferson City, southwest of Fulton. In case you're curious on video, this is the video that Ben Williams shot of this tornado. Again, this is not live, but this was earlier from Ben Williams of that large tornado that hit the southwest side there of Fulton in Missouri. So again, this is definitely this is obviously the one of the biggest tornadoes we've had today, but it probably was the biggest. It was only on the ground for like 2 or 3 minutes, but it was pretty sizable. And that was from one singular discrete supercell that basically tracked all the way up Highway 54, and then it ran into stable and cool air, and it just kind of fizzled. Still have 3 tornado warnings right now west of Little Rock. All of these the 2 right here, one for Hot Springs Village and the one just north of Hot Springs Village, those both expire in 4 minutes, so we'll see if they issue new ones, which I think they will with how strong the rotation is. We should get if we do get a new tornado warning, the new one would be for Hot Springs and Fountain Lake. Velocities have been a little bit weaker here as of late, so I'm not sure if they will for that one. I feel like there's enough here on the Perryville storm for there to be a new tornado warning, so the new one would probably include Perryville, Adona, and eventually going towards Morrilton. So you guys will be in the path of this. Tree down 4 miles south of Lebanon, Missouri. Heavy flatland winds. There's a lot of trees down. We have a lot of damage reports. But we should have new tornado warnings here in the next few minutes here west of Little Rock. As long as the rotation is enough. I don't know about the one near Hot Springs. That one's been broader, but this one probably will get a new warning going towards Adona. We'll have to keep an eye on this little storm forming west of Morrilton as well. That could become tornadic at some point as it goes up towards Clinton. And also, rotation is a little bit stronger west of Clinton. So there's a little bit of rotation on this supercell. This one's been going for a little while, heading up towards Leslie and Marshall. And then it'll eventually go towards Calico Rock in Norfolk. Keeping an eye on that. New severe thunderstorm warning in southern Missouri for West Plains. That is for 60 or 70 mile per hour damaging winds and a tornado possible label. Rotation is increasing back over near Highway 5. We got a little area of rotation here that'll be going towards Willow Springs and Kabul. And still a large area of broader rotation near Norwood going towards Hartville. And that the other tornado warning east of Marshfield, that has really weakened a lot over the last few minutes. Still a little bit of rotation heading up towards Evergreen, but not really too concerned about a tornado risk at this point. It's become a lot broader. Also, they have canceled one of the tornado warnings west of Columbia. The other one will be canceled presumably in a few minutes. Or actually, it goes for 17 more minutes. Maybe not. There actually is still decent rotation here near Jamestown. They'll probably continue this tornado warning. They might issue a small new one to include Prairie Home and Woolridge. And just on the west side of Columbia. If you're up in Columbia, Missouri, definitely stay weather aware. Our tornado risk and wind threat are going to be the highest here over the next 35 minutes to 45 minutes. Also, new damage report coming out of Ava of a tree down. So, more trees are coming down from the wind, and we also had a tornado warning there not too long ago. Our tornado warning for both the Hot Springs Village area and the one going towards Perryville are both about to expire. I still think we're going to get a new one here near Hot Springs, but we'll see. Or North Hot Springs. The tornado warning southwest Hot Springs is still ongoing. They just condensed it a little bit, but again, if you're up in Hot Springs, stay weather aware. This storm is still rotating quite a bit. Could have a wall cloud, and if it does, could drop a tornado here soon. Heading up towards Hot Springs.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, there's your new tornado warning. This is going to be for those in Perry and Conway County, so they will continue this tornado warning. Just south of Casa, I come up on Adona and Perryville. The warning will pop up here in just a second, and there it is. It's going towards Morrilton and Perryville. That's your main area of rotation right there. It's going to be going up towards Adona and Perryville over the next few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So seek shelter, get away from windows and lowest floor possible. If you're in this tornado warning, we have another tornado warning for the Hot Springs Village area. So Hot Springs Village, just northwest of Fountain Lake. That'll be tracking up towards Highway 9 and Highway 10. So they've reissued tornado warnings on both of these storms. So we're back up to 6 for the time being. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, it looks like we have a new area of little cumulus field northeast of Little Rock. This is something that could potentially turn into a prefrontal, which would produce a significant tornado. So it's something to keep an eye on.
Thank you for the update. You got a little bit of convection trying to bubble up. It's very questionable whether this will actually get going or not. Keep in mind that our environment today, again, very favorable for tornadoes. We've talked about this a lot.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Before we go to that tornado warning, it's a very favorable environment for tornadoes. In this little area that we need to watch for be near Batesville. Long term, it could become a concern. We had a lot of morning convection that has kind of led to more stable conditions. But one thing I want to point out on our satellite imagery is that we have quite a bit of clearing still across Arkansas and southeastern Missouri. Look at all that clearing here just over the last half hour in northeastern Arkansas. So this is an area that we need to keep a very close eye on, where we could end up getting a bit more of a tornado risk if storms are able to fire there. So we need to keep definitely an eye on that. All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning in Missouri. We're going to go all the way back up to the north. That is for Columbia. So Columbia, Missouri, you are now included in a brand new tornado warning. You need to get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in Columbia, Missouri. Believe it or not, Brandon Kopic, storm chasing. He's actually not far from this, so we're going to keep an eye on him. Our rotation right now is going to be coming up right into the town of Columbia, and it'll go towards Howellsville and Centralia here over the next about 20 minutes or so. So please be in your safe place if you are in this warning. There's also a camera, I believe, in Columbia, which I'm trying to pull up. There is. All right, we're going to put Columbia bottom middle of your screen. Columbia, or actually, no, I'm not. We're going to put Columbia bottom left, and then Brandon will be bottom middle. Columbia, Missouri, bottom left. Happy birthday, Max. It is not my birthday. Hey, if Brandon gets another tornado today, I'm literally just going to call him from here on out the Tornado Magnet. Because he pretty much is a tornado magnet at this point. This is our latest couple of scans here east of Springfield. The Hartville storm is not rotating nearly as much as before. We might have a tiny little couplet east of Umpire coming up towards Hartville, so maybe a brief tornado. There is a chance that we get a little mesocyclone handoff with this at some point here over the next few minutes. We could get a new area of rotation heading towards Upton and Houston, so we'll need to keep an eye on this. Just east of Springfield. Storm east of Conway. Again, not nearly as concerning, at least for the time being. But we still have a little area of rotation coming up on Evergreen. We have strong rotation right now coming up on Perryville, Arkansas. This rotation's been ramping up over the last few minutes. Strong area of rotation coming up on Perryville and going towards Morrilton. You be in your safe place if you're in this warning. This storm is probably about to drop a tornado as it continues to organize over the next few minutes. Keep in mind, again, today's environment is not favorable for photogenic tornadoes, meaning that these tornadoes are probably not going to be visible. So you don't want to be trying to look outside for this. Just stay in your safe place. The area of rotation is literally located in the smack dab middle of a ton of rain. So it's not recommended to try to go look for this. I know people want to try to, confirm it and report it, but it's going to be impossible to see. Rotation is still ongoing near Hot Springs Village. We had a tornado with this storm near Mountain Pine not long ago. Rotation's now moving right over the town of Hot Springs. Still a strong inflow and a hook echo. At this point, though, I'm not really too concerned about a tornado because the velocities are pretty broad near the surface, but it could cycle as it moves northeast, as it is still a discrete supercell. We are beginning to see the southern convection get going a little bit. Back over near Texarkana, we actually have two areas of rotation near I-30. So in Texarkana, there's a little bit of rotation that we're keeping an eye on. I believe there are a couple cameras as well in Texarkana, which I'm going to keep an eye on those. But might have a little bit of a lowering forming over Texarkana. This is a very low precip storm, but there is rotation on it. We'll need to keep an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, if you want to pull up my radar, I was actually just looking at that storm near Texarkana, and you can actually see a little bit of a boundary here, and it looks like the inflow region of the storm is actually still outside of that boundary. This is a more marginal tornado environment down here, but if it can stay ahead of that boundary, it probably will produce a tornado. So we just need to keep an eye on that boundary and see if it stays ahead of it.
Thank you for the update. So we're going to be keeping an eye on these storms back over in southwestern Arkansas, northwest Louisiana, and northeast Texas. Again, nothing actively producing a tornado, but this is an area that we do have a tornado watch in effect. It goes until 7 o'clock Central. They might extend it depending on how things evolve down here, but at least for the time being, we are monitoring a tornado risk here over the next couple of hours. And yeah, the latest scan still showing some relatively strong rotation right now near Cherryville. Coming up on Perryville over the next few, or sorry, Cherry Hill. It's gonna be coming up on Perryville over the next few minutes. So if you're in Cherryville or Perryville, you need to be in your safe place. This is in Columbia, Missouri. Very hard to tell. I am not positive that we have something here, but that right there is a little sus right there. This is on I-70. This is from one of the traffic cameras there on the Missouri Dock camera. That might just be a lowering or possibly even a tornado. It's, again, extremely difficult to tell. It's very pixelated too. That's back up on the Columbia tornado warning, which is all the way back up here. So if you're in Columbia, definitely take this seriously. In Columbia and Pierpont. We had a tornado be near I-70. It'd be going up towards Highway 63. Go.
Hey Max, there is a area of very broad rotation southeast of Ava. It's going to need more time to wrap up, but it is starting to kink a little more. I think it's going to do something very similar to the 2 tornado warning to the north.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, this storm over here, just to the southeast of Springfield, south of Norwood, west of West Plains. That right there is an area of rotation that we need to keep an eye on. This is definitely a little classic-looking area of rotation when it comes to a potential QLCS tornado risk. So we're definitely have to keep an eye on this storm. That's going to be heading up towards Willow Springs and Kabul, by the way. The northern tornado warnings are not doing nearly as hot when it comes to rotating. The one east of Conway is just broad as of right now. Main area of rotations right along Highway 5. It'll be coming up on Highway 32 very soon. Latest radar scan is showing a stronger area of rotation now near Gentryville and as well as Drury. So we will probably get a new warning on this here in the next couple of minutes. And that'll be tracking up towards Kabul and Willow Springs, moving mainly to the north-northeast. And this is the other tornado warning for Hartville. In Hartville, we still have an area of rotation right over Highway 38. It's not as strong as before, but we could still get a spin-up tornado as that goes towards Upton and Plato in southern Missouri. If you're over in Hot Springs, again, be ready for a tornado warning. They might issue one here soon. The tornado warning that we have right now goes for 6 more minutes. And they may issue a new warning. I think the rotation is going to be strong enough for there to be a new tornado warning for Hot Springs in just a few minutes. We still have a hook echo. It's a discrete supercell. Strong inflow going into that storm as well. So if you're in Hot Springs, you need to make sure that you're ready to go to your safe place. You might want to go there now, or you can go there here whenever the warning gets issued. But definitely make sure that you're ready for this. Back over in Columbia, this is a live shot. In Columbia, let me go to Columbia. Columbia, this is live right now, where our tornado warning is. The wind just picked up a lot here over the last couple minutes. You can see the rain curtains going left to right. This is where we may have seen a tornado. We don't know, but there might have been something in the distance. Currently, we are seeing an increase of wind, a lot of water on the roadways too. That's been a big problem here across Missouri today. But it is definitely windy out here in Columbia, which is again actively where we do have a tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. We now do have a new tornado warning. This will be for Hot
A new
Springs.
tornado warning has been issued.
So Hot Springs, you are now included in a brand new tornado warning. You need to seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. So if you are in Hot Springs, you need to get to your safe place. This is a dangerous storm that is rotating. It's going to be coming right into town over the next 10 minutes. We have cameras in Hot Springs. We're keeping an eye on those. We have another tornado warning. This one's going to be west of West Plains. This is a storm that has really begun to rotate a lot over the last few minutes. It's going to come up on Kabul and just outside of Willow Springs, heading towards Highway 60. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place immediately. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. If you are in this tornado warning. Very strong rotation right now. We're going to be tracking towards Kabul. Rotation's been a bit broader here near Columbia over the last several minutes, but we definitely have a big surge of wind that is coming into Columbia. We just saw that a moment ago. So damaging winds continuing to be a threat here near Columbia, but we could still see a tornado as this moves into town. So if you're in Columbia, please make sure that you are in that safe place. We are going to put in a new camera for Columbia that's in downtown, so we have a better idea of what the wind looks like. We'll put that bottom right. We're right back up to 8 tornado warnings. For reference, yesterday we peaked at 12. We're now sitting at 8. We are still dealing with several supercells right now west of Little Rock. We got one that's going to be coming up on Conway and I-40 here soon, and the other one near Hot Springs Village. Both of these storms up here to the north of Hot Springs are rotating still, and the storm structure looks impressive. We still got a hook echo and an inflow on both of these storms. And the warning here for Hot Springs Village has been condensed a little bit, so now mainly includes the north and east side of Hot Springs near Reform. Let's go and see. Let me see if Hot Springs has a view of this storm now. Hot Springs, again, inside of this tornado warning. Okay, yeah, this is Hot Springs right now. This is live in Hot Springs on the iDrive Arkansas camera. Very ominous skies. This is actually looking eastbound, I believe. Very low clouds. So, again, an indicator of how low our clouds are today. I don't think this is looking the direction of where we would have a lowering, but we need to keep an eye on it. Obviously, very ominous skies. I kind of wish this was looking more to the west. Unless this is looking west. Look at the map here. This actually might be looking south. This might be the lowering. So this might not be looking eastbound. I think this is looking more to the south. Yeah, this is looking south towards our storm. So this is looking south right now. That is our lowering. That's coming into Hot Springs right now on the iDrive Arkansas camera. Definitely need to keep a very close eye on this. And top right of your screen, we have a lowering coming in. This is our tornadic storm coming towards Hot Springs.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's a live shot. We're going to go back to that in a second. I do want to go back to radar. We have a brand new tornado warning for Laclede, Wright, and Texas counties in Missouri. All right, that's this one. So it's going to be east of Springfield, near Plato and Upton. They have continued the tornado warning as we still have enough rotation near Highway 38 for there to be potentially a tornado. So Plato and Upton, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. The southern storm, the rotation's still strong enough for a tornado heading towards Kabul and Sargent. And then again, our concern really for Hot Springs is that we could get a tornado here soon. The velocities are still increasing. It's going to be coming right into Hot Springs over the next few minutes. This is live in Hot Springs on the iDrive Arkansas camera. Again, top right of your screen is the storm rolling in right now. If we had a tornado, we would probably see it on this camera, unless it's wrapped in rain. But we have a large rain shaft coming in right now. We are really watching this entire kind of area here for a potential tornado. Go over just a smidge so you can see it a little bit better. My cat is making weird meowing sounds right now. And this is live at Hot Springs on the tornado warning cell. It's about to be moving into town. I'm going to go back to this in a quick second. I do want to show you the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. New mesoscale discussion. This is going to include most of eastern and central Arkansas, where we do have an increasing tornado potential. A new watch is likely within the hour. So a new tornado watch will be issued here very shortly, so be ready for that. Strongest area of rotation right now is coming into the southwest side of Hot Springs. This is once again the live shot in Hot Springs. Looking at our area of rotation, our area of interest. It's going to be coming right over the highway here in just a moment. I know it says eastbound, it is looking more to the southwest. Thank you, Lucille, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Alright, storm's starting to get a little bit closer to the camera. Just kind of waiting to see if we can see anything here in Hot Springs. Are there going to be tornadoes in Wisconsin? Wisconsin is not in the path of severe weather. Is there a jump scare? Sorry, guys. Realize that popped up. Well, I mean, if there's a tornado here near Hot Springs, it's almost undoubtedly going to be rain wrapped. Here's the leading edge of the rain shaft on the left side of your screen. Can't clearly see anything. The wind should pick up. This is almost... If we have a tornado, there's a good chance it's going to be rain wrapped here. I'm going to go back to this camera in a second in Hot Springs. Let me go back to radar. And the velocities are at least a little bit weaker here over the last few minutes. So that's at least a good sign. Wind's probably going to be pretty strong. Also, we have a very strong area of rotation right now north of Blocher. It's going to be coming up on Reform and Perrin over the next few minutes. So northeast of Hot Springs Village. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. The rotation on this has been increasing a lot here over the last few minutes. They'll eventually go towards Mayflower. The storm near Perryville, the rotation's pretty broad on this storm going towards Morrilton. Not as concerned about that storm as of right now, but we'll continue to keep an eye on it. This is back over in Hot Springs. So Hot Springs, rain's picking up. Wind should be picking up here over the next few minutes as well. Wind hasn't really picked up yet here, but still keep an eye on the wind if it does pick up. Might get an RFD surge. Even if we don't have a tornado, the wind should be pretty high here in Hot Springs. Looks like hail. No, those are just raindrops. I'm gonna keep it on my other monitor. If it picks up, we'll go back to it. Honestly, the storm north of Hot Springs, this one might be dropping right now. We have very strong rotation coming up into Reform. This is the supercell that also dropped a tornado back over west of Hot Springs about 45 minutes ago or so. So we may have a new tornado dropping. It's gonna be coming up on Williams Junction and Martindale. Also, rotation's starting to uptick a little bit near Leslie and Marshall. That's going to be heading up towards Calico Rock, Mount Olive, and Mountain View. It's another area to watch. Rotation is still on the stronger side of things west of Willow Springs, heading towards Kabul. This is the latest radar scan. It's going to come up towards Sargent here pretty soon. The storm over near Upton has been much broader. I'm not sure if that tornado warning is going to continue for much longer. Back up in Columbia, we still have a tornado warning here. The worst of this storm has already moved through. Columbia going up through Hallsville and Centralia. If you're in those areas, continue to stay in your safe place. I think at this point, this area of thunderstorm activity is mostly wind. I don't see really much of a tornado risk there. There is a storm all the way back up here in northeastern Missouri that don't have a great radar view on, but this one might be something to watch. There is some rotation, but it's very high up into the atmosphere. This is going towards Lewistown and going towards Canton. Possibility for a more significant tornado would exist if something were to develop here, but I'm not sure. It's really gonna be a close call on that one. We have Connor Croft and Storm Intermedia up there, bottom middle of your screen, so we're gonna keep a close eye on them. That storm could be something to watch for. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so I was going to talk about that storm south of Marshall by Leslie and how it looked like it was getting an RFD cut. It's gone. Literally as you said that, the next radar scan updated and it no longer looks as concerning.
What state?
Arkansas. It's the one to the west of Mountain View.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. That is up here near Leslie. So there has been a little bit of rotation, but not as much of a concern right now. We'll keep an eye on it in case it does recycle. North of Morrilton, there is also a little bit of rotation on this tiny little cell that's heading up towards B Branch. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. I would be surprised if we don't get a tornado on this storm near Reform. The velocities are still very strong right now. Just northeast of Hot Springs, and this is going to be coming up towards eventually Mayflower and just south of Perryville here soon. So be ready for this, as there's a potential for a tornado with that as it continues to move to the east. The Hot Springs storm has become pretty disorganized. It is mostly just wind at this point. The tornado threat is lower for the time being. This is a live shot right now on the iDrive Arkansas camera in Hot Springs, and you can actually see a small little raggedy wall cloud right there. There's a little wall cloud right there at the top right of your screen. It's moving into Hot Springs, but the velocities on radar have gotten a little bit broader here as of late. Thank you, Deanna, for becoming a member, and welcome to the velocities. This is near exit 5, by the way, for those that are familiar with this area, right along the interstate here. South side of Hot Springs. Or I think, actually, this might be the north side of Hot Springs. We do have a little wall cloud that's moving in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning. This is going to be for the storm north of Hot Springs. It is a discrete supercell that is rotating quite a bit right now. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a dangerous storm right now, currently tracking to the northeast. Is Brandon Kopic not Brandon Kopic on the bottom left? I'll put that there. That is interesting. All right, new tornado warning, though, again, just to the north of Hot Springs Village. This rotation is, again, very strong. Very solid chance that a tornado is going to drop here over the next few minutes, tracking towards Highway 9 and Highway 10. So if you are in this area, you got to get to your safe place now. This is for Perry, as well as Pulaski, Saline, and Faulkner counties here outside of Little Rock. And I think we have a tornado. Yeah, we have a tornado in progress now in Reform. So this is now in progress. There is a debris signature right now, right over Reform. So you need to be in your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible immediately. This could easily...
A new tornado
This could
warning has
easily
been
be a
issued.
strong tornado. Right now, near Reform, Arkansas. It's going to be going towards Mayflower and Conway. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows if you are in this warning. This is a dangerous storm currently tracking to the northeast. And tornado definitely in progress right now in Reform. You got to be in your safe place, going towards Mayflower. Also, new tornado warning, going to be all the way back up near Columbia. This is west of St. Louis by quite a bit. Going towards Mexico, and as well as Ox-Vasey. Area of rotation embedded in a line of thunderstorms is moving off to the north towards Highway 15. So be in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. Again, this is a continuating threat that we've had going on for quite some time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we have another tornado warning that's just been issued. That's for Clark, Garland, and Hot Spring counties, which might actually be that storm there west of Caddo Valley. Another area of strong rotation there near Caddo Valley, going towards Malvern, I-30, and eventually towards the south side of Hot Springs. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that as well. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so there is a chaser on this storm near Little Rock that has a tornado on the ground. It appears like it's a strong cone tornado. Just looking at the environment, I do think that this has the potential to be a long track tornado. So places like Conway, Holland, Vilnola, you guys way downstream of this, even outside of the tornado warning, should be preparing to take shelter now.
Thank you for the update. All right, so again, probably a large cone tornado right now west of Highway 9. We have a large debris signature right now embedded in our hook echo. This is probably going to become a rain wrap tornado too at some point here downstream as it continues to move towards Martindale and Williams Junction, and it will eventually go towards Little Italy and Mayflower. So this is a large tornado that is likely in progress right now, heading right towards Conway. It is producing significant damage right now just north of Reform, and will be coming up on Williams Junction and Martindale. So you got to be in your safe place during this warning. That is a significant tornado that is currently in progress, and it's probably causing some pretty big damage right now outside of Little Rock. The storm back over west of Caddo Valley, we have very strong rotation on too. That is tracking up towards Magnet Cove and Rockport. And this will also go towards Hot Springs. We need to keep a very close eye on this as well. So this is another supercell that could become very concerning here soon for a tornado risk. Latest scan is still showing a significant tornado right now over the north side of Reform in Arkansas. It's coming up on Williams Junction and Martindale over the next few minutes. This is probably going to continue for quite some time, if I had to guess. The supercell doesn't have really anything around it that's going to negatively impact it. There's a lot of wind shear in today's environment, so I think it's going to stay together here for a little bit. But again, if you're just tuning in, this is according to Storm Chaser Jesse Hayes. Jesse is reporting that there is a cone tornado in progress here. I don't believe they are alive, but they have been reporting that. We have a new radar scan coming in right now, so we're going to wait for that. Right now, this tornado would be hitting the Lake Winona Park, and it will be coming up on the Buffalo Church. And eventually, once it gets to Highway 9, it'll be coming up on the Round Mountain Trailhead, and Nancy Mountain Vista will be in the path of this. Tornadoes now over the north side of Reform, Arkansas. Again, long-term, it's going towards Mayflower and Conway, which are much more populated places here in Arkansas. We still got a significant tornado, though, in progress. Latest correlation coefficient scan is indicating that significant debris is still actively being lifted up into the atmosphere right now on the north side of Reform, coming up on Williams Junction. This is still a large tornado right now, moving northeast, heading towards Martindale and Y in Little Italy. I'm surprised they haven't upgraded the warning yet. I mean, this might honestly be not far from PDS levels. They have not upgraded that warning yet, which is surprising. This really should at least be a confirmed tornado. I mean, we definitely have a tornado in progress going right into Williams Junction. This could be down for quite some time. Warning is still radar indicated, but it's definitely confirmed. It's almost undoubtedly, again, a strong tornado that is heading up towards Conway in the next 20 minutes or so. Conway, you're not in the warning right now, but you need to be ready to go to your safe place. If you're on the southwest side of town, you might be in the warning. But if you're in downtown Conway, you're not actively inside of this tornado warning. I'll have another radar scan here in just a second. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, if you want to pull up my radar, this is actually something on GR2 that I've been experimenting with over the past few days. So basically what this does is it will only show you the probability if there is a debris ball on the ground. So the white is a 100% chance of a tornado-related debris ball. And on this radar product, we can clearly see that we have a strong area where there's a 100% chance using this algorithm that there is a tornado on the ground. This is north of the town of Payton.
Thank you for the update. And again, the latest scan is still showing a significant tornado in progress. This is lifting up a lot of debris right now near Williams Junction, and it's coming up on Martindale as of right now. So again, you gotta be in your safe place if you're in this warning. This is still a dangerous storm that is going to be heading towards Conway and Mayflower. Velocities are still very strong as well. I don't know why they haven't upgraded the warning, but again, still a significant tornado right now tracking to the northeast. The debris signature right now, if we measure it from west to east, is around a mile wide. Doesn't mean our tornado is a mile wide, but the debris at least is being, extracted again around a mile or so wide here. So again, significant tornado currently in progress, and again, likely strong. And we've had reports again of a cone tornado with that over the last few minutes from a storm chaser. Rotation still strong south of Hot Springs, coming up on Caddo Valley and I-30 going towards Rockport and Magnet Cove. So please make sure that you're in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so once again, they have not updated this warning. However, we are in range of a PDS tornado warning being issued for this storm.
Thank you for the update. So again, this should be PDS, but currently no upgrade even to the warning. We clearly have a tornado in progress right now near Highway 9, and it'll be about 15 to 20 minutes probably until this is really knocking on the doorstep of Mayflower. So if you're over at Mayflower, again, you got a few minutes to, collect your things, whatever, and get to your safe place, but you want to be getting there as soon as possible. If you're over in Conway, be weather aware. If you have any friends or family in Conway, please make sure that they are aware of this as well, as this is a storm that could easily be producing a significant tornado. It already is right now, and it could continue for quite some time. Back up in Missouri, we still have a few tornado warnings east of Springfield. Rotation near Kabul has become a lot broader over the last few minutes, so I'm not as concerned about that storm as of right now. And then the rotation over near Plato has been also fairly broad. I'm not as concerned about that storm either. Off near Columbia and Fulton, we are dealing with a lot of different areas of rotation from a line of thunderstorms that is currently lifting to the northeast, which will be moving through Mexico, Benton City, Centralia, and eventually going towards Perry. We're still keeping an eye on that. We actually have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible label in southeast Iowa, by the way. Heads up if you're back over near Mount Pleasant. Low chance for a tornado out of that storm. We still have a significant tornado in progress right now near Williams Junction, and we still don't have an upgrade to this warning. There is still a significant tornado in progress. We have a big debris signature still. Luckily, it's a lot of trees in this area. There aren't as many homes in this area, but it will be coming up on a more populated area. It is approaching right now the Alotian Golf Club, the West Rock Landing, Vista Point Park, and also a few more trails there. Some mountains are obviously in this area. And then eventually after that, it's going to be crossing over a river. And then Conway is really one of the biggest places in the track of this tornado. So we still actively have a significant tornado in progress right now that's going to be going through Martindale over the next few minutes. If you are in a mobile home, you got to get to a sturdy structure or get in a ditch. If you are in a trailer park or anything along those lines, an RV, you need to be, again, in a safe, sturdy structure right now. This is the latest scan and still have a big debris signature right now on the southeast side of Williams Junction. This has just crossed Highway 9 and is about to cross Highway 10 near Martindale in just a few minutes. Also, the storm that's northeast of Hot Springs, they have not continued a tornado warning on this, and I think that's rightfully so. I'm not seeing a whole lot on this storm that would really be evident of there being a tornado in the near term, other than it being discrete, which, again, it's going to probably stay as a discrete supercell for quite some time, but we'll have to keep an eye on this because this will be going in the direction of Little Rock. So generally, it's going to be moving to the northeast. So if you're in Little Rock, that's the main storm we're watching for right now, in addition to this supercell northwest of Caddo Valley, which, honestly, this one might be about to drop too. We still have very strong rotation on this over Highway 7. It's going to be paralleling I-30 up until about Magnet Cove, and then it might cross over at some point. If you're north of Arkadelphia, you got to be in your safe place on that one. And we are still seeing some very small storms down here in southwest Arkansas that are also rotating. We got one near Hope and one west of Prescott. So those are still continuing to produce at least a little bit of rotation. And then all the way back up east of Springfield, they have canceled the tornado warning for Plato, but there is still a tornado warning here near Willow Springs. And there's a low chance they issue a tornado warning on this little area of rotation west of West Plains, so we'll be keeping an eye on that as that moves to the northeast. All right, let me go back down to Arkansas. Over the last couple of scans, the tornado here near Williams Junction has gotten at least somewhat smaller. So still have debris right now being lifted up into the atmosphere near Martindale, but it is a slightly smaller tornado. We'll continue to wait and see what happens with this evolution over the next few minutes. I'll do radar scan in a second. We are currently sitting at 12 severe thunderstorm warnings and 6 tornado warnings as of right now. Our peak for tornado warnings so far today has been about 8. So this is... And really right now, between, again, 3 and 7 is really our peak for the tornado threat. The threat will continue all the way through about 11 or 12, but we are currently right now in the midst of our peak of this tornado threat. Also, I kind of find this crazy, but they never upgraded this warning to being confirmed. The latest update is still radar indicated, even though we have a tornado. I don't know how that happens. So we still have a tornado going towards Conway, but the warning was not upgraded. I do think that this tornado is at least getting a little bit smaller, but it is still in progress. I mean, we still have a clear debris signature right now over Martindale, and it's coming up on Y and as well as Little Italy over the next few minutes. We just got a new tornado watch. Let me go ahead and go over to that. New tornado watch going to include parts of Arkansas. We'll have that here in a second, and here it is. All right, so our new tornado watch is going to be for eastern Arkansas. This goes until midnight tonight. A few tornadoes are going to be possible. This includes Jonesboro, Osceola, just outside of Memphis near Helena, Pine Bluff, just east of Little Rock, Searcy, Batesville, and Forest City. A few tornadoes are possible between now and 12. Scatter damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And also the potential for up to ping pong ball sized hail is possible. We have any PDS today? We haven't had any PDS at all in the last few days. Yesterday, we should have had like 3 or 4. Today, this one pretty easily, I feel like, could have been PDS. At this point, the tornado is smaller and it's not as strong, so it wouldn't be in the territory of a PDS tornado warning, but it is still in progress near Martindale, and it's going to be coming up on Y. The tornado is definitely smaller. We have a much smaller debris signature here, so it's not as concerning, but if you're up in Conway, continue to stay weather aware. This storm definitely will have a potential to recycle as it moves up towards Conway and Mayflower. And rotation remains very strong north of Caddo Valley in the mid-levels. So tornado might be trying to drop here soon near I-30. I'm going to see if we have any cameras here. We might. Back over along I-30 in this tornado warning. There's one in Caddo Valley. There's one in Friendship, but not seeing a clear view of this right now. If we get a clear view of this, we'll obviously show you. We'll keep an eye on that. Shout out to Joseph with the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Also, thank you to Larry with the super chat, and also thank you Lotus for the generous super chat. And Lotus says, remember, pictures are not worth your life. Get to shelter. Have a storm preparedness kit, mattress, blankets, first aid, battery operated radio. Whenever the tornado pass is over, wait 20 minutes before exiting the shelter. Good advice. Appreciate the super chat. But yeah, I agree. If you have a weather radio, it's always good to have that on hand today, especially with how active it already is. I mean, again, if you look at, let's just go back to the full radar here. You can literally see this entire area. We have severe warnings stretching and connecting across about a 425-mile line right now. So these are continuous severe thunderstorm warnings right now across Missouri and as well as Arkansas that are stretching 425 miles. It's pretty crazy. It's a large area. We're only about 2 warnings really away from this being about 500 miles connecting. All right, CC drop is way smaller. That tornado is lifted at this point. The storm near Fountain Lake still has some broad rotation heading up towards Little Rock, so we need to continue to keep a close eye on that. East of Hot Springs. And again, what we're looking at here, the rotation is strong in the mid-levels, but this right here is going to be clear air contamination. That is not a debris signature. That right there is clear air contamination. If we were to have a tornado, it would have to be right here in the precipitation area of at least this supercell. But I don't think it's far from producing. It is still radar indicator rotation for now. We are back down to 4 tornado warnings. The main 2 right now are technically at 5 for another like 3 minutes, but one of them has been allowed to expire. We still have the main one that's northwest of Little Rock. That one produced a strong tornado moments ago. We have one south of Hot Springs, and then all the way back up into southern Missouri. We still have a tornado warning for a couple more minutes just off to the northwest and west of Mountain View. That's going to be tracking towards Highway 19. That rotation's broader at this point. A little bit of rotation also west of West Plains. And then all the way back up towards Fulton, outside of Columbia. We still have a tornado warning for Mexico, Benton, just outside of Benton City and Centralia. This is an area that we're watching for the potential for tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. That'll be tracking in the direction of Perry and as well as Center.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I'm not gonna lie, is this a different storm? Okay, this is a different one. So the southern storm has been upgraded to confirmed. I thought this was the northern one. The southern storm has been upgraded though. This is now a confirmed tornado for Garland and Hot Springs counties. So this is now a confirmed tornado. And this is gonna be confirmed via radar. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. Strongest area of rotation right now is just east of Highway 7, and it will be coming up on Magnet Cove and Rockport. So Jen, just south and east of Hot Springs. There are cameras in this area, so we're going to keep a close eye on these. This is not a tornado that is observed by spotters. It is a radar-confirmed tornado. It's moving to the northeast. Yeah, again, strongest rotation right over D Roach. Going up to the northeast. There's a broad area of rotation as well near Clinton, heading up towards Fairfield Bay in Concord. That might get tornado warning at some point down the road.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And other than that, the storm that was producing a tornado just southwest of Conway, that one's weakened a lot over the last few minutes. We'll continue to keep a close eye on that. Back up in Missouri for Montgomery and Callaway counties, we do have a brand new tornado warning, which is all the way back up west of St. Louis, north of Herman. Another QLCS tornado risk going up towards Montgomery City and Wellsville. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building as that continues to move to the northeast. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I think there's something a little peculiar going on with our 2 warnings that we have here in the NWS Little Rock region. So obviously we did just get an upgrade to this warning in the south, and that was an upgrade to observed. But actually, if you scroll back in that warning history, they had canceled that tornado warning at 5:36 p.m. I'm wondering if they meant to upgrade this warning in the north or north of Little Rock, and they accidentally set that warning through in the south, or accidentally upgraded the wrong warning. It's a little peculiar, and I don't know what's going on, but either way, take both warnings seriously, and yeah.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, what I'm seeing on radar, and I'm pretty certain what we're seeing here is clear air contamination. The CC drop here is right in the middle of where there's like literally no reflectivity. So there's a very low chance that is actually a tornado. In my opinion. Again, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty certain that that's just clear air contamination. But nonetheless, take this warning seriously. It is still a very dangerous storm. Even if we didn't have a tornado, or even if we do have a tornado, again, the velocities are very strong in the mid levels. So there's probably at least a wall cloud. And if not, we could even have a tornado that is trying to drop down here just east of Highway 7. Again, this is going to be tracking towards the southeast side of Hot Springs and near Malvern in Arkansas. So please continue to stay in your safe place. But the confirmed the storm up here that was on the ground near Conway, that one is still rotating, but it's a lot broader than before. This is the one that was producing a strong tornado for probably about 15 minutes or so, but it has become a lot weaker, and I'm not as concerned about that storm at this point for a tornado threat. And we do not have any active tornado warnings in southern Missouri, which I agree with. The velocities are pretty broad on everything right now. A little broad area of rotation near Somerville, with our winds going away from the radar and winds going towards the radar, just a broad area of circulation. But if you're over in St. Louis, I mean, you're still about an hour or so out from this line of storms getting there, about hour and 30 minutes, but get ready. The severe weather's coming. And again, we are still right in the smack dab middle of the peak here of severe weather. Is Riley Max's cousin? Riley is not my cousin. Any road camps near Malvern? We're keeping an eye on them. There are a couple there. If this storm gets closer to I-30, there will be a couple cams that we can put up on here. They're just not showing anything quite yet. But I'm keeping an eye on all the cameras there. Again, nothing visually confirmed here. It's radar indicated. This is what it looks like on the iDrive Arkansas camera in the southeast side of Hot Springs. And it's very ominous. Lots of rain coming down now. And so this is going to be on the northwest side of this confirmed tornado warning right now. And again, the roadways, I've been saying this all day, but they're very wet. It's moist. Got a lot of rain that has been falling, and puddling and flooding is going to continue. Somebody just asked if I'm going live tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to go live for some cloud spotting tomorrow. We don't really have much of a risk of severe weather tomorrow. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So, actually, funny situation here. We've been watching these tornado warnings across Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri today, almost into Illinois, but there's still been no official tornado reports issued to the Storm Prediction Center about either of these areas. However, we do have one tornado report in the entirety of the U.S. right now. That one tornado report is in Montana. This is the only official tornado report we have so far today, and it's in Montana. Obviously, we have seen some tornadoes in Arkansas, and we've seen some in Missouri today, but the only one that the SPC has officially recognized as an official storm report was in Montana. We're probably going to see more tornadoes in the area of St. Louis sometime in the next 2 hours. We actually have a few different segments we're seeing here. This is one, and there's also another one that you can tell is sort of a storm system of its own, but independent from that one over here. This is the one that's going to be moving towards St. Louis, and the area that we're looking at in terms of tornado potential is not only where we have warnings now, but also at the end of the line. This is where we're going to see a potential bookend vortex as it works its way towards St. Louis. To see that, that'd basically be a tornado on the end of the line. So that's one thing that we need to keep an eye out for over the next few hours. Also, Arkansas, you guys actually have the majority of the discrete convection, which isn't exactly how it was modeled. It's interesting to see it play out this way, and I actually would have, if I was a betting man, I would have placed my money on Missouri performing better than Arkansas, but for some reason, it does not seem to have played out that way today.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Let's go. By the way, Riley, you clicked the wrong button on the light. I'm just letting you know. But otherwise, let's go back over to Hot Springs. And this tornado warning again was just updated. They are still keeping this as a radar confirmed tornado, just southeast of Hot Springs. So not entirely positive that this is still on the ground, but if you are in the warning, stay in your safe place near I-30 heading up towards Rockport and Magnet Cove. Storm is currently moving to the northeast and will be approaching Highway 270 over the next few minutes, basically paralleling I-30. The storm back over near Conway, we have a lot of divergence now. Really no area of definitive rotation anymore on this storm near Conway. I think damaging winds will be the main concern heading into Conway here pretty soon. This was a supercell that produced a strong tornado there briefly, but that is, again, pretty much fizzled here over the last few minutes. So I'm not as concerned at this point about this storm here going through Conway. But damaging winds and a little bit of hail is possible. We have a little bit of rotation back up near Clinton, approaching Fairfield Bay and Concord as well. A little mesocyclone on that near Highway 65 moving east. So we're going to continue to watch that closely. And we are, again, really only about an hour and a half away from St. Louis and the metro, starting to see some significant severe weather. The main concern should be damaging winds, but there could be a couple of tornadoes as well in that area. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Tornado warnings do continue. Back over near Montgomery City, we actually have a small couplet now that's going to be coming up towards Montgomery City. It's not like tight, but it is enough rotation for there to be a quick little spin up tornado. So if you're Montgomery City, now is the time to be in your safe place in Missouri. Middletown, Wellsville, and Bellflower, also other areas that need to be in their safe places. And then the tornado warning near Mexico. This has become a large, just broad area of rotation. I'm not very concerned about this right now, but if you are in this area, damaging winds and an isolated spin-up tornado will still remain possible. Thank you, Super Daniel, or Deanne, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Also, thank you, Kimberly, for the Venmo donation, for keeping people safe. I appreciate that. How do you get so knowledgeable? Well, I mean, I've taken 4 years of meteorology in college, and I've also, you know, done a lot of self-teaching, watched the Weather Channel a bunch, just a bunch of, you know, stuff. I've been doing this for a long time. I mean, I've been doing live streams, you know, in general for about 5 years. Nationwide, I've been doing them for about 3 years now, so. Thank you, Jessica, for the super chat. Love the addition of Riley. I feel like I learn something new every time he has an update. That's good to hear. Appreciate the super chat. And for those that are not already aware, again, Riley is now working for me pretty much full time, so we'll be having him on pretty much every stream that is out there, and he'll also be storm chasing on some of the lower end days that are more in the Midwest, so kind of exciting. All right, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be across eastern Missouri and western Illinois. They have outlined an area where QLCS tornadoes and damaging wind gusts will persist into the evening hours. And they also have outlined 2 areas of our greatest risk for both damaging winds and tornadoes, one of which is south of Rolla, and then also one that's off to the north of Jefferson City. So make sure that you're staying weather aware if you're in these areas. This is the main area to watch. Generally, this entire region will have a threat for severe weather here over the next few hours. They have downgraded the peak, or the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes. It was between 120 to 150, I believe. It's now down to 130, so we're talking more about, you know, some tornadoes. The strong tornado threat is still there. It's just a bit lower. Damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour, and then golf ball sized hail is also a possibility. This is our latest radar scan on our confirmed tornado warning southeast of Hot Springs. Again, I don't think this is on the ground, but if it is, it's going to be coming up on Magnet Cove here pretty soon. This will probably continue as a tornado warning for Magnet Cove in Benton. So if you're back up in Benton or Magnet Cove, have that tornado action plan ready to go. And make sure that you have ways to receive warnings, as we're probably going to get a new tornado warning on this supercell. It's been rotating quite a bit here as of lately. There's been a slight attempt of rotation trying to increase here back over east of Hot Springs, but that rotation's still broad. We need to watch this storm for the Little Rock area I'll draw a better polygon. It's more going towards the northwest side of Little Rock. But this supercell here could become a problem for Mayflower. We already had a tornado west of Mayflower not long ago from the storm that's now in Conway. But this one could become tornadic again. We'll have to wait and see. But the velocities are still on the broad side of things. We do have a little hook that's formed on the cell and still an inflow. So it has a chance. We'll see. Not as confident that that one's going to produce, but we'll see. Thank you, B, for the super chat. Thank you for covering Northeast Missouri. No problem at all. We are covering the pretty much entire Midwest and back into the Mississippi River Valley today. Strong area of rotation currently approaching Montgomery City in Missouri. Again, this is your classic kind of QLCS tornado that usually is embedded in a line of thunderstorms, and we are watching for a potential tornado to move through Montgomery City over the next few minutes and then eventually moving through Middletown.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning. This will be for Garland, Hot Spring, and Saline counties in Arkansas. I believe this is an extension. Yeah, that's going to be an extension. So Benton, Magnet Cove, Lonsdale, as well as Traskwood and outside of Toll, you are now included in a new tornado warning. You need to get to your safe place immediately, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This storm has had again, a radar confirmed tornado. I don't think we've had a tornado here, but you know, if we have one, it would be coming up on the west side of I-30. It's going to be basically paralleling this interstate, going to Magnet Cove and Lonsdale. There are cameras that are near I-30 that I'm going to see if we have a view of anything on now. But again, this is just outside of Rockport as well for reference. The skies are definitely getting darker. This is a live shot on the iDrive Arkansas camera. This is back over here in the tornado warning just west of Rockport, right along I-30, and you can see it's very ominous skies right now, very dark out there. We go back over to a little bit further north. You can also see from another perspective, very ominous skies off to the right side of your screen. We'll probably have a better shot of this storm here pretty soon. Can't really clearly see anything right now. But we are keeping an eye on those cameras in case there is something there. Tornado damage at the new DeRoche Fire Department. I don't know if that's confirmed. If anybody sees any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX as well. Here are all the tornado reports that we've had. You know, Riley talked about this. It's kind of funny to like look at this though, because like so far we've had no tornado reports in our tornado risk area, but we've had one in Montana. So it's pretty interesting so far, the reports we've had. Now we've had other tornadoes. We've at least they just haven't updated this. There have been tornadoes in Missouri. We've already had like 3 or 4 that we've had visual of, and we've had them on the stream today. But no tornado reports right now so far in Missouri or Arkansas. Again, we've probably had about, I'd say 5 or 6 tornadoes so far. We at least had 3 in Missouri. We've apparently had 1 in Montana and then 1 here in Arkansas. So we're up to a 5 or 6. That number will probably keep climbing here. Again, the tornado threat is still going to be elevated for the next few hours as we have a lot of wind shear. All right, latest radar scan on our tornado warning cell here east of Hot Springs. The rotation has gotten a little bit broader over the last few minutes. It's going to be coming up on Magnet Cove, Nance, Lonsdale, and eventually just basically, again, paralleling I-30. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, but the rotation is at least a little bit broader for the time being. The storm near Conway might be trying to cycle. We are starting to see a little bit of an area of convergence now over Conway, and we are starting to see that rain out in front of it clear out a little bit. This is opening the door for a bit of an inflow notch, and if we're able to get that, we could get a tornadic storm at some point in the near future for Holland, Mount Vernon, and Rosebud, Arkansas. So keep an eye on this storm here just north of Little Rock. Rotation back near Greenbrier has been broad for quite some time and is heading up towards Rosebud and Heber Springs, but actively not a really significant tornado threat for right now. Why is everybody saying Yahoo in the chat? What happened? Thank you, Beverly, for becoming a member. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below and also make sure to click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest videos and live streams. Again, we'll be live here with commercial-free coverage for the next several hours, so make sure you are subscribed. We'll keep you posted with the latest on this. I don't know if it's really a tornado outbreak quite yet, but it is at least a severe weather outbreak here across Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma. We've had a ton of damage reports and lots of wind reports. I mean, they're everywhere. So this has already been a very significant day of severe weather when it comes to wind. We've had at least a few tornadoes so far, and we are expecting this threat to continue as we get closer to the sunset hours as well. All right, can we stop saying Yahoo in the chat? I don't know why we're saying Yahoo. Hey, so on Twitter, if you guys aren't already following me on Twitter or on Facebook, you should be, at MaxVelocityWX. So I just tweeted this out. We have one tornado report today in Montana, all right? And Jordan Hall replies, this doesn't count. That we had a large tornado literally at about 11, was this, or was this one? This was about 1:30. We had a large tornado back over in, I can't remember the name. It was north of Jefferson City, though. This was a sizable tornado. If you go back to the very beginning of this live stream, we had a large tornado, and it was really on the ground for like 2 or 3 minutes. But this was a tornado, and we've had damage reports as well from this tornado as well. But that was a sizable tornado. Also, the confirmed tornado warning still ongoing for 12 more minutes. They'll probably cancel that since we don't think there's a tornado anymore. Rotation itself has become a lot broader over the last few minutes, moving into Magnet Cove, Lonsdale, and Benton. Thank you, DK, for the super chat. I just donated $10 to say Yahoo. Guys, what is? I don't understand why we're all saying Yahoo. Is my real name Max? No, my name is not Max. No, it actually is. My name is Billy. It is Max. All right, rotation is starting to increase just a smidge right now near Conway. We have a little bit more rotation. It's very weak and broad, but this is something to still watch for. We got a little hook and an inflow right now right over Conway. Let's see if there are cameras in Conway. I'm actually curious to see if we have a structure shot of this. I think we might be able to see a wall cloud or something. Wow, look at this. Is in Conway on the iDrive Arkansas camera. It is very ominous. Currently in Conway, very dark skies. Top left of your screen would be, if we had a wall cloud, it'd be up there somewhere. It is very ominous here in the Conway area. Yeah, man, it's really dark. Jeez. Most of these cameras are showing really dark POVs. This is, looking at the storm right now near Conway, I don't see like a definitive wall cloud or a lowering or anything, but storm is moving in. This is looking westbound. The wind is beginning to pick up a little bit. We got some damaging wind potential with this storm. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. I've ever done weather coverage that has gone through my location. I have. My mother-in-law is in Magnet Cove, and their news says there was for sure a tornado on the ground. That's interesting. I don't really know. I really kind of thought that was clear air contamination. Wow, this storm looks crazy. Look at this right here. You can see it's very hard to see, but that right there is the leading edge of our storm here. The large rain shaft that is coming in. This is again near Conway. It is again very ominous and dark. Again on the iDrive Arkansas camera. This is a storm that may also have a potential tornado threat here soon. The velocities have increased a little bit. Winds will probably be pretty strong here in Conway. The warning right now is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is a tornado possible label on this. Look at camera exit 128. Where's exit 128? This 127. 127. This is 128. The winds are pretty strong right here. And the visibility has dropped to basically 0. That was fast. The visibility has dropped to 0 here. Jeez. I mean, that dropped really fast. The winds are probably going to be pretty strong here, too. I honestly like this view, though. It really at least shows the storm. This is another view at mile marker 131. Very ominous skies out in the distance. Where was that other camera? Was it 129? Wow, look at this. Look how windy it got here. This is on the interstate just south of Conway. It has gotten very windy, and the visibility has also gotten very low. That truck, that semi-truck, it looked like just swerved a little bit. Hey, Wade, for the super chat, what's the risk for St. Louis tonight? And also get something to eat? I'm going to get something for DoorDash. I'm getting hungry. But St. Louis, mainly a wind threat, low tornado risk. It's definitely not 0. Yeah, at this point, this entire corridor right now is dealing with high winds and also heavy rainfall. I'm not seeing that other camera view that we had, I think, is gone.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure, unless it was further south. It's still very ominous skies there. All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be all the way back up into northeastern Missouri outside of St. Louis. Rotation is embedded in this line right now to the northeast of Montgomery City. It's going to be coming up on Bowling Green and Eolia. Louisiana and Ellsbury are also in the path of this. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Also, thank you, Dave, for the generous super chat. Let's all have a quick $2 super chat outbreak for a bit. You guys don't have to do that. Appreciate the super chat, though. I do graduate, though, here very soon. Wednesday's the big day. After Wednesday, I'm pretty much done with college, and I will be officially a meteorologist. I'll be meteorologist max velocity. We might do meteorologist max velocity t-shirts. We'll see. But a thought. If you guys have any design ideas for that, you can feel free to put them in the chat. Riley can look at them. Should I be worried in Davenport, Iowa? Iowa's not really much of a risk. It's a low chance. There is a tornado watch up here, but I think it's going to be mainly wind and some hail here across southeastern Iowa. If we go over to our significant tornado parameter values, let me go to here. This is the latest run on our significant tornado parameter values, and this is right about now. So this is 6 o'clock Central Time, and currently our values are the highest in northeast Missouri and western Illinois, where our values are around 3 to 4. They're about 1 to 2 for the most part across Texas and Missouri. And honestly, this is usually indicating a more of like a slight risk for tornadoes at worst case scenario. That's usually what these numbers indicate. But we have a lot of wind shear, and any discrete cells have a chance of producing tornadoes. But by around 7 to 8 o'clock, the threat of tornadoes will be mainly in this corridor, I think. I think this will be the main area. We could still see an isolated tornado all the way back through Louisiana and Arkansas, and there could still be an isolated tornado even in this region, but it's going to be contingent on a storm actually firing up there. By about 9 to 10 o'clock, the main corridor by 9 to 10 should be this, and it'll be mostly just an isolated tornado threat. And then after midnight, we're done. But our threat will continue to stay elevated here for the next few hours. I'll stay here for a second. Okay. Back over in, this is over in Nixa, Missouri for Brett on Twitter. This is a look at some of the hail that we saw. Actually, quite a bit of hail. That's a lot of hail for these storms. There's a lot of hail on the ground there not long ago. This is back over
A
south
new
of
tornado
Springfield.
warning has been issued.
But that hail was probably right around jelly bean sized hail, maybe a little bit larger than that, around cheese curd sized hail. I'm trying to be in the Easter spirit and say that that was jelly bean sized hail. We do have a brand new tornado warning. This will be for Vandalia, New London, New Canton, and Barrie. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Actually, Connor's not far from this. He's going towards that. We'll keep an eye on him. He's going to be bottom middle of your screen. We'll be keeping a close eye on him. Where is Kopic right now? Let's go to Brandon Kopic. Kopic is in Montgomery City. He's actually on this tornado warning. Listening to Brandon. He's on this tornado warning near Montgomery City. Shout out Sandy with the $20 Venmo. I appreciate that.
Look the radar in like 15 minutes before you said something.
Can't really see much right now. If we had a tornado, it might be rain wrapped. This is our QLCS tornado threat. Need Corey to become a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
You loop it, it looks like a hurricane. It's like wrapping around itself.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's like a fucking vortex thing.
Jeez, I did not realize you guys
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to... I need to order myself food. Because I am going to starve otherwise. Got Brandon here for just a second. Alright. We're good to go. Alright, let's back to live radar here. We'll keep him bottom left of your screen again. He's right along I-70 near this tornado warning. Connor's currently coming in from the north on the other tornado warning, so we could get spit up tornadoes here going towards Hannibal, eventually going into western Illinois, but just off to the northwest of St. Louis. If you're in St. Louis, this area is really the most concerning thing that we're going to be keeping an eye on. That is going to track in the direction of St. Louis here over the next few hours, outside of Rolla and east of St. Robert. And we're in a bit of a radar hole, but it looks like there's at least some rotation still. Yeah, there's still a little bit of rotation near Salem. So these storms could still produce a tornado risk as that goes towards St. Louis. We need to continue to keep an eye on that. Also, rotation is, looks like a little bit of rotation. A little bit back off to the north near Salem. There's a little area of weak rotation right now that is currently tracking into Salem over the next few minutes. It looked a bit stronger about 15 minutes ago or so, but we'll have to keep an eye on that for a potential tornado risk. And then further down to the south, in and around Little Rock, we are still dealing with mostly damaging winds, but there are still a couple tornado warnings. We'll go to those in a second. Still a little bit of rotation south of Mountain View. That'll be coming up on Cushman and Guion, west of Batesville. And there's also a little area of rotation off to the north of Highway 107, tracking towards Heber Springs. The storm northeast of Conway, not really looking too concerning in terms of a tornado risk, at least for now. And west of Little Rock, we have a very impressive looking supercell, but I do think that this might be somewhat outflow driven as the velocities are not very strong. It's a very weak area of rotation. We'll continue to watch it though closely in case it does try to produce a tornado. We do still have actively a tornado warning here for those back over southwest of Little Rock near Benton. That'll go for about 30 more minutes, so until 6:45. Thank you, Marion, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. And also thank you, Brooklyn, for the super chat. How's Quincy, Illinois looking in your opinion? I honestly think most of Illinois is gonna be like okay. I think really the main area to watch for would be in this general area. I'll kind of outline it. Like this area, I think is where our most significant threat over the next few hours will be for damaging winds and a low tornado risk. I think once we get closer to like Springfield, Peoria, and Davenport, a lot of these storms will be mostly just isolated severe weather. There could still be an isolated tornado, but the risk would be generally lower. Thank you, Starling, for the super chat. Also, Storm Watcher says, thanks for helping me through the DFW area storms. I'm glad I can help. How's the Lake City documentary coming? We're gonna be doing a Lake City tornado documentary, I think, once we get closer to quieter time. We'll probably do something like that in the middle or end of May, if I had to guess. Whenever the weather gets at least a little quieter, which I don't know if it will be. It could be active for a while, but it'll hopefully we'll have a little quiet period where we can upload it in. It'll be on our second channel, More Max Velocity. It wouldn't be on the main channel, but we'll post the links and we'll promote it on the main channel whenever it comes out. The severe thunderstorm warning for Pike in Rawls County in Missouri and Pike County in Illinois was just upgraded. It is up to now 70 mile per hour damaging winds. It is an observed threat near Canton, Quincy, and Pike counties. Sorry, Quincy, Canton, and Hannibal. But it should be mostly wind up there in Quincy. Thank you, Amanda, for becoming a member. Let me go back and see if we have any camera views back over in Arkansas. Let's go back down to that tornado warning. We actually might have a view of this storm now. Let me check. Right along I-30. It's tracking up towards Benton right now. See if we can see a wall cloud or anything. There are a couple cameras coming up in Benton. I'm keeping a close eye on them. There is some ominous skies there coming up on Benton, Arkansas. We do have a slight bit of tightening on... It's not really that tight, but there's a little bit of tighter rotation on this latest scan now on the west side of I-30. So if you're in Benton, Arkansas, again, you got a couple minutes, but you want to be in your safe place here within the next few minutes as this storm's tracking right up into Benton, and it could drop a tornado at any time. Huge shout out to Martin with the very generous $50 super chat. Here's to cover your DoorDash during the live stream. They should sponsor you. Upcoming graduation. And thanks for also covering the storm system. I appreciate that. And thank you for the super chat. The DoorDash was like $23, but I do appreciate that. I got a strawberry banana smoothie again, and I got chicken tenders. Please feed poor Riley. I don't have to feed Riley. Bro is literally eating a 20-ounce ribeye right now. That's why he hasn't been on stream in like 30 minutes. Someone tell Queso. I have no clue where Queso lives, but hopefully he's not too close to any of these storms. Really, our main storm is the one near Benton. This one could get interesting west of Little Rock. I mean, it has that look to it. It's just, it does not appear as if it is fully organizing right now. Let me see if we can go velocities a little bit more aloft. Yeah, if you look at the rotation aloft, like there's definitely probably at least some sort of mid-level rotation, maybe even a little, you know, wall cloud or something that's trying to form here. But I don't think there's an active tornado here. No filet mignon, guys. I gotta be honest, I have not had like a good decent meal in so long. Like every time we have these outbreaks, you can never eat like decent meals. It's always like really quick, you know, stuff. So thank you, Jenks, for the super chat. I'm a Marine stationed on the East Coast and found this channel last year. I notified my family 15 minutes before the area was leveled. Thank you. I'm glad I can help. Hopefully they're all right. I do appreciate the super chat. All right, latest radar scan. We are starting to see this storm here near I-30 ramp up quite a bit, just southwest of Benton. Stronger area of rotation come up towards Kentucky and Salem, traveling right up I-30. There are a couple cameras that'll be coming up in this area here over the next few minutes. We're keeping an eye on those to see if we can spot anything. Currently, though, this storm has definitely gotten a little bit more concerning. Decent amount of inflow coming to the storm, and again, a hook echo, and that'll be tracking right up towards Benton over the next few minutes. So if you're in Benton, Arkansas, now's the time to be in your safe place. This thing is definitely ramped up a little bit here over the last few minutes. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning just outside of St. Louis. So if you're tuning in from the St. Louis area, now's the time to be ready for severe weather here over the next hour. Damaging winds is the main concern with this storm, currently up to 70 miles per hour. There is a tornado possible label on this. So we are still monitoring a threat for tornadoes. Again, we could get some little kinks in this line. Basically what we'd be talking about with this line of thunderstorms is if we can get these like little notches to kind of form, like these little kinks, inflow notches, there could be a slightly more elevated tornado risk. I do think one thing that might slightly limit our tornado risk is the amount of rain that's kind of falling even out in front of this line. Very light drizzle that might not be reaching the ground, but that could also impact these storms just a little bit as they move into the St. Louis metro area. Our tornado warnings do continue northwest of St. Louis. Still some rotation near Bowling Green moving into Louisiana, and a little bit of rotation also tracking in the direction of New Canton, which is just west of Pittsfield, going towards I-72. Also, Barry and Hannibal still in the path of that. I know we have some people watching from Quincy and Mendon as well, and Camp Point. Generally, right now, we are talking about just some damaging winds. I don't see much of a tornado risk as of right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This one's been issued in Arkansas. This will be for Pike. Oh, nope, that's the wrong place. This will be for Lonoke, Faulkner, and as well as Pulaski counties in Arkansas, which will pop up in a moment. All right, that's actually northwest of Little Rock. So they have issued a new tornado warning on this. On the northwest side of Little Rock, this will be for those in Mayflower and as well as Mamelli, going towards Vilonia, south of Conway. So if you are in this warning, you got to get to your safe place immediately. You get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a pretty populated area here, just on the northwest side of Little Rock. There could be a wall cloud with this. Again, the mid-level rotation was much stronger. The low-level rotation has been on the weaker side of things. I'm currently keeping an eye on the traffic cams here because that would be our best shot of seeing something. But this definitely is an organized supercell, and it could definitely produce a tornado at some point here soon. So you need to be taking this warning seriously. It's a discrete supercell, and these are the kind of ones that most commonly do produce tornadoes. This is actually a view right now from the Cantrell interchange on Highway 10. And you can actually see the lowering right there. So that would be our lowering out in the distance. Some scud cloud activity there. That would be where we're watching for a potential tornado out of this storm. It's not organized yet, but it's definitely going to try to organize here soon. This is, again, looking westbound just outside of Little Rock. So a little bit of scud cloud there. Could get a tornado as this continues to move on the northwest suburb side there of Little Rock. I don't know if there's officially only one report. Did you see the video by Storm Chaser Jordan Hall? Yeah, we were live when it happened. If you go back to the first like 2 minutes of today's stream, that tornado happened while we were live. We literally began the stream again with a tornado on the ground. This is the second day in a row we've begun a stream with a tornado on the ground, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but we don't usually start streams with a tornado on the ground. We usually go live before it happens. All right, this is now moving over the mountain. It might become a little bit harder to see now. This is, again, a storm that is trying to ramp up near Little Rock, near Mamelli. But there is definitely a lowering there, so we need to keep an eye on this. Trying to see if we have any other camera views coming up that look westbound. Yeah, here's another good shot. This is going to be over near Mamelli. This is on west of Crystal Hill Road on the iDrive Arkansas camera. Again, a large, scuddy, kind of raggedy lowering. It's not very organized. Once we see something a bit more concrete here, we'll definitely know if the tornado threat's ramping up. The velocities on radar at the surface are still pretty weak, but aloft, they're definitely on the stronger side of things. Well, we definitely have, I mean, that would probably be the area of interest right there where I point the arrow. Yeah, the Little Rock has cam, I don't think we can use. That's like a news station camera. All the people driving right now towards this tornado warning. I know a lot of these people have to kind of drive towards where they're trying to go home to, but a lot of people currently driving in the direction of where this wall cloud is here northwest of Little Rock. Let me go back to radar and let's see what it looks like right now. Pretty solid shot of the storm. And if we had a tornado, it'd be over here near Natural Steps and Pinnacle. But again, I'm not really seeing much in terms of rotation. The velocities, in my opinion, are still fairly broad at the surface. They have been stronger aloft, which, again, is an indicator of at least mid-level rotation, which is why we have a wall cloud forming. And you can actually see pretty strong rotation back over near North Point. So there's definitely some strong rotation aloft. I don't think it's as strong, though, near the surface. Also, heads up, if you're in Benton, we still have a strong area of rotation heading into town here over the next few minutes. If you're in Benton, Arkansas, now is the time to be in your safe place as this storm rolls in here over the next few minutes. Let's go back to that wall cloud shot here, northwest of Little Rock. You can clearly see it's a large area of a large lowering here. Looking westbound on the interstate just north of Little Rock. Going to be moving into Maumelle, I think it was, in Arkansas. Still a large wall cloud. Don't see any tornado here, but there's a large lowering. Maumelle, thank you. We'll talk about St. Louis in a few minutes. We'll get to that. Nothing imminent in St. Louis, but we are going to see damaging winds and a low tornado risk here in the next hour. Connor is... Something happened on Connor's stream. I don't know if he just drove away from it.
Any luck, this one will be flooded too.
Go back a few seconds.
Where I need to...
Yeah, so Connor just a moment ago came up on a flooded roadway over here near Newark, Missouri.
Where I need to... Yeah, like
This is what it looked like a moment ago. This is also inside of a just outside of a tornado warning.
All right. Not a fan of you, buddy.
All right. He's also a low signal. But yeah, again, a large wall cloud here, moving through the northwest suburbs of Little Rock. Going back to live radar here, this is the storm. It's northwest of Little Rock. We've been talking about this one for a while. It's not been really that impressive with the surface-based rotation. It's been stronger aloft. I don't know if this is going to get to the ground, but this definitely has a potential to do so near Maumelle, and it's going to be moving through Mayflower, and then eventually going towards Valonia, just west of Cabot and Austin. All the way back up in St. Louis right now, we are talking more about a significant wind risk that is moving through Wentzville and Troy within the next 15 minutes. If you're back up in St. Louis, keep an eye on the skies here and make sure that you're staying weather aware, because I do think the tornado risk is going to start to increase a little bit as we get closer to around 7 to 8 o'clock in the St. Louis metro area. Again, we're not talking about a high risk by any means. It's just a low-end risk for an isolated tornado or two as this line of thunderstorms continues to push into your area. If we can maintain anything that's a little bit more semi-discreet, the tornado threat would be slightly more elevated when it comes to a strong tornado threat. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. Also, severe thunderstorm warning back down near Shreveport in Marshall, Texas. $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds happening down there. Just throwing that out there because I know that we have some viewers from that area. Latest scan, we might have a little bit of a tightening trying to happen over Mamel. So the rotation might now be trying to tighten.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The new tornado warning is going to be for Saline, Faulkner, and as well as Pulaski counties. That's going to be an extension of the tornado warning, I believe, near Benton, and it is. Little Rock, you're in a tornado warning now. So if you are in Little Rock, Arkansas, you got to be in your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Bryant, Salem, you are also included in this tornado warning. This is a live shot on the storm northwest of Little Rock right now. We still have a large lowering. It's now behind the tree line. But again, there could be a tornado trying to drop right now. The velocities have increased a little bit here over the last couple of minutes on radar. Keeping an eye on the other camera, though, because, again, this storm might be about to drop a tornado. Waiting for the next scan. It's going to be crossing over I-40 in the next few minutes near Morgan. Wow, this is a live shot right now from Mameli, or just north of Mamel, I mean. That's a look right now at this supercell with a large lowering. This is a pretty close view of it. Not seeing a definitive area of rotation or even a funnel cloud right now, but this is a huge wall cloud on the iDrive Arkansas camera. That might be the area that we need to watch for. A little kind of bowl coming down a little bit. It's very small, so it's not for certain, but that might be the area that we're looking at for a potential tornado here, just northwest of Little Rock. Not very definitive. If we had a tornado, though, it might be trying to form right there in the middle right. This is, again, the storm that's northwest of Little Rock, near Mamel. Looking westbound on the iDrive Arkansas camera. What's the probability of Dayton, Ohio getting a tornado? Ohio is once again not in the risk of severe weather today. Now it looks like this area is just spinning a little bit. Let's go back over to radar. This is our latest scan. If we have a tornado, once again, it would be coming up on Morgan right now. Going towards Gentry Corner. Waiting for the velocities to update. The storm southwest of Little Rock right now. The hook is right now over Benton. It's going to take a little bit of time until this is actually producing a tornado, or is in the Little Rock area, excuse me. It could produce a tornado at any time, but it's going to take a few minutes until it's actually in Little Rock. But again, if you're in Little Rock, definitely be ready to go to your safe place or start getting there now. You probably got about 5 minutes or so until this thing's really starting to enter into the town. So again, you should get there as soon as possible, but unless it's an emergency, you got a couple minutes. This is back to Morgan at exit 142, again, northwest of Little Rock. We are keeping a very close eye on this storm. There is a chance of a tornado. We're mainly watching this area here for a potential tornado to drop. And again, this storm has a lot of, this again, a very favorable environment still. A lot of wind shear is still available. So this thing could still drop a tornado as it moves here along I-40. It's bound to cross over near Mamel. And the wind is beginning to now pick up a little bit, so gusty winds are now starting to pick up. Got a little bit of an RFD surge coming in as well. Definitely got to be careful, by the way, if you're traveling today, if you're like a semi-truck driver, definitely be careful in the Little Rock area. We got high winds that are going to be coming in too, in addition to a potential tornado threat. Yeah, winds start to pick up a little bit more now. I don't see like a funnel or anything. Again, I think on the right side was really where we're looking for a potential tornado if we had one. The wind should pick up here in a second. I'm going to see if we can get another view of this wall cloud out in front of this. The latest radar scan has the strongest area of rotation right now over Morgan. It's, again, right along I-40. This is going to be going towards Olmsted. Canongate Addition is also in the path of this here in the near term. It's going to be going towards Macon as well. Macon's another place that's in the path of this. Got another view here from west of Crystal Road. The little scuddy area there on the top right of your screen. I don't think that's associated with our area of rotation, but that is a little sus. We've made it to the sus hour. To me, it looks like more like a scary looking cloud, but it could be trying to form something in terms of like a wall cloud. This is the latest radar scan. Again, strongest area of rotation is going to be over Morgan. This storm's been organizing a little bit more here over the last few minutes. It's going to be coming up on Gentry Corner, Brockington Corner, Caddo, and Olmsted. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. Tornado warning is still ongoing for Benton. Our area of rotation is going to be is approaching Salem right now, and it'll be going to Collegeville, and then eventually approaching Westbrook in the next 5 minutes. And then eventually going towards Little Rock, Arkansas. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. A little update for those back up near St. Louis. We have a significant line of thunderstorms currently pushing towards St. Louis, Wentzville, and Troy. This is actively producing the threat of damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour. We do have a couple tornado warnings still ongoing, anywhere from Eolia all the way back through Barry and New Canton. Main area of rotation is going to be near Eolia, and the other one's going to be near New Canton. These are QLCS tornadoes, so they're not nearly as concerning when it comes to a strong or even long-lived tornado threat in comparison to the ones in Arkansas that are definitely a bit more concerning when it comes to our tornado threat. All right, let me see if we have another view. Let's go back to Benton. See if there's a view of this storm near Benton right now. By the way, if you're over in Benton, if you're not even, or even if you're not in Benton, but the winds right now are pretty high in the Benton area. We definitely have an RFD surge that's pushing out from our supercell, which is the rear flank downdraft. So strong winds currently are paralleling I-30, tracking up in the direction of Bryant. This is a live shot of a wall cloud right now that is formed back over near on this storm. This is the one that's heading towards Little Rock. So we got another large lowering out here in the horizon. Just to the southwest of Little Rock. So this is a live shot of the storm rolling in. Very ominous skies. Again, paralleling I-30. It's definitely looking sus here near Benton. I just said exit 114. What's that exit 114? Oh yeah, look at exit 114. Wow, look at that shot. Very ominous skies right now. All right, I'm going to give Riley the thing for a second so I can go get my food. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so one of the things that I have been monitoring is the distance between the storm that's currently tornado warned and the one behind it. It seems like the storm behind it is actually moving quite a bit quicker than the one in front of it. And what this could do is basically bump the storm in front of it that's already close to producing a tornado and nudge it into producing a tornado. So we actually saw this quite a few times yesterday, where the forward flank of one storm would interact with the down or the rear flank downdraft at another, and it would effectively strengthen the mesocyclone and produce a tornado. Unfortunately, it's timing out that right as this storm would get nudged, it'd be moving into the downtown area of Little Rock. So hopefully, it either nudges before that or just doesn't nudge at all. But yeah, it's really a concerning look. It's basically a 50-50 chance on whether or not a nudger will actually be useful in terms of tornado potential, but it is aligning in a way where it should be.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Once again, we got a pretty significant storm right now coming into Salem, definitely damaging winds. We have a lowering on that storm. The one further off to the north looking at least a little broader for the time being, but we still need to watch that as it goes towards the Cabot and Magnolia areas. This is another view on the iDrive Arkansas camera on exit 124 just southwest of Little Rock.
A new tornado warning has
again,
been
we
issued.
do have at least somewhat of a lowering there in the middle right of your screen. There's still potential for a tornado with this as it continues to move into the Little Rock area. So you need to be in your safe place if you are in Little Rock. We have another tornado warning that has been issued in south or southern parts of Missouri. This is south of Winona. Strong area of rotation right now near Thayer, and it's going to be approaching Alton and just east of Brandsville. So if you're in this warning, you got to get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Let's go back to Little Rock, and we're going to stay here. Let me go to... We're going back to this exit 124 cam and see if we can see anything here as the storm rolls through. While I'm doing that, I have to get a straw. Thank you to whoever fan-mailed me 100 straws, because guess what? This time, DoorDash did not give me a straw for my smoothie. So it's actually going to come in handy today. Whoever fan-mailed me 100 straws. Big W in the chat for whoever did send them to me. I swear, I don't know why, but DoorDash never sends me a straw. I don't get it. It's like a 50% chance of getting a straw. I literally have to put it on my order for Wawa, like a single-use straw, yes, and they still don't give it to me. All right, let me go back to here. Let's see if there's another view of this. We got a new radar scan coming in. We'll see what the velocities look like on radar. As of right now, there is no confirmed tornado here, but we are still watching at least a lowering on this storm. This is the latest scan. Yeah, if we have a tornado, it would be near Salem right now. So if we have a tornado, it's going to be near Salem, and it'll be coming up towards I-430 over the next few minutes. And then it will eventually track towards Little Rock. Little Rock is about 14 minutes out from this particular storm. This is a very ominous shot. This is from Vimy Ridge. And right here will be where we're looking for a potential tornado, which again, we can't see it from this angle, but this is a large area of dark skies. Our mesocyclone's probably back tucked into the corner there, beyond that tree line. Let me see if we have another view. That was in Vimy Ridge. I'm just trying to find if we can get a clear view of this wall cloud. This is probably the closest one. This is Bryant Parkway, exit 124 on the iDrive Arkansas camera, but I think if we have a tornado, it's going to be tucked back beyond the trees there. We have some scud cloud here in the middle, but that's not going to be where our tornado is. It would be back on the right somewhere if we have one. Let's see. Do that. All right. The latest radar scan on this tornado warned cell, it appears as if our main area of rotation will be near Salem, but the velocities have gotten quite a bit broader over the last few minutes. We might have a wall cloud again. The rotation aloft has been pretty strong with all these storms today, at least in the mid-levels. You can see that clearly over Salem. We have pretty strong mid-level rotation on the velocities. But the one thing that has been hurting most of these storms is at least the surface-based rotation has not been as strong. Even the northern supercell here, just north of Little Rock, is also producing that same type of rotation. But the surface-based rotation's been a bit of a struggle today. I do want to point out, though, the latest scan near Gentry Corner and as well as Olmsted, we do have a pretty strong inflow, and the hook has gotten more organized, and it looks like the velocities have upticked quite a bit on this storm in the last few minutes. So we may have a tornado trying to drop right now near Caddo. It's going to be going towards Barger Addition and as well as Cannon Gate Addition over the next few minutes. If you're in this warning, you got to be in your safe place in case this does drop a tornado. If we have one, it'd be over the north side of Caddo, going into Olmsted, and then eventually tracking again towards Cannon Gate Addition, or Cannon Gate Addition. Little Rock storm, though, is continuing to look more like a wind threat for the time being. Let's see if we can get another camera view of this. I just wish we had a camera facing west. All right, there is a camera coming up that's gonna be looking west. That'll have a good view if it can. The storm keeps going. All right. Thank you, Hoop, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, once again, another supercell is trying to rotate back over near Malvern in Arkansas. A little area of rotation, a little mesocyclone. I wouldn't be surprised if this got tornado warning. I'd give it like a 60% chance in the next 15 minutes. It's a bit smaller than our other storms, but it is, again, still in a favorable environment just east of I-30. That'll be tracking up towards Little Rock here pretty soon, so we'll keep an eye on that. We do have a little supercell also near Pangburn that is moving in the direction of 167, but that one, in my opinion, is not concerning for a tornado risk. We still have a tornado warning in southern Missouri near Thayer, and that one's still rotating. Nothing confirmed on that for now. Going towards Alton and eventually towards Winona. And then if you're back over in St. Louis, we got significant storms heading your way. Again, mainly a damaging wind risk as of right now, but there is a potential for a tornado out of this line of storms as it does continue to push in the direction of St. Louis, and it's about to move through Wentzville. And it looks like we have a couple little areas of very weak rotation coming up on the radar site here near Lake St. Louis and New Mel. So wouldn't be surprised if we got a spin up tornado in here, and that might prompt a tornado warning, but I'd say the chances of that are on the lower side of things. We do still have a tornado warning in Illinois, and this is going to be for Pike County in Illinois, just east of Hannibal, and the rotation right now is over near New Canton, and that's coming up on Griggsville. So still have some rotation on that storm. Let's go back over to Little Rock and check back in on these storms. The latest radar scan still showing a large hook echo, strong inflow, but the rotation again near the surface is fairly weak right now, just southwest of Little Rock. This will be coming up on Little Rock in the next 10 minutes. So if you're in the southwest side of Little Rock, now you got to be in your safe place in case this does drop a tornado. If you're in downtown Little Rock, you have a couple of minutes, but I would be making your way to the safe place as soon as possible, in case this thing is producing a tornado. Which again, we don't have anything confirmed as of right now, but once we have something confirmed, we'll obviously let you know. And by the way, it's not rush hour, but it's not far from it. There are a lot of people driving right now, so just kind of something to throw out there. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people driving out here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And it makes it a little bit more concerning with how many people are driving on the roadways. New tornado warning for Adams County in Illinois. That is going to be near Quincy, actually. So just south of Quincy, we have a brand new tornado warning for Payson and Clanton. Connor Croft, bottom middle of your screen, is about 2 miles from that rotation. New tornado warning, though, for Clanton, just south of Camp Point. If you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That is going to be tracking up towards Clayton over the next few minutes. My cat is hiding in the bathroom. He knows what's happening. Yeah, that's sometimes what cats do. I have a cat. All right, Riley has an update on a tornado that happened yesterday. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we did see a bunch of tornadoes yesterday, but only one has been added to the official damage assessment toolkit. It was an EF1 tornado that occurred in Ada, Oklahoma. The top wind speed was 88 miles an hour, and it hit a strip mall. And this is a pretty low quality picture of that strip mall, but you can see all the broken glass that was associated with the winds of the tornado. We should see another 6 or 7 tornadoes confirmed tomorrow at the absolute, or from yesterday at the absolute minimum, but they just haven't added them yet.
Thank you for the update. So yeah, there was a bunch of tornadoes yesterday. So far, that is the only tornado that we've actually had confirmed, but again, there were plenty of tornadoes yesterday, and there were some also in North Texas, so we will probably end up seeing some more here pretty soon. Yeah, so that's literally the only tornado so far added, but we'll have some more at some point, probably in the near future. All right, if you're just tuning in, again, we do have tornado warnings right around Little Rock, Arkansas. If you have any friends or family here, make sure that they're aware of the situation, and feel free, again, to share the stream with them. We're providing commercial-free weather coverage. We'll keep you posted if anything does drop here. Again, so far, there's not been anything confirmed. The rotation, in my opinion, has at least been somewhat broader over the last few minutes. Tornado Pagey has a good view. I don't even know where she is.
My Nightbot has a command that says, chat, we have kidnapped...
This is Tornado Pagey. I might have missed something. She's in Thayer, Missouri. Actually, she's on the other tornado warning. Let me go back a second and see.
I was like doing Pilates back there. Jeez.
That was the storm back up near Thayer, Missouri a few moments ago. That's on the tornado warning cell.
Good view. Not gonna lie.
That was just a few moments ago in Thayer, Missouri. Again, that's a tornado warning cell right now.
I'm holding on.
It's literally along the Arkansas-Missouri border.
Well, I was.
I think she's trying to videotape it. I think she was doing it from the back of the truck or something. We'll put her on the bottom right of your screen. Not her. What is it? There we go. All right, she's bottom right. Also, a little heads up, that storm back down near Malvern in Arkansas, that one has broader rotation now. Not nearly as concerned about that storm. Once again, if you're in Little Rock, now is the time to be in your safe place. If we have a tornado, it would be on the northwest side of Alexander, approaching Westbrook right now, and that'll eventually go through Little Rock. So again, you need to be in your safe place now if you are in the Little Rock area. The storm has had a history of a large wall cloud, but we know that for sure. We've seen some imagery of a wall cloud with this storm, but we just don't know if there's actually a tornado. Again, velocities on radar have not really prompted anything that looks tornadic at this point. I think more than anything, this is a wind concern, but there could still be a potential for maybe a brief spin up. It doesn't look as organized, though, as like 20 or 30 minutes ago when it was back down near Benton. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Little Rock area. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. There are some cases where they do issue these warnings, and essentially what they'll do is cancel the tornado warning for that given storm. So we'll see if they do that, because I don't think there's enough here to keep this warning going, but we'll see what happens. Also, they have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Ward, Beebe, and Cabot. That is also for 70-mile-per-hour winds. But look at this. We actually got a little couplet right now that could be dropping a tornado coming into Barger Addition and eventually going into Ridge Crest and Camelot Acres. So we may have a tornado dropping on this storm. That's actually a legitimate couplet. The one that's back over near Little Rock is not nearly as definitive, but that one actually is rotating. Like, we actually have a legit couplet there that's formed, so we could get a brief tornado out of that as it moves towards Cabot. But that tornado warning expires in 5 minutes. The one southwest and in Little Rock does expire in 20 minutes, so that will go until 7 o'clock and 7:15 respectively. They did cancel the northern tornado warning, which I do not understand. We literally have like a little couplet there. I mean, there's no tornado right now, but that could drop a brief tornado there near Auto. And they just let the warning, they just canceled the warning, so that's interesting. I feel like that should stay in place. We'll see what the latest radar scan shows, but they canceled the tornado warning here near Cabot. For the velocities to update here. If we have a tornado, it'd be just to the on the northwest side there of Cannon Gate Addition. We'll give it a second. Also, they just canceled a tornado warning for Little Rock, so both warnings have been canceled, which is not surprising given that they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm and they didn't even put a tornado possible label on it. So good news for Little Rock. You can get out of your safe place and you're fine in terms of the tornado threat, but keep in mind that 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds are still likely.
A new tornado warning has been issued,
which means that if you're in Little Rock, we are still talking about a significant wind risk that is going to be moving through Little Rock. Again, considerable threat for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And we have a tornado, I think. Hey, Riley, double check that. Southeast of Auto, we have a tornado, I believe, in progress that's not currently warned. South of Funston, this is a couplet right over our reflectivity. That might be a significant tornado, actually. And yeah, this is a tornado. So there's currently an unwarned tornado right now in Arkansas that's going to be coming up on Kamala Acres and Ridgecrest. Debris signature right here, and that's going to be coming up again into this area. It will eventually go towards BB and McRae over the next few minutes as well. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, it most certainly is a tornado, and we are really close to the radar site, so the velocities on the velocities are probably really accurate in terms of how strong it is close to the ground, and this should be a PDS tornado warning based off those velocities.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, this is not even warned right now, and we've been talking about it for a few minutes. The couplet's been developing, and we definitely have a tornado in progress coming up on Camelot Acres and Ridgecrest right now, north of Little Rock. You got to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this general area. I know there's no warning right now, but if you have any friends or family that are in this area just north of Little Rock, please make sure that they are getting to their safe place and that they are aware that there is a current tornado in progress that does not have an active tornado warning. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning for this area, and this is likely a significant tornado. The latest velocity signature, or sorry, the latest reflectivity signature is showing a little debris ball there near 107, and you can see on the correlation coefficient that there is debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere. Keep in mind that something like this is probably going to be on the stronger side of things with today's environment, with how strong the wind shear is, and so currently the velocities just going away from the radar are being measured at over 70 miles per hour. So I'd find it hard to believe that this is not at least an EF1 type, maybe even an EF2 type tornado that's currently going towards Camelot Acres and will be approaching Highway 5 in El Paso. But again, this is virtually an unwarned tornado. There's absolutely no warning on this, and there needs to be. This is currently ripping through areas near 107 and will be coming up on Camelot Acres over the next few minutes, and eventually McDermott Addition and Mountain Springs are in the path of this tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they have issued a new tornado warning on this. I don't understand why it's only radar indicated, but nonetheless, there is a tornado warning on this for those north of Warsaw. And so they have continued a tornado warning. Camelot Acres is also in the path of this. It's also heading in the direction of Anatoch and as well as Essex and Arkansas and eventually towards Searcy. This is a tornado in progress. It is not radar indicated. It is confirmed. I don't know why. I feel like both today and yesterday we've had a bunch of tornadoes and they just have not been upgraded. But this is a confirmed tornado that is currently heading right into Camelot Acres near Highway 319, and it'll be tracking the McDermott Addition over the next few minutes. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in that warning. The Little Rock storm, I don't see anything concerning there, by the way. I don't see anything rotating at this point. It's mainly a damaging wind threat, but we'll keep an eye on it in case something happens like with this storm. I mean, to be honest, this storm looked dead about 5-10 minutes ago, and then all of a sudden we got this area of convergence that formed, and that has now led to a potentially significant tornado that is currently tracking towards Camelot Acres. Huge shout out to Donuts with a very generous super chat. Thank you for everything you guys do and keeping people safe. I appreciate that, and thank you for the super chat. Okay, this is a significant tornado. The debris signature is even larger and more significant than before. This is easily a strong tornado right now going into Camelot Acres near McDermott Addition. The latest CC drop is even larger, and you can't even see the pixels. That's how significant of a tornado this currently is right now. I'm going to show you. I'm going to try to get this other radar site on here. So this is what it looks like right now. This is another view of it. Just off to the west of Camelot Acres. This right here is where your debris signature is. If we look at the CC drop, look at that thing. That is a significant tornado right now in progress coming up on Camelot Acres. Possibly at least a strong tornado. It might even be on the larger side of things. Coming up on the Camelot Acres area. Easily a strong tornado. This should be a PDS tornado warning. That is a big debris signature right now. That is coming up on the McDermott Addition. That is a debris ball on radar. And again, this hasn't even been upgraded to confirmed. It's definitely a tornado. And going towards El Paso, Anachoche, and as well as Essex over the next few minutes. See if there's any cameras up here near Cabot. Hey Riley, can you check Arkansas traffic cams and see if you see anything on that interstate? And significant tornado currently in progress off to the north of Little Rock. This is right now near Camelot Acres. It's going to be coming up into McDermott Addition over the next couple of minutes. Let me get a little call out here. So just north, it's going to be going right into Camelot Acres, which we have the Indian Lakes Resort that is currently in the path of this. Also, the Arkansas Exotics store is also near where this tornado is. The debris signature is still significant. This is a major tornado right now in progress. This needs to be PDS. We have a significant tornado right now in progress. That debris signature is even larger than before. Going to be going right over Highway 5 here over the next couple of minutes near McDermott Addition. It's going to be approaching Opal and eventually tracking towards El Paso and as well as Anachoche and Essex. This is a significant tornado that is currently in progress moving to the northeast. Once again, another view of this just to make it a little bit more clear. Right over near Camelot Acres, they've upgraded this warning at least to observed on this storm. But you can see this is a significant tornado, very deep debris signature on this, and this is literally a debris ball that is currently approaching Cypress Airport. So the Cypress Creek Airport is about to take a direct hit from this tornado over the next few minutes, and then it will eventually go towards Highway 319, and after that it's going to be going towards Opal. But again, this is not rain. That is literally debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere. This is significant. Apparently, we're only 7 knots of wind away from this being considered a tornado emergency, by the way. And it's just an observed tornado, which makes no sense. This is 100% PDS levels for a tornado with how strong our velocities are and also how large the debris signature is. This is a significant tornado. Again, you don't see this very often. This is a legit debris ball here on radar. And this is just north of Little Rock. If you're just tuning in, this is a significant tornado currently in progress near Camelot Acres. The latest radar scan is coming in as we speak. But again, significant tornado currently in progress. This is 100% supposed to be a PDS tornado warning with how significant our tornado is. It's heading up towards Route 64 right now, and it will be tracking towards the Barntine corner over the next few minutes. And eventually, it'll be coming up on Essex and Anachoche. McRae and Searcy are also in the path of this. Searcy is more populated. If you're in Searcy, be ready to go to your safe place. Unless you're on the southwest side of the town, you should already be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, I mean, this needs to be... This just needs to be upgraded. Look at this is the latest scan. And again, this is near Camelot Acres. It's right now, it's about to hit the Cypress Creek Airport. So this tornado is about to directly hit that airport. This here is not hail. That is literally a tornado. That is a huge debris signature right now coming up on the Cypress Creek Airport near Highway 5. That is literally debris though. That pink, that you would think that's just rain. It's not. It's literally debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere. And it's about to hit the Cypress Creek Airport. We have a new radar scan on here coming up in a second. Oh man, this is significant. This is such a deep debris signature. Like, you don't understand. This is a very destructive tornado right now that is moving through the McDermott Addition. It's literally hitting the Cypress Creek Airport right now. That is a huge debris signature. That is moving right through the north side of Camelot Acres. Here's another view. This is a little bit better of a gradient, so you can kind of see it better. Let me get rid of this. This is a little bit better of a gradient, so you can see. But again, that right there is all debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. The CC radar is showing, I mean, a very destructive tornado right now hitting the Cypress Creek Airport. So the Cypress Creek Airport's taking a direct hit. The U.S. Pawn and Loan Shop is also taking a direct hit from this tornado, and it's going to be coming up on a few other homes, and then it will eventually go towards U.S. Highway 64, where Roper's Restaurant is in the path of this significant tornado warning cell here. But again, this needs to be PDS, at least. This is, I'm pretty sure, on the borderline of being higher than that. They've just updated the warning, and it is still just a normal observed tornado. This is not a normal tornado, guys. This is a dangerous tornado right now, ripping through the northeast side of Camelot Acres, or Camelot Acres in Arkansas, heading out towards Essex right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Is there a camera visible, or being able to see this? There is a... This is from mile marker 15. This is near I-57. This is a view right now of this tornadic storm. I believe my pen just broke. But if we have a tornado, it's gonna be back in here. This is a look at that, where that tornado would be. It would be back there. We're gonna keep an eye on that. Again, significant tornado right now going right over the McDermott Addition. That is a huge wall cloud at the bare minimum right there. I-57 at 89. I don't know where that is. I don't think that's near this. Oh wait, no, it is. Okay, this is a look at this storm right now. This is a live shot of this tornadic supercell. And I'm not sure if that would be where our tornado... That might be where our tornado is. This is a live shot on the iDrive Arkansas camera here, just off to the east of where this tornado is. So our tornado is going to be on the tree line. Let me go back to radar. We're going to keep an eye on that. It's near the 89 interchange, which, where's 89 on this map? Back up near Cabot, right? That's north of Cabot. Oh, I see now. Okay. So yeah, that is actually looking at where our tornado is. Our tornado is definitely still down, by the way. We still have a huge debris signature right now over Highway 319. Coming up on 64 right now. This is still a significant tornado in progress. It is producing probably destructive, and it could even be producing upwards of catastrophic damage right now, heading up towards 64. Anachoch and Essex will be in the path of this over the next few minutes. You gotta be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. This should again be a PDS tornado warning. I have no clue why it isn't. This is a live shot. Our tornado is gonna be back behind these trees now. That is where our tornado would be located, so just northwest of Cabot. So again, a very dangerous tornado that is in progress. We cannot visibly see it, it looks like on this camera, but it is just beyond the tree line there. It's going to be underneath that base that we have hanging down. The debris signature, again, is still very significant on radar. There's a lot of debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. And also, this has just hit the Cypress Creek Airport. Let me see if we got another camera coming up here. Exit 16, apparently. That's not a view of anything. If there's any other cameras, let me know. All right, here's the latest scan. Yeah, we still got a significant tornado here. This is the latest radar scan. I'm going to go ahead and go over to this radar again. Back over north of the airport now, north of Bailey Addition.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The velocities are a little bit weaker, but if you look at where our debris signature is, this is where our debris ball is, and you can still see we have a huge CC drop. So there's still actively a lot of debris in the atmosphere, and there's still likely debris being lifted up into the atmosphere right now, approaching Opal, Arkansas. This is going to be, if this tornado stays on the ground, it will be going into Essex and McRae. So if you're in Essex or McRae, you've got to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a destructive tornado right now, just off to the west of Beebe and north of Austin. I do want to quickly go to our other tornado warnings because we are getting some more. We do have new tornado warnings being issued in Missouri. The main one being down here in southeastern Missouri, just to the south of Winona. Broad area of rotation is going to be coming up on Van Buren over the next few minutes. If you are in Van Buren, you should be in your safe place. That's going up towards Elsinore and just west of Grandin. All right, so you need to be in your safe place if you're in that warning. We still have a significant tornado in progress crossing right over Highway 64 right now, coming up on Essex. So this is still a significant tornado in progress, again, moving into Essex over the next few minutes. This is a photo from moments ago of this tornado, I believe. I believe this is our tornado. If not, it might be somewhere else non-condensed. James Powers just sent this in. This is the Arkansas dot traffic camera. So likely a large rain wrap tornado there. Again, visibility is going to be hard because of all these storms being high precip today. But that right there would be your tornado. Just moments ago.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And on radar, again, this is the most significant tornado I would say that we've seen in the last couple of days, just looking at the correlation coefficient drop. I mean, this is the biggest debris signature that we've had, I feel like, in the last couple of days. We have yet again another tornado warning. This one's going to be in Missouri as well for Madison, Reynolds, Iron, and Washington counties. And that's going to be over to the west of Fredericktown, going up towards Farmington, Bismarck, Iron Mountain Lake, and Ironton. So if you're in this warning, get to your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible, as that storm will be moving off to the northeast. Once again, this is north of Little Rock. We still have a significant tornado in progress, a big debris signature still approaching Essex over the next few minutes. It'll be going towards Higginson and eventually Searcy, Arkansas. Searcy, Arkansas is one of the next places in the path of this tornadic supercell if it does continue, which I think at the minimum this will continue as a supercell. It could still produce the potential for a tornado even up there towards Searcy. I'm just checking to see if we have any other view of this storm right now. All right, next view should be up near exit 35. We'll keep an eye on this. They have downgraded the warning to radar indicated. Okay. Excuse me? How is this radar indicated still? How did it get downgraded? Granted, the velocities have not been as tight over the last few minutes, but we do still actively have debris here. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, if you want to pull up my screen, I'm looking at a radar scan from about 10 minutes ago when this was a radar indicated tornado. This is debris visible going up into the air. This is a vertical profile of the storm. This blue that you see is the same blue that you see on a 2D radar map. So there was debris thrown at least 5,000 feet in the air by this tornado, if not more. I haven't found anything higher than 10,000 feet, but either way, this is probably a significant to violent tornado.
Riley for the update. And yeah, so again, significant tornado has been in progress for the last few minutes. And over the last few minutes, we've at least noticed a downtrend in the velocities, but there is still enough there for this to still be, and again, even if there isn't a tornado right now, which again, there probably still is, but if there isn't, we still have a huge amount of debris that is still in the atmosphere that's going to be spread out. With our winds aloft being more westerly, that is going to promote more of our debris being lifted further to the east. So if you're back over in Searcy, Griffithville, Georgetown, or Bald Knob here in Arkansas, be mindful that this debris could literally end up in your yard. You might have a piece of paper, you might have a tree branch come out of the sky, a leaf, you never know. That's what this radar is essentially depicting right now, that there is debris that is just basically being lifted from west to east with this tornado. Also, as of 7:01 p.m., which is 16 minutes ago, tornado was reported via ham radio. Just a delayed report, but just wanted to give you guys an idea of report that we had. Back over near Little Rock, mainly wind as of right now. Nothing really rotating in Little Rock as of right now. Let's go back up to Missouri. You still have a couple of tornado warnings in western Illinois. One near Mount Sterling, which this rotation's been broader over the last few minutes. I'm not as concerned about that. West of Rushville, we also have a tornado warning there near Mount Sterling. That is mainly going to be for wind at this point, though. Those tornado warnings will probably be canceled. Severe weather's rolling right through St. Louis right now. We got 60-mile-per-hour winds and a low tornado risk that is going to be moving through St. Charles and as well as Godfrey and Alton over the next few minutes. So be ready for some damaging winds and maybe an isolated QLCS tornado as this line continues to push to the east. We do still actively have a tornado warning for Iron Mountain Lake, Farmington, Bismarck, just outside of Fredericktown near Ironton, just to the north of Annapolis. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. And a little discrete cell that we have ongoing is back over near Winona. This rotation has been somewhat broader over the last few minutes, but a tornado could be in progress as this approaches Van Buren in southeastern Missouri. All right, back to our confirmed tornado, which, again, they downgrade the warning to radar indicated. I guess I'll change my screen, even though
a new tornado warning
still
has
in
been
progress.
issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning for Independence, Jackson, and White counties in Arkansas. So this is going to be a different storm. This is actually, oh no, it is. It's actually north. So we have a new tornado warning. This will be for Newark, Tuckerman, just southwest of Swifton, near Pleasant Plains. So this is a different discrete cell that is moving to the northeast that could also produce a tornado. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning, west of Diaz and west of Newport. Thank you, Crow Baby, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Peter. Appreciate the very generous super chat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did get a official tornado report on this storm about 7:01 p.m. local time. There was a terrain spotter who reported a tornado via ham radio.
Thank you for the update. Again, this tornado is, for right now, it's back down to radar indicated. If we still had a tornado, it would be over in near Anachoche, which it might still be on the ground. We're waiting to see what the CC radar looks like as of 7:19. At this point, I honestly think if we have anything with this storm right now, it's probably just debris fallout. I don't know if we have a tornado anymore because the velocities have at least been weaker here over the last few minutes, but there is still enough here to the point where there will be at least some debris fallout here, which means that debris is going to probably be falling here over the next hour or so across areas near Searcy. Which, again, that could just be some branches, some like little leaves. It could also be, you know, a piece of paper that gets caught up into a tornado. We've seen it happen time and time again with these strong tornadoes. So it is possible that that's what's happening right now, going towards Searcy. And Connor Croft apparently has a rainbow, bottom middle of your screen, or he did. Any glitch for becoming a member? Welcome to the Velocities. Zoom out a little bit. These are our two most significant tornadic supercells right now in Arkansas. And the other one northwest of Newport. Back over to the southwest of Little Rock, there isn't really much here that is concerning for a tornado risk. We could see that increase a little bit more in the next hour, but generally speaking, not really much rotating right there as of right now. Here's our latest radar scan. Let me see if we have a traffic cam here. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I think there's an unwarned tornado near Augusta, Illinois. It's north of our tornado warning. That's east of Quincy. There's a storm chaser reporting this tornado on the ground. Once again, that is an unwarned tornado on the ground.
Thank you for the update. There is a tornado in progress according to a storm chaser. Velocities are pretty strong as well near Augusta, Illinois. So this is an unwarned tornado that is going to be moving through Augusta and Plymouth. Velocities are slightly behind here, but that tornado would be right over Plymouth right now. So on the north side of Augusta and Illinois, this is going to be tracking towards Colchester and Macomb over the next few minutes. The Velocities radar is broken here, I think. Okay. See if we can see a CC drop here from this localized radar site. I don't see it clearly. This is about 5 minutes ago, though. So we have a tornado, again, that's been reported by a storm chaser near Augusta and Plymouth. This could just be a quick, brief tornado. It might not be like a long track tornado, but we could at least have a brief tornado here. This is our QLCS tornado threat that we sometimes have. Let's take our eyes away from tornadoes just for a second, and let's admire this beautiful rainbow. That's not a rainbow. Here's the rainbow. Let's admire the beautiful rainbow for 5 seconds. PDS Rainbow Intercept here out in Newark, Missouri.
Oh my goodness.
The rainbows.
W Rainbow. W for the rainbow. All right.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning. This is south of Macomb near Rushville. So this is east of Augusta. This is a different storm that has been tornado warned. If you are in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, we had a report of a tornado near Augusta that would be moving towards Colchester. The rotation right now is going to be moving right into Rushville and be tracking towards Highway 67 over the next few minutes. We also have still a little bit of rotation approaching Beardstown. They might issue a new tornado warning for this in Beardstown, Illinois, near Bluff Springs. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did get unfortunately a report that there is a substantial amount of damage in Lonoke County. It's way up in the upper left-hand corner of the county, northwest of Cabot. That was our radar indicated tornado warning.
Thank you for the update, and that is not what you want to hear. That storm again produced significant damage. And we are at least getting reports right now in Woodlawn Edition that there is some trees blown down, but there are reports coming in now, significant damage in that area. So, that is not what you want to hear. At this point, though, the rotation has at least gotten a lot broader. Again, I'm not as concerned about this storm anymore, but it did produce a significant tornado there, probably for about 10 minutes or so. It has lifted at this point. There is still some debris fallout, so again, just be mindful if you're over in Searcy that there could be some flying debris and whatnot as that continues to move to the northeast. Let's go back over to here. And let me go back up to the northern storm here. The rotation has been on the stronger side of things, approaching Oil Trough, Arkansas. That is coming up on Newark, Arkansas as well. No debris signature as of right now, but the velocities are on the stronger side of things. And also further north, we have a couple of rotating supercells here in far northern Arkansas that are also trying to produce tornadoes. So we need to continue to keep an eye on that. South of Little Rock, most of that activity has been tame when it comes to our tornado risk, at least over the last 30 minutes. That could change, but for right now, it's not as concerning. A rainbow emergency? Pretty much. In Newark, Missouri. It's the only pretty thing in the weather world today, in my opinion. It's the only nice thing to look at today.
Wow.
Also, the tornado warning back over west of Bluff Springs has ended. But we still have tornado warnings in southeast Missouri. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the storm near Searcy. This one's probably going to be allowed to expire when it comes to the tornado warning. They usually, again, issue severe thunderstorm warnings like this after they cancel the tornado warning, so that will probably end up being canceled for the time being. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have more updates on that tornado near Little Rock. It sounds like we have a couple of different vehicle entrapments on Highway 319, and then we also have residents was impacted with entrapments as well.
Thank you for the update. So that would be from our tornado that just happened northwest of Cabot. I'm not super concerned about this, but there is a little small, like slight area of rotation that's trying to develop near Cabot. Something to keep an eye on. It's a very disorganized area of storms, but that might be something that could become tornadic at some point down the road as that moves to the northeast. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. But again, Arkansas is still in a prime environment for the potential tornado threat here over the next hour or two. And then the tornado threat will be a little bit lower as we go later into the evening hours. Where is... Go. All right, tornado warning has now officially been canceled for that storm near Searcy. Again, that was a significant tornado. We've obviously already gotten a bunch of damage reports, but that is now no longer tornado warned. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking near Potosi, Missouri, that's north of our tornado warning for Irontown. They just warned it as I was talking about it. There was a really quickly tightening couplet, and it's probably going to produce a tornado here quickly as it goes up towards Festus.
Thank you for the update. This is going to be back over near Potosi, which is where they just issued a new tornado warning for Washington and Jefferson counties. So that's the area of rotation that's going to be heading up towards Val's Mines, Platten, and DeSoto. Festus is also in the path of this. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Bloomsdale is also in the path of this, again, in eastern Illinois. This is going to be one of those, again, QLCS tornado threats that are currently evolving. Again, strongest area of rotation just southeast of Potosi. There is still some rotation near Beardstown. I'm surprised they didn't continue a tornado warning there, but damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is going to continue. There's still a potential for a tornado as well out of that storm as that continues to move to the northeast towards Astoria and as well as Havana. So significant damaging winds will continue. Low tornado risk out of those storms still exists. If you're over in St. Louis, I've got to say, you got a little bit of good news at least right now. There's slightly good news because the strongest of the storms in the St. Louis area are both north and south of St. Louis. So north of St. Louis, we have significant severe weather happening to your north, mostly 70 mile per hour damaging winds and a few tornadoes. Into your south, it's kind of the same story. The only thing that could change would be if we get something to form just down to the southwest of St. Louis, which again is possible. We do have a couple tornado warnings now lining up there south of St. Louis, but for the time being, the worst of the action is both to your south and north. Now, keep in mind, these storms are not going east. They're going northeast. So these will kind of be tracking in the direction of the St. Louis area, at least just south of St. Louis. And then in this general area, we're going to keep an eye on that for potentially some development as those storms go towards St. Louis and also go towards Alton. And they have just issued a new large severe thunderstorm warning for Springfield, Woodside, near Jackson. This is a very odd looking severe thunderstorm warning. I don't know what is going on here. This is very interesting. But this is going to include many areas for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also the potential for... there's no tornado label on this, but there is at least 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds out of this. This is what the warning looks like, by the way, in case you cannot see it clearly. This is the warning polygon. It's very strange. It like cuts off and does some weird stuff. So, I don't know what happened with that, but we're not all artists, so it's very interesting. Yes, this is so weird. Literally, it's if you go down this small little area, you're included in the warning, all right? If you're in this like little tiny spot right here. But if you're in Bethel, you're not in the warning. That's basically how this thing works. Like, this is not even connected. Like, it just gets cut off. And you got like a little triangle down here. Very odd looking severe thunderstorm warning, I've got to say. Springfield's included in that, by the way. 70-mile-per-hour winds likely with that storm. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning northeast of northeast of Jacksonville, northeast of Little Rock. This will be for damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. I did point out that there was a small little area of rotation trying to develop near Cabot, but that thing is pretty much occluded already, so not super concerned right now about that. South of Little Rock, we are starting to see at least a slight bit more organization in our supercells that are ongoing south of Little Rock. Not seeing really much rotation on that activity, but this is something to keep an eye on as it heads towards Lone Oak and Carlsley. Could get a low-end tornado risk with that activity. So just something to keep an eye on. Is Riley on tonight? Riley's been on like a bunch. So yes, he is here. Thank you, Rachel, for the super chat. You should have totally done a cheesy smile when showing the rainbow. Okay. Appreciate the super chat. Also, shout out to Marissa and Zachary at the Venmo donations. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. How's the risk in Bourbonnais, Illinois? I've never even heard of this place. Let me look it up real quick. I cannot copy this name for some reason in YouTube. All right, this is Bourbonnais, Illinois, which is all the way back over south of Chicago. I'm going to be honest, I don't expect much over there. I think it'll be mostly just a falling apart of the line of storms by the time it gets to you. This is what it looks like on the future radar for the next few hours. We'll quickly go through this. So this is by around 8 o'clock. So again, significant damaging winds and a few tornadoes will continue literally across this entire area of thunderstorm activity. And it's going to stretch all the way back down towards Shreveport. It already is. And it will continue for the next few hours. By around 9 o'clock, this line will start to fall apart a bit back over outside of Chicago. So there will start to be some weakening with this line. But damaging winds will continue. A low tornado risk is still in play. This will be a bit more organized.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We'll go to that in a second. This will be a bit more organized, though, by around 9 o'clock tonight. Damaging winds and a couple tornadoes will be possible. By 10 to 11 o'clock, though, the line of storms will be falling apart in eastern Illinois with mainly just some isolated to scattered damaging winds and maybe a brief spin-up. And then further down to the south, our threat of severe weather should continue till about midnight to 1 in the morning before eventually it all falls apart. So I still think severe weather is going to continue all the way through 1 a.m., but the worst of it will be here over the next hour or two. We have a tornado warning all the way back over in Iowa. This is near Millersburg and Aledo. We have actually a decent area of rotation right now near Keithsburg coming up on Millersburg and Aledo. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you're in this warning. This is not really what we're expecting today. I don't think we really had an Iowa tornado warning on our bingo card, but we actually have one. There is a camera coming up here in Galesburg. I'm going to pull that up. We're going to go 3 cam view. Put that bottom there, and might actually have that as our main camera. Actually, let's put Jordan here. No. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to fix our cameras here. That's going to be 2, and that'll be 3. All right. Charge your devices just in case you lose power. I recommend that. It's a good idea. You're back up in Davenport. Believe it or not, you actually do have a potential for an isolated tornado threat here. This storm, long-term, if it does stay organized, which, again, a lot of the time with these storms embedded in a line, these are just spin-ups. They're usually not very, long-tracked, but if this were for some reason to stay on the long-track side of things, Davenport would be in the path of this storm. So just a heads up, if you're in Davenport, this line of storms is coming your way, and we may end up seeing an isolated tornado as it heads towards Davenport. South of St. Louis, we still have a couple areas of stronger rotation. It's gotten a little bit broader going towards DeSoto and Festus and I-55, but still enough rotation to keep this tornado warning going. And then near Farmington, it's hard to see the rotation here, but this is another situation where we're looking for a potential spin-up tornado in this line of thunderstorms. So if you're in Farmington, continue to stay in your safe place. And we still have a tornado warning northwest of Poplar Bluff right now, and that's the one near Van Buren, which the rotation on that storm has become pretty broad at this point. We're still keeping an eye on it in case it does become a bigger concern in the near future. That'll eventually go towards Piedmont and as well as Des Arc, excuse me, and eventually Fredericktown will be a long-term path of that storm. The storm near Searcy continues to stay mainly a wind concern. Not really expecting much of a tornado risk out of that for the time being. Near Cabot, we've had a little area of rotation, and this is still a storm to watch for over Cabot. I'm going to go back full screen here. If we go back to Cabot.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
If we go back over to Cabot, I want to go back to the base velocities that are a bit more elevated. There actually has been strong mid-level rotation with this storm near Cabot. This was about 5-10 minutes ago, so pretty strong rotation there. They may issue a warning if this does start to increase a bit more. It has a little hook to it. It's a very tiny supercell. There's a lot of negative storm interactions that are happening, but if this can stay organized, we may end up seeing a little bit more of a tornado risk out of that. Brand new tornado warning in Illinois. This is going to be southeast of Burlington, southwest of Galesburg, and coming up on Monmouth. So another QLCS tornado spin up here outside of Macomb. Which, if we have a tornado, it'd be coming up on Blandonsville, and then eventually going towards Roseville. They use those for the super chat. How is the risk in Alvin, Texas? Alvin, Texas is mostly just some isolated hail and wind. Not really much of a tornado risk there tonight. Hey, BJ, sorry for the very generous super chat. Is that a Wawa smoothie? It is. Yes, this is the second time in the last 3 days I've had a Wawa smoothie. Is Amos, Iowa good for tonight? Yeah, you're good in Amos, Iowa. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, it looks like there's a broad area of rotation south of the radar site in Shreveport, Louisiana. Nothing too concerning as of now, but it could potentially wrap up.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And yeah, that is actually looking a little bit more concerning. Just at the Greenwood, it's a weak area of rotation. Our wind shear is not as strong down here, but there is an area of rotation just to the northwest of Stonewall. You can see that area of rotation there just to the south of Greenwood. It's going to be coming up on I-20, and that's basically beelining it towards Shreveport. So something to keep an eye on. Could get some sort of little tornado genesis here over the next 20 minutes or so. Again, this environment not super favorable for tornadoes, but a brief one cannot be ruled out. But this is our risk of severe weather for today, just a general outline. The next SPC outlook is in about 20 minutes, so this will be condensed quite a bit, but we still have a large risk of severe weather in place. A marginal threat that goes from northwest Illinois back into southeast Texas. The enhanced risk, which is basically an Easter egg, is across Missouri and Arkansas. That will be probably done after the 8 p.m. outlook, if I had to guess. I don't think they're going to continue an enhanced risk, but we should still at least have a slight risk of severe weather in place for those in Illinois all the way back into Arkansas. But we'll see. Again, that's 20 minutes away. We'll have a new SPC outlook here soon. But again, generally speaking, all the severe weather at this point is for the most part to the east of this line. So if you're back off to the west of it, you're just talking about rain, and that's pretty much about it. Does Jonesboro have a view of anything? Let's do this. I'm gonna do. Does anybody know, by the way, what Brandon's doing? I don't know what happened there. I don't know if somebody got in an accident or something. I couldn't tell. Flat tire? Gotcha. W for Brandon for helping out. Helping out with that flat tire. How is Festus looking? Festus isn't looking too bad right now. The rotation on the storm's been broad over the last few minutes, but the one problem I do want to point out is that, again, we are not super close to the radar site, and so we are looking at like mid to low level rotation. It doesn't really show us what's happening near the ground level, so we could have a tornado at some point with the storm as it moves towards Festus and I-55. I would say, though, more than anything, like, this is gonna be like a brief, like, QLCS type tornado. This isn't like your long track discrete supercell that's producing a tornado for a very long period of time. That's not what this is. So it's generally a low risk there. Coming up on St. Louis, we do have a significant threat of at least some wind here in St. Louis over the next 30 minutes to an hour. Damaging winds is likely, so be ready for that if you are in St. Louis in Missouri. There should be some cameras in St. Louis coming up. I'm going to try to get one of those on screen. We'll put that on the bottom somewhere. That bottom left. That's one of the cameras there in St. Louis, Missouri, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Back over near Little Rock, it's mainly wind right now. Like, I'm not really seeing anything rotating. We had a little bit of rotation near Cabot. That is weakened. The storm near Searcy might need to be watched for again. It has not really rotated much in a while, but if this storm can organize again, this is the one that was able to produce a tornado literally, like, not even an hour ago, that produced a significant tornado, and I wouldn't rule out a new one trying to form with this as it moves towards Bradford. Bradford and Russell, definitely stay weather aware if you're in those areas. By the way, this is a time lapse of the Arkansas, iDrive Arkansas camera. This is back over, let me get the exact location. This is in Ward, Arkansas, a little time lapse of that storm rolling in. You can actually see the clouds spinning there on the left side of your screen. It's all the wind shear. Have a cool little time lapse here, though. Might be a time lapse of that other camera too. I'm actually curious if we have any sort of time lapse of that other camera. This was the tornado warning cell in Cabot, Arkansas. On another, this is another time lapse from our tornado earlier. Large rotating wall cloud out there on the horizon. I do want to point this out too. Look how low these clouds are. Like, look how it just drapes down from our cloud base. That is our huge wall cloud there beyond the tree line. Tornado would have been back behind the trees. So it's pretty interesting. All right. Let's go back to radar. They have, oh, that's not the right storm. Zooming back out, we still have about 5 tornado warnings. 3 or 2 of them have just been, I believe, canceled. They will officially be canceled on here in a minute. The only tornado warnings we have right now is the one west of Jonesboro. We have 2 south of St. Louis, so that's going to be near Festus and north of Fredericktown. And then we have 2 more tornado warnings back up to the south of Davenport in western Illinois. And for now, we have not seen anything confirmed at this point. But southwest of Millersburg, there is still a little area of rotation coming up towards Aledo and Millersburg, so we're keeping an eye on that still. Well, back over near Blandonsville, we still have an area of rotation here that's moving off to the northeast, going towards Monmouth. I don't see anything that would really confirm a tornado here. This is another nearby, this is like a nearby radar site. We're basically in a radar hole, but the strongest area of rotation would be right over Blandonsville right now, and it'll be tracking up towards Highway 67. Long-term, Galesburg is in the path of this. We have a camera in Galesburg on the bottom right of your screen, so we'll keep an eye on that area as that continues to move to the northeast. Significant damaging winds are continuing across western Illinois, back over near Springfield and Jacksonville. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is a continuing concern here. So make sure that you are staying away from windows here and on the lowest floor possible, as damaging winds could knock down trees and even power lines. Actually, let me go back to that radar site. You know, this is like a little localized radar site near Macomb, Illinois. And it doesn't really show you the velocities, but it does show you some like kind of the features on reflectivity. And we do have like a tiny little hook there near Lemoyne Village. And just south of Macomb, might have something trying to develop there. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm looking west of Millersburg. That's our tornado warning in Iowa. They just updated that warning, but I do think there's a more concerning area of rotation that's just barely to the west of that tornado warning.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And yeah, right here north of New Boston, a little area of rotation developing there going towards Eliza and Buffalo Prairie in western Illinois. That'll be tracking eventually towards the Muscatine area. So we may end up getting a new tornado warning for this couplet. If we do, it'll go towards Muscatine and perhaps even in the direction of Durant. That's kind of the general area that is currently tracking towards. For the most part, over here west of Davenport, we're mainly talking about damaging winds. There could be a brief tornado out of this activity near I-80. In my opinion, I'm honestly not too concerned about that right now. All right, here's your latest SPC outlook for today. They've just issued the SPC outlook. We don't have all the exact details right now, but we're going to get those once they come in. There's no longer a enhanced risk. We're back down to a slight risk of severe weather, which includes parts of Illinois back into western Tennessee. They've actually expanded this, I think, a bit further east, so it includes a little bit more of Kentucky and Tennessee, northwestern Mississippi, northern Louisiana, and across eastern Arkansas and southeastern Missouri. So we basically have a banana slight risk here. If you like bananas, this is a good day for you. Not really, but and slight risk is in place here, anywhere from Louisiana back into Illinois. Marginal threat goes actually all the way back down towards Houston. I don't even think Houston was included in the risk. I could be wrong. Oh, they were. Never mind. We'll have the exact details of that new outlook here in just a moment. So we'll have those new details coming in here in just a second. We are getting some wind reports out of Burlington, around 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. Also, we do have a new mesoscale discussion while all this is happening. New mesoscale discussion. This will be for Illinois and eastern Missouri. The severe weather threat will continue across the tornado watch, with strong to severe wind gusts being the main threats, though a couple of tornadoes remain possible. So they have kept the potential for maybe an isolated strong tornado in play in this region, from Davenport, Iowa, back through Mount Vernon, Effingham, Charleston, Decatur, Lincoln in Illinois, and then back through Cape Girardeau and also near Poplar Bluff in Missouri. They've also outlined a greater short-term tornado threat here near Poplar Bluff. So we need to keep an eye on this. I know we have a couple storm chasers in that area, so we'll be keeping a close eye on them. But this is an area that we need to keep a very close eye on for a greater short-term tornado risk, as there are a couple more discrete supercells that are in that general area. They have put the hail risk basically at the lowest point it can be at, which is less than $half sized hail. So that is a little bit of a downgrade. And yeah, currently we have a few discrete supercells down here. None of these are really rotating to the point where they can be tornado warned, but the ones we'll have to keep an eye on are the ones over here in northeastern Arkansas. One approaching Pocahontas, little area of rotation. They'll be coming up into Pocahontas over the next few minutes. And we still have an area of rotation on the Newark tornado warning. That'll be moving towards Walnut Ridge and Swifton. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning off to the northeast of Searcy, east of Batesville. Let's see if we have a camera on this. I don't think we do, though. All right, nothing as of right now up there. Shout out to Earl with the 5 get to memberships. I appreciate that. We are waiting for the SPC update on the general risk out. Well, we already have the general risk outline, but we're just waiting to see what the tornado probabilities are. Give you an idea of what the tornado threat looks like here for the rest of the evening. Chicago, Illinois. Chicago is just going to be some gusty winds. It's really about it. Here's your new tornado risk outline. This is a pretty large area compared to our last outlook. But we do have a large 5% tornado risk that is in place from western Illinois all the way back over to northwestern Louisiana, where a few tornadoes are going to be possible. It's a pretty large area still. This also includes Memphis, by the way. So they have continued to maintain... Or they actually have up, I believe Memphis was not in a 5%. Now you are in a 5% if you're in Memphis, Western Tennessee, Western Kentucky, and across Western Illinois. So this tornado threat, again, will continue for the next few hours. A lot of QLCS tornadoes are really expected out of this line, but we are still watching for maybe an isolated, stronger tornado in this environment in southeastern Missouri. Wind probabilities and hail probabilities have not been updated yet, but whenever they get updated, we'll let you know. We are currently sitting at 5 tornado warnings. Back up near Davenport, they have not issued a new tornado warning on that other area of rotation, mainly because it weakened out. We have another area of rotation attempting to develop near Muscatine, and that is heading up towards Bluegrass. If you're back up near Bluegrass in Iowa, stay weather aware. There's a little area of rotation that's going to be trying to track towards you guys over the next 20 minutes or so. Still watching a QLCS tornado threat along with damaging winds with this line of thunderstorms. Let's go back to St. Louis real quick. I want to check out St. Louis. So St. Louis is dealing with damaging winds for the most part right now. Near St. Charles, we have a little elevated area of wind currently, and I want to see if we have a camera view
A new
of that.
tornado warning has been issued.
Well, while I wait for it to get a camera up, we do have a new tornado warning. This will be in Arkansas. It's going to be for Independence, Jackson, Woodruff, and White counties. That's Searcy. Okay, so northeast of Searcy, they have gone ahead and issued a warning on this. It's coming up on Bald Knob and Bradford. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. It's going to be paralleling I-57 over the next several minutes. I'm going to see, there are cameras along this interstate, so we're going to see if we have anything here. Again, northeast of Searcy. This is a storm that already produced a significant tornado. I'm not saying it will again, but it's in an environment where a strong tornado still cannot be ruled out. So you need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, if you are in this warning. Rotation right now is mainly located just to the north of I-57, just north of Bald Knob, and it will be coming up on Bradford, Russell, and then eventually in the long term, Newport and Diaz will be in the path of this. Velocities aloft are pretty strong, so we definitely have strong mid-level rotation. And so this could definitely correlate to a tornado on the ground at some point here soon, as that tracks right up I-57 over the next several minutes. Have there been any PDS tornadoes yet? Guys, there should have been like 5 PDS tornado warnings in the last 2 days, and we've had none, which is really shocking. Today really would have been maybe 1, if not 2. I would really say 1 is probably the most we would have had. Shame you're missing WrestleMania. I could care less. I don't care about wrestling. You know, for the record, I'm also missing having to study for my finals on Wednesday. But we'll have time tomorrow and Tuesday. It's probably more important than wrestling. This is what it looks like right now over in St. Louis. This is near St. Charles, and the wind's been picking up over the last few minutes. It's kind of hard to see, but you can see the wind kind of blowing across the ground from top to bottom. Again, a lot of drivers still on the roadways here. We have possibly 70-mile-per-hour winds up here in this area. Here's another live shot here just outside of St. Louis. A lot of water on the roadways. Once again, a lot of puddling. You have some hydroplaning as well on the roadway, so if you are traveling tonight, just a heads up in the St. Louis area. The biggest concern right now for St. Louis is damaging winds. Also, they have canceled the tornado warning south of Festus for the Farmington area. The tornado warning still is continuing near Festus, but the rotation has now moved outside of the warning. And I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning. So I think Festus, you are probably fine here in about 10 minutes or so to stay in your safe place until the warning's officially lifted. And then back up here in St. Louis, we are talking about a couple of areas of stronger winds. So damaging winds moving into Godfrey and Alton, and another pocket of damaging winds just to the northwest of Clayton.
A new tornado
which is
warning
paralleling
has been issued.
I-270. They have issued a new tornado warning for Randolph County in Illinois. That'll pop up in a second. I thought Mr. Dibble was going to be here too. He is here. New tornado warning is actually going to be further down to the south, near Redbud, west of Sparta. This is going to be just off to the north of Perryville and near Chester. So they have actually continued this tornado warning, which is interesting. Main area of rotation is going to be right here, and it's going to be approaching Santa Genevieve, and then coming up on Sparta. That's definitely not how you pronounce it. But if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Santa Geneva? Geneva? That was bad? I don't know. I can't even I can never get Cape Girardeau. I think it's Girardeau. I think I got that now, but I never was able to get that before. Back over in Arkansas, the last couple scans are still showing some rotation. It's not really tight.
A new tornado warning
has
been issued.
It's still strong enough for a potential tornado heading up towards Bradford, basically paralleling I-57 here northeast of Little Rock. So if you're in this warning, make sure that you are in your safe place. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I sent a image in the text chat we have. You can go ahead and retweet that. We can't show it, but it depicts very substantial tornado damage in northeast Columbia, Missouri.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. If you guys want to check out the damage in northeastern Columbia, Missouri, there is a lot of damage there. If you want to check that out, at Max Velocity WX on Twitter. Again, you can follow me. The link is down below. New tornado warning is going to be north of Macomb, west of Galesburg. This is going to be for those on the south side of Monmouth as well. If you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. If you're back over in Galesburg, definitely stay weather aware. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot in Galesburg on a virtual rail fan. We'll be keeping a close eye on that in case we're able to see anything there. But again, this is a QLCS tornado threat, meaning tornadoes embedded in a line of storms. Rotation has upticked a little bit here, back over near Millersburg. We'll probably end up getting a new tornado warning here soon, heading in the direction of Davenport. Edgington is also in the path of this. There's also a small area of convergence trying to come together near Muscatine. That's going to be going towards Durant. But we might have a tornado trying to drop right now, back over near Petersville, going towards Buffalo Prairie. Latest scan is showing a little hook as well and a inflow going to the storm. It's about to go into Buffalo Prairie over the next couple of minutes. I would anticipate that they'll issue a new tornado warning in a moment, heading towards Buffalo and Edgington here in western Illinois. Thank you, Ding, for the super chat. What kind of system is this? It's not a derecho. I would say this is more of a mesoscale convective system.
A new tornado warning has been
I
issued.
did not laugh because of me saying it. Riley said it in the text chat, and I looked over. We have a new tornado warning for Walnut Ridge near Swifton. This is a storm that just got a reissued tornado warning. Area of rotation right now is on the west side of Swifton, going towards Alicia, as well as Minturn and Hoaxie going up towards Walnut Ridge. So if you're in this warning, get to your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, this is more of a mesoscale convective system. You could probably call it a squall line. It's more of what it is. Yeah, it's more of a squall line. If we look at the, let me pull up the RAM slider here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warnings, please. We have a new tornado warning. This is going to be back over near Davenport. It also includes Edgington, going towards Davenport, east of Durant, going also towards I-80. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Davenport is in this warning, though. So if you're in Davenport, you got to be in your safe place. It will pop up again here in a second. Again, the rotation's pretty strong. This definitely could produce a tornado as it goes into Edgington, Buffalo, Davenport, and Bluegrass. Upcoming, it will be I-280 and also Walcott over the next few minutes. So get to your safe place if you are in this warning. One way that you can identify what a severe weather threat is when it comes to like mesoscale convective systems is looking at infrared imagery. This isn't like the main way, but it is one way you can look at it. This is not a mesoscale convective complex. That would be more of like a circular area of just, you know, basically a big blob of cloud cover. In this case, it's definitely more linear. We have winds going west to east as well. The upper level winds are pretty strong. This is definitely more of a squall line when it comes to our mesoscale convective system, with the main squall really being up here in Missouri and western Illinois. So
this is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay, we have a tornado on the ground in Illinois. This is going to be for Warren County. That's going to be over, I believe, yeah, that's a storm west of Galesburg, so they have confirmed a tornado. This has been confirmed via law enforcement. So law enforcement confirmed tornado is heading in the direction of Galesburg right now. If you are in this tornado warning, you got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building near Monmouth, and it is coming up on Galesburg and Knoxville. So this is going to be a QLCS tornado, but again, observed by law enforcement here over the last couple of minutes. It is a damaging tornado, which will be located about 11 miles south of Monmouth.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've also just issued another tornado warning for Randolph and Lawrence counties in Arkansas. Which I'll pop up here in a second. All right, that's a discrete storm back up near Pocahontas. We talked about this not long ago. Little area of rotation right now over the southwest side of Pocahontas near 166, tracking in the direction of Reno, and also Menard, west of Corning. So get to your safe place if you're in that warning. So again, discrete supercells are going to continue here. These are going to produce a more elevated tornado threat over the next couple of hours around Poplar Bluff, Paragould, Jonesboro, Newport. That threat's going to continue. The more
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Another tornado warning. We have another one for Monroe County in Illinois, which is not popping up yet. Let me go to Monroe. All right, new tornado warning is going to be for Monroe County. That's going to be south of St. Louis. And that's because of this. Strong rotation right now near Waterloo. That could produce a tornado at any time. Strong rotation right now near Waterloo. It's about across the town of Waterloo over the next few minutes and going towards Smithton New Athens and Belleville. If you are in this warning, you got to get to your safe place immediately. This is a strong area of rotation that could drop a tornado at any time. Nothing confirmed quite yet, but we definitely have a little hook and an inflow going to the storm, and the velocities, again, very tight right now, coming up on Waterloo. It will go into Lemons, Burkesville over the next couple of minutes. The south and east side of Waterloo are at risk right now, and honestly, all of Waterloo should be in your safe place, but the south and east side of town is where the strongest rotation is. Paderborn, Floraville, and Smithton are also in the path of this. This will eventually go towards Belleville and O'Fallon. Once again, if you are in Davenport, you should be in your safe place. We have a strong area of rotation near Buffalo Prairie, strong inflow going into the storm as well. Velocities are still on the strong side of things. It's going to be moving into Edgington over the next 2 minutes, and then eventually in about 7 or 8 minutes, it'll be moving into Buffalo, which is right along the Iowa and Illinois border, approaching Bluegrass, and also going towards Davenport. And Davenport's a much more populated town slash city. It's really a city. If you know any friends or family in the Davenport area, please make sure that they're aware of this situation. Make sure that they're getting to their safe place. And again, feel free to share the stream. This is, again, we're providing commercial-free coverage here for the next few hours with tornado outbreak pretty much coverage. Back over near Monmouth, this is our confirmed tornado warning via law enforcement. So this tornado is going to be moving up towards Galesburg over the next few minutes. This is a QLCS tornado, meaning that this is an embedded tornado in a line of thunderstorms. It's moving up towards Highway 34, and it's going to be also going towards Watauga, and also just outside of Knoxville. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this warning. We don't have a great radar view. Again, it's a radar hole, but let me see if we can get a view from this radar site. Yeah, not a great view, but if I had to guess, the tornado is probably right about here, north of Berwick. It's heading into Coldbrook over the next few minutes, and then Galesburg will be in the path of this. So if you're in Galesburg, you'll probably end up being under a tornado warning here shortly. We do have a camera bottom right of your screen in Galesburg, so we're keeping an eye on that. New damage report of power lines down over in Parker Hills, Missouri. That's at Camella Street and Polk Avenue, according to emergency management. We have yet again another small little area of rotation trying to develop near Griffithville. That's south of Searcy. The main rotation that we're talking about in Arkansas is near Bradford. It's a little hook here. The rotation has not been very tight here. It's just mostly been on the broad side of things. But if we were to get a tornado, it would drop basically right along I-57, paralleling it towards Newport and Diaz. So be in your safe place again if you are in that tornado warning. Back up near Walnut Ridge in Swifton, we have a stronger area of rotation that's going to be going into Minturn, Hoxie, Walnut Ridge, and Pretoria. This one could still produce a tornado. Again, this is a discrete area of supercells, and the ones that stay discrete could also produce the potential for a strong tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I think our tornado near Waterloo is on the ground. Correlation coefficient is a little garbled, but it looked decent for a few scans there. It should go south of the town of Waterloo, but nevertheless be in shelter.
Thank you for the update. And yeah, south of Waterloo, we have had a tight area of rotation for multiple scans now. Latest scan does show it slightly broader, but it is still a tornado that could be in progress. And if we have one, debris is going to be lifted up into the atmosphere and could spread here near the Waterloo area. So if you are in Waterloo, you need to be in your safe place right now. If you've not already gotten there, you need to be there if you're in Floraville, Smithton, Freeburg here in Western Illinois. This is just to the south of St. Louis. And this is also going to be going towards Belleville and O'Fallon. We are currently sitting at 8 tornado warnings, by the way, which is, again, right around the peak of tornado warnings we've had today. So, we're still up there in terms of our tornado warning count. Still have some broad areas of circulation embedded in this line west of Davenport. Our main area of rotation in Iowa is actually not even in Iowa yet. It's still back down here near Edgington. The main area of rotation is right near Buffalo Prairie. Rotation on the last couple scans has gotten a little bit broader, but if we have a tornado, it's basically going to be going right towards Davenport. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the entire Davenport area for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there's also a tornado possible label there. The tornado warning back over near Galesburg has just been downgraded. It is back down to radar indicated. So there's no longer a tornado on the ground, at least according to emergency management in Warren County. But if you're over in Galesburg, you need to be ready to go to your safe place because there's a good chance they'll issue a tornado warning for that area here in just a few moments. Knoxville also, and Watauga. Be ready to go to your safe place. Currently in Davenport, was not expecting a tornado warning. This is not the first of the year. Currently in a mobile home, so not the best place. Yeah, I definitely recommend getting into a sturdy structure if you can. I mean, honestly, the Davenport area, like if we were to get a tornado up here, it's not really something that would be on the strong side of things. Be really on the weaker side of things, but it's still a good idea. If you are in a mobile home, you should still be in your safe place. Because again, mobile homes can take significant damage even from the weakest of tornadoes. So... What is a mobile home? It's like a manufactured home or a trailer home. There are different names for them. Another damage report coming out of Des Lodge, Missouri. Power lines are down per emergency management, so we are getting some power line reports down. The power outages so far. This is what we're looking at right now. Power outages right now, we're at about 14,000 customers without power in Missouri. Over in Rawls and Marion counties, we have a little bit more power outages there. Webster and Douglas counties also have some customers without power. And where we think we had a tornado earlier, back over in Barton, Missouri, there is also reports of power outages in that area. So we are starting to see an increase of power outages across the state of Missouri. Illinois, about 4,000 without power. Arkansas, 3,500. And then elsewhere, pretty much just very isolated power outages at this point. Hey, CK for the super chat. Thank you for checking St. Louis area. Appreciate all the updates. I appreciate the super chat, and thank you for your support. Well, I can help you there in St. Louis. Shout out to Marissa with the generous Venmo donation. I really appreciate that. Winds are going crazy in St. Louis. Now, the south side of St. Louis is really where the main wind would be. The storm near Waterloo still looks like it could have a tornado. We don't have a clear debris signature, but the velocities are still very strong right now. This literally just happened yesterday. It just happened again. My entire program just decided to, like, freak out and freeze. Let me try to refresh this. It's like I've hit a time limit on the radar. Let me do Control N. I don't know what I was just saying, but the strongest area of rotation, again, is near Waterloo right now. That's going to be coming up on Smithton and Wilderman and also Belleville. But yeah, again, this is one of those situations where we could get a spin-up tornado in this line of storms moving to the northeast. Chicago tonight, mostly just isolated damaging winds. I'm not expecting really much up there in Chicago.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Tornado warning for Randolph County has just been upgraded to a confirmed tornado. So we have a confirmed tornado now near Randolph County. This is going to be near St. Genevieve, coming up on Evansville, Ellis Grove, and Sparta, I believe. Or is this a different storm? I think it's this. Yeah, it's this one. So this is a, again, confirmed tornado. This is going to be also confirmed by weather spotters. So weather spotters confirmed tornado coming up towards Sparta and Redbud. So another confirmed tornado embedded in this line of thunderstorms. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. All right, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. I'll give it to Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so I'm looking at this storm near Piedmont. It's a little bit of a complicated situation because depending on what radar site you look at it from, it looks somewhat more tornadic or not tornadic at all. So the first one that I've been looking at it from was the St. Louis radar site, and it does look like it has quite the substantial couplet. And this couplet is also substantiated by a radar down here in Memphis. You can also see that broad area of rotation. This is a little bit of a higher beam height, but either of these radars would still indicate if it does have some sort of mesocyclone. However, when you go and use the Paducah radar to look at this storm, it has almost no rotation whatsoever. It's got a little bit, but it's displaced from the other two radar sites. This storm is a little bit of a tricky case because you can't say for sure that it's not going to produce a tornado, but you also can't say for sure that it is going to produce a tornado. So you're kind of in between on I'm kind of in between on whether or not this storm deserves a tornado warning. Sooner rather than later, it probably will get a little closer to our Paducah radar site, and hopefully we'll have a little bit better of a perspective on this storm when it gets closer. An update on our tornado warnings down here in Arkansas. None of these has showed a TDS recently. However, we did have a brief TDS up here in Illinois, and that is why I believe that this storm was upgraded to an observed warning. There's also a report of law enforcement confirming a tornado on this storm as well.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, again, if you're just tuning in, I don't know if you talked about it, but back over here near Chester, we do have a confirmed tornado near Evansville. This is once again confirmed by weather spotters here. This is going to be again for Randolph County, going towards Baldwin and Sparta. So be in your safe place again if you are in this tornado warning. The strongest area of rotation right now is near Roots and Collin, and it is coming up on Evansville and also heading into areas like Walsh over the next few minutes. So if you are in this warning, again, get to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Also, rotation back up near Belleville is still pretty strong. We have two areas of rotation, one near Millsdat and also the other one near Belleville, or just south of Belleville. Both of them are both south, but we have two areas of strong rotation coming up on that town here over the next few minutes. We may have had a tornado near Waterloo. We could have a new one trying to drop near Smithton. That'll head towards Lebanon and O'Fallon. So if you're in those areas, you got to be in your safe place. We have actually two different areas of stronger rotation that are heading directly to the northeast. All the way back up towards Davenport, we've had a tornado warning. Back over near Edgington is where the strongest rotation is, which at this point, this rotation has been at least a bit broader over the last 15 to 20 minutes, but still something to keep an eye on if you're in Buffalo. And actually, the latest scan doesn't even have really any rotation anymore, so they might end up canceling that warning for Davenport. There is another area that I'll be watching for west of Bluegrass that has a little bit of spin. That'll be heading towards Walcott and Maysville. So be ready for that. Also, the Galesburg, or this tornado warning just outside of Galesburg, it doesn't look like they're going to continue that one. So if you're in Knoxville or Galesburg or Watauga, I don't think they're going to continue that warning, as they've not reissued it. But we did have a law enforcement confirmed tornado not long ago. If we still have a tornado, it would have basically been going right now through Galesburg, which at this point, rotation looks pretty broad on radar for the time being. And I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado in the Springfield area or Mason City. We could get a little spin-up tornado in the leading edge of that line of thunderstorms as well. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this is a tornado warning that's observed is because of a spotter confirmed funnel cloud. I'm not sure why they would upgrade it if they quite literally confirmed that it doesn't have ground contact. Either way, could potentially produce a tornado here. I do think it's weakening, so hopefully it doesn't, but it would be heading towards the town of Sparta.
Thank you for the update. And that is interesting. Back over near Highway 3 is where the strongest area of rotation is. Heading to the northeast.
A new tornado warning
I do
has been
think
issued.
the storm that's heading towards Belleville right now is definitely a lot more concerning. The rotation is much stronger, and there's honestly a chance here that we get twin tornadoes if both of these tighten.
A new tornado warning
We have
has
two
been
areas
issued.
of fairly strong rotation going to be moving right into Belleville over the next few minutes. We just got two brand new tornado warnings. It's the same storm, different CWA regions. That's east of Desark. That is coming up towards Marquand and near Highway 67. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. We are right back up to 9 tornado warnings. So we have 9 tornado warnings once again, and 2 of which have just been issued in Missouri. It's ramping up again. It's been like this for hours now. We've had between like 6 and 10 tornado warnings, I think, for the last, I want to say 3 hours now, maybe 4 hours. It's been pretty consistently around the 6 to 10 range for a while now. Shreveport, let me check on Shreveport real quick. We'll take a little gander. Shreveport, mainly wind and hail. There's a lot of lightning with this storm. There is a tornado possible label on this, so we could see a brief tornado somewhere in here. We actually have a little couplet right now. Not really couplet, but a little area of convergence near Hadley, which is a really rain-wrapped area of circulation. All right, so back over in northeast Arkansas, the storm back over near Newport, I don't think this tornado warning is going to continue. This has become more of a wind threat, so the tornado warning will probably be canceled here in a moment for Bald Knob northeast of Searcy. The storm north of Cache and northwest of Jonesboro, this one's going to continue for a little bit. We still have an area of convergence, little area of rotation that is moving up into the Hoaxie and Walnut Ridge area. That'll also be going towards O'Keene here pretty soon. And then back over to the north of that, the discrete supercell near Maynard has become a lot weaker over the last few scans, mainly because of the negative storm interactions that are ongoing with it near Highway 6267. So again, Arkansas right now, for the most part, is mostly wind. Low tornado risk is going to continue, though, for the next few hours. And yeah, the tornado warning also, Newport, just got canceled. All right, let's go back to the St. Louis area in Illinois. So the confirmed tornado that we had, or at least confirmed funnel cloud, is now going to be over near Evansville in Illinois. It'll be tracking up towards Baldwin and Sparta over the next few minutes, and then eventually going towards Tilden. The storm near Belleville has a large, just broad area of circulation now. We initially had 2 strong areas of rotation. Looks like the rotation areas actually collided with each other, so that's kind of interesting. You can kind of see that scan over scan. So we may have had a couple of tornadoes there at one point, maybe a twin tornado set there, but nothing confirmed as of right now on that. And at this point, if we have a tornado, it would be going into Belleville, but the rotation has broadened out over the last few scans, but it could cycle as it moves towards Belleville. Also, tornado warning west of Galesburg has been canceled. This is a delayed report, but as of 20 minutes ago in Greenbush, Illinois, sheriff deputies were reporting a visual sighting of a tornado near Greenbush, Illinois. That was one of the confirmed tornadoes that we've had here recently. I think that they will cancel the tornado warning for Davenport. There is really no definitive area of rotation anymore on this storm. Stay in your safe place until the warning's lifted, and even with that, I mean, we're still talking about damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So it's still significant enough for you to be in your safe place. Thank you, Marcia, for the super chat. Thanks, Max and Riley from South St. Louis. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Hopefully I can help you out there in St. Louis. Hopefully I've helped you. Also, shout out to Carrie with the $10 PayPal donation. I appreciate that. Hey, you care for the 9 months. What do you think about Sykeston, Missouri? At this point, I think Sykeston, there's still going to be a tornado risk. I think it'll be pretty low. But I do think an isolated tornado remains possible in southeast Missouri, maybe even a couple. But definitely more of a wind threat for that area. Definitely be prepared for wind. I think across the board, for anybody that's in the risk still, which there are plenty of you who's still in the risk, definitely be prepared for damaging winds. That's the biggest concern. There will be tornadoes embedded in this cluster of activity that we have ongoing. Once again, this is your risk of severe weather that's outlined. We have a slight risk of severe weather, which extends from western Illinois back into northern Louisiana. That's where our main corridor of severe weather will be for damaging winds and perhaps even a few tornadoes. But yeah, generally speaking, again, I think our threat of severe weather, as we get closer to about 10, 11, or 12 o'clock, the threat will start to go down. I still think we're in a period right now where it's going to stay active. Like, we're going to be active probably through at least 10, and then things will start to calm down a little bit. This is back over in Galesburg right now. You can see how high the winds are. Galesburg is currently getting some pretty high winds. Look at the bottom of your screen. 70-mile-per-hour winds currently moving through Galesburg in Illinois, or 60-mile-per-hour winds. That might be near 70, though. Winds are definitely pretty strong. This is looking the other direction. Oh, I glitched out. Oh, okay. Let me try that again. That one. All right. That's a live shot. You can see on the bottom of your screen, though, the rain that's moving with the wind at the very bottom on the ground coming towards the camera. So definitely some strong winds here, right around 60 miles per hour. This is a storm that at one point did produce a tornado. Hey, Tina, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Also, thank you, Diane, for becoming a member. So yeah, pretty strong winds right now going through Galesburg. That is associated with this line of thunderstorms that's moving towards Peoria, and also really just moving across most of central Illinois right now. Also, we might have a small area of convergence trying to come together near Mason City. Just a small little area of rotation to watch for near Mason City going towards San Jose. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Springfield area, Woodside, Pekin, and Peoria. That'll be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. The tornado warning is still ongoing for Davenport, but again, I think this should just be canceled. I don't think there's anything really here that's rotating. So, again, Davenport, you're probably fine from this tornado risk. Just stay in your safe place until the warning is fully lifted.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay, that did not pop up with a county. St. Clair County. You are now included in a confirmed tornado warning. It's this storm right here. Okay. So they have upgraded the warning near Belleville. This is a law enforcement confirmed tornado. So this storm has been rotating pretty hard for a little while. It got a bit broader, but again, law enforcement is reporting a tornado in progress. This is again, law enforcement confirmed tornado near Millstadt, which would be this area here. That's where it was reported, which we did have strong rotation, by the way, there. We had two really strong areas of rotation, so that's probably the report that we are getting on this storm. And it's going to be moving into Belleville and O'Fallon over the next few minutes, going towards Shiola and eventually Lebanon. So again, damaging tornado in progress, or has at least been in progress. I'm not sure if it's on the ground anymore, but if it is, it would be right over the town of Belleville right now and coming up to O'Fallon and Lebanon, just outside of Trenton. New Baden is also in the path of this, so please be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Huge shout out to Morris for the very generous $50 super chat from Davenport. I appreciate that. And thank you, Motor, for the super chat from Houston. Thank you, Ashley and Shelly, also becoming members. Max is still going strong. We've been live for about 7 hours so far today. We were live yesterday for 8.5. We're going to be coming up on about 16 hours just in the last 2 days of streaming. At least 16 hours. I think we're in at 16 hours in about 30 minutes. And then after that, we'll be probably coming up on like 17, 18 hours. Zach asks about Kankakee, Illinois. Are you in the path of the storms? Let me find where Kankakee is. Kankakee is in the path of some storms. Like, if you're back over in Chicago, like, there will be a potential for a couple of storms, but we're not talking about much of a severe weather risk by the time the storms get there. This is the risk outlined by the Storm Prediction Center, and notice how our marginal threat of severe weather, which is a level 1 out of 5, is cut off here near Urbana. So we could still see some strong storms late tonight in the Chicago area, but I don't really expect much of a severe weather risk. They should be weakening as daylight heating has now come to an end, and these storms are going to run out of fuel at some point, and there will not be nearly as much instability back over near Chicago. But it's still a good idea to, have ways to receive alerts just in case, but it'll be mostly just gusty winds by the time those storms get there. I just ate way too many Peeps. It's a good thing I don't get Easter candy. It's Easter candy. Thank you, Achilles, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Carbondale's not really at risk right now. You've got about like an hour or two until storms are knocking on your doorstep. I cannot speak. The main storm that we're watching for in southeast Missouri is back over near Markwind. It's going towards Fredericktown. But this is the general activity that we need to keep an eye on. That'll be heading up towards Carbondale and Cape Girardeau. Or Girardeau. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, there are a couple of reports of power poles down near Waterloo, Illinois. This is coupled with a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust per a personal weather station and near zero visibility being reported in the same area.
Thank you for the update, and that would be the storm that just went through Waterloo, which is right here. This is the storm down near Bellevue, which, again, in the last few minutes, we've had a tornado reported by law enforcement, so that goes along with that. Brand new tornado warning in Arkansas. This will be near Walnut Ridge. This is quite the interesting warning, I gotta say. They've issued a new tornado warning for Okeene County, and then they've also issued a severe thunderstorm warning out in front of it. So I'm not sure if we'll get a new tornado warning out in front of this, but there is a new tornado warning near Walnut Ridge. Main area of rotation is going to be coming up on Okeene in the next 10 minutes, and then Delaplane and Peach Orchard and Beech Grove in northeast Arkansas will be in the path of this. Also, rotation's been intensifying a little bit near Newport. So we might end up getting a new warning on this storm near Newport in the next few minutes. We'll have to keep an eye on that. That's near Amagon, and it's going to be approaching Grubbs just west of Waldenburg and west of Wiener. So again, that's the main area of rotation, tracking up I-57 going towards Cache and Jonesboro. Did you have something, Riley? Okay. We do have a little area of rotation developing near Preemption. This is near Oak Grove. So a little area of rotation right now tracking up towards the Davenport area. Again, the Davenport tornado warning, I'm not sure why this is still ongoing. I don't see much here, but again, if you're in the warning, just stay in your safe place. I'm pretty sure this should be canceled. But for right now, if you're in Davenport, just stay in your safe place. Damaging winds is coming in anyways. It's a good idea to just stay away from windows. The rotation's been much weaker in Davenport over the last few minutes. We are still watching some areas of rotation heading into the direction of Cambridge, Genoso, and Kelowna. These are your QLCS spin-up tornadoes that are embedded in a line of thunderstorms. So that'll continue to be a threat here over the next couple of hours. The southern tornado warning, by the way, it was downgraded. It is no longer confirmed. It is radar indicated. The one that is still technically confirmed is the one near Belleville, which the rotation has become a lot broader over the last few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
If we have a tornado, it would be coming up on Lebanon and O'Fallon and eventually going towards Highland. So if you're back over in Highland, Pocahontas, Greenville, or Pleasant Mound, this general area, be ready for a potential for damaging winds and even a possible tornado risk as well as that activity moves to the northeast. There is also a new tornado warning for Washington and Randolph counties. So this is going to be for Oakaville and as well as Nashville and Irvington. This is your area of rotation moving to the northeast. That's going to be going towards I-64. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you're in that tornado warning. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, back again by that couplet near Wiener. It's looking even better. It's looking even better now. It's tightening up every single scan. We really do need a tornado warning for this. I don't think the severe thunderstorm warning is even tornado possible, and they just updated it. But we do need a tornado warning for this storm.
Thank you for the update. That going to Highway 17 again. Area of rotation is currently near Newport. It's going to be tracking off to the north, going towards Cache. So, yeah, if you are in this area, strong area of rotation is on radar. We should have a tornado warning on this, just to the east of Newport. Just to the west of this place. All right, so again, strongest rotation, though, is near Amagon. And honestly, the velocities look really strong in this latest scan. This definitely should be tornado warned. So there's actually no tornado warning on this, but very strong rotation, and it's not even a tornado possible storm. Moving towards Grubbs and eventually in the direction of Wiener, just outside of Cache. So if you're this morning, seek shelter. Thank you, Angel, for the super chat. What's in store for Memphis? It'll be mostly a wind threat. There is a low tornado risk as well. Yeah, we've covered this area like 3 or 4 times. I've never laughed at it other than this time. I'm sorry. Unprofessional. My apologies. Thank you, Belinda, for the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Will Wisconsin be fine? Wisconsin's fine. Yeah, you're fine up there. Mostly just rain and some gusty winds. In all seriousness, no, we really should have a tornado warning on this. Again, the velocities have really strengthened over the last few minutes. This is by far the strongest couplet I'd say we have in all of Arkansas. I mean, this is like the strongest area of rotation. We have 2 tornado warnings near Walnut Ridge, and these ones aren't even that impressive to me. I think the one down here near Newport is much more concerning. So, should have a tornado warning on this. Latest scan slightly broader, but still enough for a tornado warning in my opinion. Huge shout out to Jana with a very generous super chat. Thank you for the continuous coverage from Davenport, Iowa. I appreciate that, and thank you for the super chat. Hopefully you're staying safe up there in Davenport. Tornado warning that was confirmed back over in Illinois has been downgraded. It is back down to radar indicated, so no longer a confirmed tornado near O'Fallon, but we are still watching an area of rotation that is large and broad. It'll be heading towards Pocahontas. They will almost undoubtedly issue a new tornado warning soon for generally somewhere in this area near Pocahontas and Greenville and Brees, as we still have a potential for tornadoes embedded in this cluster of storms that is moving here across western Illinois.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's a new tornado warning for Tazewell County in Illinois. That is going to be west of Bloomington, south of Peoria. So this is northwest of Lincoln.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And the other tornado warning is all the way back up near Davenport. So this is the new tornado warning. We mentioned this a few minutes ago, but we do have now a new couplet forming south of Green Valley coming up on Delavon. It's going up towards Dillon, Tremont, and eventually towards I-155 south of Peoria. Strongest area of rotation is near Delavon, and this could easily produce a little tornado. We have a little hook forming here and an inflow. So make sure that you're in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. We have a new tornado warning also east of Davenport. This is a large area of different areas of rotation. Again, another QLCS tornado risk that is going to be tracking towards Orion, as well as Genoso, Kelowna, Cleveland, Cambridge, and Andover. The latest scan showing a bit more of a definitive couplet, not really tight, but at least a area of rotation, area of interest. It's approaching Lynn Center, Illinois, and it will eventually track along I-74 as it approaches Morristown. And we do have a little area of rotation just to the southeast of Oak Grove going towards East Malign, and that could also become something more concerning. The Davenport tornado warning was now canceled, so we no longer have that ongoing. But we have several tornado warnings still ongoing here across the board. Thank you, June, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. All right, last couple of scans are showing some broader rotation near Newport. We didn't have a clear debris signature on this, but the velocities were very tight. We may have at least had a funnel or a wall cloud on this unwarned storm, but no longer as concerning. It's just a broader area of rotation that is going to be coming up on Grubbs over the next few minutes. We got multiple reports of power poles down now south of Belleville from a possible tornado not long ago. Still have more reports coming in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we're back up to 9 tornado warnings. We got a new one. This is for Bond, Clinton, and Madison counties in Illinois. I believe this is an extension of the stuff that we're looking at right now. Thank you. Ashley says, thank you for all you do. Finally figured out how to get a membership. Watching from Wayne County, Southern Illinois. I appreciate that, and thank you for the super chat, and thank you for becoming a member of the channel, and thank you, Sunflower, for the super chat. I'm going to chime in here. It's pronounced Weiner. Is it Weiner? Or is it Wiener? Which one is it? I thought it was Wiener. We've called it Wiener every single time. All right, new tornado warning is going to be for Pocahontas, Greenville, Pleasant Mound, and Carlisle near Brees. And it's just a large, broad area of circulation currently tracking to the northeast. So if you are in this tornado warning, get to your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Greenville, Pleasant Mount, Pocahontas are in the path of this. Thank you, Hoop, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Here's another shot from Jordan Hall of the tornado earlier today that we had. The large tornado was on the ground for like 2 minutes north of Jefferson City. He just posted a nice little photo here of that tornado. But again, you can see the debris literally flying in the sky here. This is probably our most significant tornado, if not, I mean, this was one of the most significant. The other one in Arkansas, I think, was more significant, but that's another view there of that tornado from earlier today. If you want to check that out, you can see it on Twitter at Max Velocity WX. That was near Fulton, Missouri. And again, if you want to see that tornado in live action, we had it on stream in the first 2 minutes. So if you're not in the risk of severe weather right now and you want to go watch that, it's the very beginning of this stream. You can watch it in real time. It was pretty crazy, to say the least.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I think we've hit a high now for today. We are up to 10 tornado warnings. Our new one's going to be for Balinger and Perry counties in Missouri. And I think that's an extension of this one near Fredericktown, and it is. So if you're in Sedgwickville or Perryville, you need to be in your safe place. We have some range folding, so you can't really see the velocities very well. If we go back a scan, though, you can definitely see that we have an area of interest. This is an area of convergence that is moving over Marquand in Missouri, and it will be tracking towards Sedgwickville. The rotation isn't super tight right now. It's on the, I would say, the moderate side of things, kind of in the middle of being something that's about to be on the ground. It's going to be heading towards Sedgwickville, though, and it could be intensify as it moves into those areas. Somebody's asking in the chat about Mount Vernon, Illinois. Let me find where Mount Vernon, Illinois is. So back over Mount Vernon, our main concern is going to be this cluster of thunderstorms right here. This is going to be pushing in your general direction. This includes literally anybody. I'm speaking for everybody here. Like anywhere up into Vandalia, up towards Altamont, Mount Vernon, and Salem. That's the area that we're watching for a continuing damaging wind risk, but we could still get a couple of embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms. But thank you, AA, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, JJ, for becoming a member. Well, we have 3 more minutes until we get a new refresh of our tornado warnings. We are going to have 3 of our tornado warnings expire, so we should be back down to 7 unless they issue another tornado warning. We might actually get a tornado warning here. We still have a little couplet that's ongoing south of Davenport. Low chance of a tornado going towards Moline and East Moline here in far western Illinois. In my opinion, like I would take shelter if you're over in Moline just in case. We do have a little area of rotation. At the minimum, there will be some damaging winds that could knock down some trees and power lines. Back over near Orion and Cambridge, we have a stronger area of rotation here that is tracking up towards Genoso, and also another area of rotation going up towards Cambridge right now. So this is still a tornado warning that is definitely relevant. Also, the tornado warning off to the west of Bloomington, the rotation's gotten a little bit broader over the last few minutes. If we have a tornado, it would be near Delavon. At this point, though, if we have a tornado, it's definitely on the weaker side of things. So not as concerned about that storm right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We made it to 11 tornado warnings. This is a little Dorito chip tornado warning near Coulterville, south of Oakdale in Illinois. It's just a little extension for the active tornado warning that we have because it is a different CWA region, which means a different National Weather Service has to issue that warning for it to actually be put on here. Rescue says with the $10 super chat, thanks for all you do. What's the timing for storms to arrive in Memphis? Oh my goodness, I'm losing my voice. Back over in Memphis, we're probably going to see storms around 10 to 11 o'clock. Latest would probably be around midnight. 10 to 12 is probably the general time frame there. So you got a little over an hour until stuff is happening there. Bro, whoever got me these straws for fan mail, I mean, this thing is like a bendy straw. What the heck's going on with this thing? I can't even get the straw down in my cup anymore. Shout out, but literally, shout out to anybody that, or whoever sent me these straws, because I'm not even kidding. It actually came in handy today. Because DoorDash does not, for some reason, give you straws like 50% of the time. All right, we're back. We're about to be back down to 8 tornado warnings in a second. You know, this is a little look at all of our tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. They extend all the way from not just Illinois, but also Iowa, all the way back into Arkansas, and we still have some strong storms and even one severe storm in Louisiana. Very long risk of severe weather, basically a banana here. Little banana curve across the board. We are back down to 10 severe thunderstorm warnings, and actually we're back down to 7 tornado warnings. I miscounted. A little bit better here. Hey, Jedi for the super chat has St. Genevieve, Missouri. You guys are already kind of behind the storm, so I think you'll be all right. Already kind of behind these storms. All right, latest radar scan over the last few minutes over in southeast Missouri. We still have a stronger area of rotation coming up on Perryville and I-55 near Sedgwickville. So if you are in this warning, you got to be in your safe place. That rotation's been intensifying a little bit here over the last few minutes. East of St. Louis, the rotation's brought out a lot over the last few minutes, in my opinion. I haven't seen really much that looks that concerning. The only area that I'd be looking at would be near Evanston, going towards Breeze, and then eventually towards Talmeleco, and also going towards Carlisle. A little bit more rotation with that storm. That's going to be basically paralleling I-70, so be in your safe place if you're in that warning. Do have a new damage report back up near Alpha in Windsor that a spotter has an anemometer that is reading 65-mile-per-hour winds with a 4-inch tree limb down. That is as of 10 minutes ago, and that is on this tornado-warned cell just to the southeast of Davenport. Thank you, Deb, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Should we be concerned in Poplar Bluff? I wouldn't say you have to be concerned, but definitely stay weather aware for the next hour or so. The only chance of you getting any severe weather will be out of whatever's happening here, and right now it does not look very organized. So in my opinion, I'm not super concerned about Poplar Bluff. But I would definitely still stay weather aware. And for the record, we have no tornado warnings anymore in any part of Arkansas, despite us having still a little bit of rotation with some of these storms, like the one here west of Marmaduke that's coming up towards Rector. That one still has a little bit of rotation. The one over east of Tuckerman still has a little bit of rotation going towards Jonesboro. And then back over east of Little Rock, we actually have a little bit of rotation here as well, just north of Hazen, that is going to be coming up on Cotton Plant. And Hunter will eventually be in the track of that. That's basically paralleling I-40. There's still a little bit of rotation in Arkansas, just nothing significant enough for there to be a tornado warning. Really, our threat has shifted a lot more to the north when it comes to tornadoes, but we still have a chance over the next hour or two of a tornado here. If we go back over to our significant tornado parameter values, we'll match this up to what's the time right now. So we're right at about 9 o'clock. So this is 8 o'clock. This would be 9 o'clock. So our main corridor for tornadoes would still be mainly in this region, and even though there's some breakup here, there is definitely still a chance for tornadoes because of the QLCS factor here with embedded tornadoes on a line of thunderstorms. By around 10 to 11 o'clock, the threat is definitely going to start going down. There's still a chance, I would say, about through midnight or so, especially back over in western Tennessee, northwest Mississippi, and eastern Arkansas. And then by the overnight hours, this threat is definitely going down quite a bit. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, it sounds like there's a spotter network report of a tornado on the ground 10 minutes ago near Scott Air Force Base in Illinois. I would assume that this is lifted, but either way, take the storm seriously.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. That is the storm over here near Belleville. This was also confirmed via law enforcement. So we had another possible tornado here not long ago near O'Fallon about 10 minutes ago or so. So this storm is still actively producing a potential for tornadoes. At this point, our main area of rotation is near Breese, and that's going to be coming up on Greenville here pretty soon. Chris says, great job. Really like watching your weathercast. I appreciate that. Thank you for becoming a 1-month member. All of our tornado warnings right now are radar indicated. Nothing confirmed as of right now. We are still dealing with an ongoing severe weather outbreak. Might be considered a tornado outbreak, depending on how many tornado reports actually come in after this is all said and done. So far, when it comes to our tornado reports, I'm going to go ahead and go over to our latest reports here on the map. So far, we've had 3 tornado reports. I think the one in Montana is gone. I don't think that's even there anymore, but there was a report in Montana at one point. The most recent reports that we've had is one that is north of Arkansas, or north of Little Rock, Arkansas. And then we've had 2 recently back over, one actually being near Burlington, and then another one south of Galesburg. Apparently we had one near Burlington. Did I miss this? Yeah, apparently back over in Burlington at 7 o'clock, we had a dot metal building / shed that collapsed from a tornado, and there's also 5 power poles that are snapped. That's as of about 7:12. And more damage reports coming out of the Macomb area from a recent significant wind threat, even possibly a tornado. There's a large tree that was blown down on a roof of a house with siding damage. So we are getting a lot more reports there, and also several shingles have been lost from a roof of a house back over Macomb. So we had some pretty significant storms there go through Macomb not too long ago. A lot of damage reports coming out of that area. We have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The tornado watch will continue here across eastern Arkansas. They are also monitoring the potential for a new tornado watch in the near future for those in western Tennessee, northwestern Mississippi, western Kentucky, and southeastern Missouri. In Breese, Illinois, wind is still going, no rain. Thank you for the report. That's probably the outflow boundary in Breese. It might just be some of the outflow winds coming into your area. The strongest area of rotation near Breese is going to be up here, so it's a little bit north of town right now. Thank you, KB, for becoming a member. Knight says, thoughts on Cape Girardeau with the $5 super chat. Cape Girardeau, sorry, I keep saying it wrong. Cape Girardeau at this point is mostly going to be, I think, damaging winds. There's still a low tornado risk. The main supercell is honestly off to your northwest, which is not really tracking towards you. It's going more towards Perryville and eventually Murfreesboro. So that is our main area of rotation, moving to the northeast. Tyler says, currently sitting in Scott City right next to Cape Girardeau. Noticed lately that most of the storms that hit this area seem to be late evening and overnight. Is there a reason for that? It's just the timing of our severe weather setups, but a lot of the time, at least so far this year, we've had a lot of troughs that eject over the Rockies, and they actually don't really produce anything the first day, and then the second day they do. This one's been a bit different, but no, I mean, it's just kind of coincidental in my opinion. There's nothing really connecting dots there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning. That's for Henry County in Illinois. That's going to be up near Genoso, Cleveland, and Kelowna. And that is because we have a tight area of rotation just northeast of Orion. So a couplet right now near Morristown. This could be dropped, but this could produce a tornado at any time. That's going to be coming up towards I-80 near Kelowna and Cleveland, just to the east of Moline. Oh, sorry, that's actually a different warning. The new warning is over here near Kiwanini, near Galva and Anawan. But this is definitely more concerning. That one looks like it's about to drop. Tight little couplet there heading up towards Kelowna. The velocities are a lot broader here near Kiwanee and going to be going up towards Anawan. So seek shelter, again, if you are in this area of warnings. Thank you, Peter, for the generous super chat. Anything for Olney in Illinois? Not really. Again, once these storms get to eastern Illinois, I'll put the SPC outlook on here because this is a pretty good idea. By the time these storms get to eastern Illinois, like Chicago or Joliet, any of these areas near the border, the tornado threat and also the wind threat will be much lower. These storms will keep going. They'll be severe here for the next few hours, and then they'll fall apart by the time they get out there. Also, we still have a little area of rotation that's tight back over near Tremont in Illinois that's coming up towards Goodfield and Morton, just outside of Peoria. If you're in Peoria, the threat of severe weather is mostly past you now, unless you're on the east side of town. If you are over near I-155 near Tremont or Allentown, we still have a stronger area of rotation that's heading up towards I-74 in Goodfield, just south of Eureka. So that is going to continue here for the next several minutes. Let's go back up to the Davenport area. Wow. We have like a slew of areas of rotation. We got 1, 2. Let me outline all these. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got like 5 or 6 different areas of rotation right now up here southeast of Davenport. All little spin ups here in this line of thunderstorms. Hey, Finnegan for becoming a member. Welcome to Velocities. Also, thank you, Pecker, for the super chat. LeClaire, Iowa. I don't know where LeClaire is, but like generally speaking, our greatest threat for severe weather in Iowa is mostly going to be in this area at this point, and it'll be mainly damaging winds. There could be a spin-up tornado. If you're anywhere back off to the west of this line, I'm not overly concerned about severe weather, as you're already on the cold and stable side of our severe weather threat. Hey, crew, for the super chat. All right, here's the latest radar scan. We don't have any debris signature as of right now. The strongest areas of rotation are coming up on the west side of Genoso here in northwestern Illinois. Also, they have just issued a tornado watch. This is interesting. This is actually kind of surprising, I think. They have issued a new tornado watch just outside of Chicago. So that's going to include Streator, Dwight, Dixon, Morris, Kankakee, Gilman, and Paxton. The reason why I say this is interesting is because if you look at the risk of severe weather from the Storm Prediction Center, that almost the entire tornado watch is not even in a marginal risk of severe weather. I don't know if I've ever seen that. We have a tornado watch that does not even include, I don't think there's a single count, I don't think there's a single town here that's even in this tornado watch, or in the SPC outlook, I mean. I need to try to match this up. Our marginal risk of severe weather is right about here. Like that. Or no, it actually goes a bit further north. It goes like that. So like this entire area is in a marginal threat. But back over here, we're not even in a technical SPC outlook risk of severe weather, and they've issued a tornado watch. So that's pretty interesting. But main concerns in this tornado watch will be a couple of tornadoes and isolated damaging winds. This goes until 4 a.m. Central Time. That is very interesting. All right. Thank you, Maxim, for the super chat. Brand new to the tornado watch, and can you give me a brief rundown on meanings of the different maps? Yeah, so right now what we're looking at is velocities. Green would mean winds going towards the radar, and red's going away from the radar. So it basically shows us our winds that are going from different areas. This is reflectivity, so it shows you like the amount of rain that's happening, and then the CC radar is showing us different pixels or things that are basically different pixels. So whenever we have like this straight up red color, that's usually rain or nothing happening. If we have any sort of other color, that could be hail, that could be tornadoes. It's basically showing us things that are not naturally rain that are falling in the atmosphere or flying in the atmosphere. You can even see birds on the correlation coefficient. So there's various things that can pop up on there that can be, you know, can be shown.
A new tornado warning.
We may have a
has been
tornado on
issued.
the ground near Genoso. So I think there's a debris signature. That might be a tornado there coming up on Genoso in northwestern Illinois. So that is looking like a potential tornado. I wouldn't say it's for certain, but that might be the remnants of what we might have just had with the tornado. They're coming up near Genoso. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. It's not clear, but I would say there's a potential tornado right now near Genoso. A new tornado warning has been issued northwest of Bloomington, Illinois. This includes Eureka, Roanoke, east of Washington. Main area of rotation is just south and east of Morton, and it will be coming up towards Eureka over the next few minutes. So if you're in this warning, you got to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Hey, Christopher, become a member. Birds on the CC, I didn't know that. Yeah, you can see chaff, you can see birds. You can see a lot of stuff on the correlation coefficient. Latest scan is showing a larger signature, and this is a tornado, I think. This is matching up with reflectivity. I think we have a potentially more significant tornado in progress near Genoso. Velocities have an update on my end, but I do think this is a tornado right now in progress near Genoso. That is a big debris signature just off to the west of Genoso here, just south of Davenport. So if you're in this warning, you got to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a little bit of a debris signature as well, showing up on radar. Geneseo, thank you. So on the west side of Geneseo, coming up on Highway 82 over the next few minutes, and we'll be tracking up in the direction of Jocelyn as well over the next few minutes. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, it was a little questionable on whether or not that was a CC drop at first, but if you want to flip on to my radar quick, this is a potential tornado debris signature on GR2, and it is showing a 100% chance of being a tornado debris signature west of the town of Geneseo.
Thank you, Riley. Thank you, Riley, for the update. Again, tornado in progress here in Illinois. This is going to be near Geneseo. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in the warning.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So they have just upgraded this tornado warning to a confirmed tornado for Henry County. So again, we have a confirmed tornado in progress that is on the west side of Geneseo, and this is a pretty big debris signature. I mean, this is now the third scan in a row. We've had a clear tornado in progress, tracking right up north of Highway 6, and it's going to be coming up on the Illinois and Iowa border, assuming it continues to stay on the ground, just to the east of Moline. Actually, sorry, the border's way up here. Never mind, that's not near the border, but it will be coming up on, sorry, Jocelyn and Illinois will be in the track of this, and also Osborne. So you need to be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. This is a significant tornado in progress. Pretty sizable debris signature as well. For this being kind of a more QLCS-based tornado threat. This could be a strong tornado as well here on the west side of Geneseo and coming up on Cleveland. That is definitely a debris signature. You can see the hook. It's on the back side of the storm, despite us having rain, cool air. Got a little inflow coming on the back side of the storm, and then that right there, again, would be your tornado. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just throwing it over to the flash flooding risk real quick. We're receiving multiple reports of water rescues ongoing in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Thank you for the update. Back over in Shreveport, which is all the way back down here, flash flood reports are coming in, and that would be because we have a training area of showers and thunderstorms. So heads up if you're back over in northwestern Louisiana. We have several areas of rotation right now in this line. I mean, we have one tornado in progress right now. We could get multiple others, though, over the next few minutes as these storms continue to ramp up back over near Atkinson and Anawan. So be ready if you're in this area for tornadoes here in western Illinois. But we still have an active tornado in progress west of Geneseo. It's coming up on Jocelyn and Osborne in Illinois. You've got to be in your safe place if you're in this warning. This is a significant tornado that is in progress. Thank you, Roofing, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Cold, for the super chat. Once again, this is Henry County, Illinois, where there is a tornado in progress. Pretty sizable debris signature, again, just on the west side of Geneseo. We'll be tracking up towards Jocelyn over the next few minutes. Huge shout out to Jamie and Carla with the Venmo donations. Carla Venmoed and said, "I sent you those straws." That's actually so funny. I appreciate that, Carla. Thank you for the Venmo donation. It came in handy today. All right, here's the latest CC signature. The debris signature not nearly as large. This tornado may be occluding, but definitely still producing damage right now west of Geneseo near the Green River. Actually, one thing to keep in mind is that it just went over a river, so that might hinder. If there is still a tornado, it actually might hinder the debris signature briefly. But nonetheless, if it is still on the ground, which we think it is, it'll be coming up on towards Jocelyn and Osborne over the next few minutes. You actually see how this tornado began and how it went. If you look at the CC drop here, you can actually see how the tornado was occluding back to the north. So this tornado started going northeast, and it actually kind of occluded off to the north, which is kind of interesting. It actually started more like here, but it went basically due north. One other thing I want to point out, back about a couple minutes ago, we may have actually had twin tornadoes right here. So this was just moments ago north of I-80. There is actually a possibility that we had two different tornadoes that were in progress in this area north of Highway 6.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So that's a little interesting. They have continued this tornado warning. They just issued a new confirmed tornado warning. This is for Erie, Hillsdale, west of Prophetstown, and south of Fenton in northwestern Illinois, just to the east of Davenport. If you are in this warning, please get to your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Again, a tornado is in progress right now, tracking up towards the Jocelyn area. So if you're in Jocelyn, you've got to be in your safe place. Again, tornado is still in progress. We still have a pretty clear debris signature, and it actually looks like this tornado is now kind of like right here. There's actually a chance we still have two tornadoes. I'm not certain now, but there's still at least an area of rotation here that is definitely producing a tornado still. Heading up towards Hillsdale and Erie. Back over near Nashville, we have a broad area of circulation still back over near Centralia. I don't think they're going to continue these tornado warnings unless we see something really pop out here in western Illinois, but we'll continue to keep an eye on it in case something does come out of that activity. Rotation's also been a bit broader near Cedricsville, going towards Perryville and Murfreesboro. Still keeping an eye on that activity as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
As I say that, we get a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Cape Girardeau County, in addition to Perry County in Missouri, and then also for Jackson County in Illinois. So they're going to go ahead and extend this tornado warning. So this will be for the northwest part of Cape Girardeau County, going towards Murfreesboro and Perryville. Grand Tower, Old Appleton, Longtown, and Sandridge are in this warning. So if you're in this area, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Is there a tornado in South Wisconsin? I don't think there's anything even up in South Wisconsin right now. Just some rain. That's really about it. Wow, we still have a tornado here. Unless that's just debris fallout. That might be debris fallout now. Yeah, I think whatever this is right here, I don't think that's a tornado anymore. It's not matching up really well with the reflectivity. That is still a tornado. But we definitely at least have still some debris in the atmosphere. There's still a chance we have a tornado heading up towards I-88 near Hillsdale. So if you're in this area, continue to stay in your safe place. We might have a new tornado trying to drop here right along I-88. So this could recycle and drop a new tornado moving north. That would be impacting I-88 east of LeClaire. So if you're on I-88, definitely try to avoid this area east of Davenport. And if anything, try to pull over somewhere where, you know, you're not on the roadway, but pull over to like a truck stop or something like that and just stay off the road. High winds and a potential tornado here are possible. Again, our main tornado would be right here. That is probably occluding. We might have a new one trying to form there near I-88. Biggie, yeah, you are. You can change. You can always cancel your membership whenever. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Jeffrey, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Was there a tornado warning at 8 o'clock? Well, it's actually 9 o'clock. But, I mean, tornado warnings... Tornadoes can happen at any time of the day. Believe it or not. Any concern with Northwest Indiana? No, I don't think so. Northwest Indiana is probably going to be chill. Just some gusty winds. That'll be the main concern. Should have a new radar scan in a second. The rotation is definitely trying to ramp up right now near Hillsdale. Different area of rotation. I mean, we had a confirmed tornado on this moments ago. We still have a resemblance of some debris, but I think at this point the debris signature is at least smaller. I don't think we have as significant of a tornado anymore. And even if we had a tornado, it's probably on the weaker side of things now. The new area of rotation we need to keep an eye on will be up here near I-88 near Hillsdale. The latest radar scan is showing a new area that's going to be tracking up I-88 going towards Fenton. Hey, Alex, for the super chat. Oh, no, I already answered that. Never mind. Hey, space for the super chat. Can we check on Wiener? I think Wiener, Arkansas is doing all right. Yeah, the storms have been weakening quite a bit in Arkansas. I would honestly be surprised. Like, I think this is going to be kind of our continuation in Arkansas. It's mostly just going to be some isolated damaging winds, maybe a brief tornado somewhere. But I think the risk is overall lower. And I think by the time these get to Memphis, there could still be some wind, but the tornado risk should stay low. As I say that, there is still a little bit of rotation trying to occur with some of these storms. There's a little couplet trying to form there south of Carlsley. Yeah, but other than that, I mean, the biggest concern right now is really Missouri, Illinois, and Iowa. Thank you, Ann, for the super chat. Do you have a new damage report? Oh, no, never mind, that's old. Just kidding. Already went over that damage report. We do have a more recent damage report back over near Astoria, Illinois, that there's a large tree down on North County 2 Highway, north of E. Workman Road. That is a new report there. All right, latest radar scan not showing a clear debris signature anymore east of Davenport. The only area of rotation that we have on this storm now is over near Hillsdale, right along I-88. This will be tracking up towards Erie. If it does continue, it would eventually go towards Clinton, so we need to keep an eye on that area. Clinton a bit more populated there in far eastern Iowa and western Illinois. Morrison is also in the path of this. So we still have a potential for a tornado with this. It's kind of on the back end of this area of storm activity. Still have an inflow on the backside of the storm, and it will be tracking up, again, I-88 over the next few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, brand new tornado warning has been issued. This will be for Henry and Whiteside counties in Illinois, so they're going to continue tornado warnings up here. That actually might be for the activity back out here to the east. We have an area of rotation northwest of Sheffield that's coming up towards Tampico, so we're continuing to watch that, and that's why we have a new warning. So the new warning is going to be for that area of rotation right over near Anawan, going towards Hoop Pool and New Bedford. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. Am I streaming tomorrow? There is nothing to stream tomorrow. Unless you guys want me to go live for some clouds, there's legitimately nothing happening tomorrow. That's what it looks like for tomorrow, by the way, if you're curious. We don't have any live stream planned for tomorrow. It's going to be a nice day. We'll have a break tomorrow. Tuesday, I don't think we're going live. I know there's a slight risk of severe weather in West Texas. I have finals on Wednesday, so there's almost no chance I'm live on Tuesday. I'm just being honest. I probably will have no chance of going live on Tuesday because this is gonna be like a nighttime threat. I'll check real quick and see what it actually looks like. But yeah, there's like almost legitimately no chance that I go live on Tuesday. I think Tuesday is just gonna be a big hail and wind day, to be honest. Maybe a quick tornado somewhere. That should be the main concern. Yeah. We'll see. That tornado threat could be a bit higher when we get closer. By the way, I will have a video tomorrow morning talking about what's upcoming after today, so stay tuned to the channel. Make sure to subscribe to the channel also if you're not already. And we'll have a video for sure tomorrow morning. Actually, I wouldn't rule out an isolated brief tornado in like West Pennsylvania tomorrow. I know there's no risk there right now, but I'll be honest, like that area would not surprise me if we had a quick tornado somewhere. Riley can fill you in. Riley can fill me in. Or fill in. Riley would be on his channel though if we did that. But I don't think it's going to be significant enough for a live stream anyway. You know, if it's mostly hail and wind, we're probably not going to go live. We would not go live for it almost any day of the week if it was just wind and hail. But there's a tornado risk. There's a chance. Quick heads up, the tornado warnings that were ongoing in central Illinois, one of them has already been allowed to, or has been canceled. The other tornado warning expires in 13 minutes. In my opinion, they'll probably cancel this tornado warning near Pleasant Mound going towards Vandalia. But just continue to stay in your safe place just in case. Again, I'm not too concerned about that storm right now. Rotation north of Cape Girardeau. It's been pretty broad for a while. Our main rotation's over near I-55, approaching Sandridge and Grand Tower. If you're over in Murfreesboro and Carbondale, this could be a long-track storm that produces at least more tornado warnings in the near future. But I'm not as concerned about that storm anymore when it comes to a general risk of tornadoes. I think it'll be mostly wind from here. No longer any warnings in Louisiana or Texas. I don't even know if we've had any warnings in Texas today. I think we only had one. They just went ahead and canceled the tornado warning in central Illinois, so we are back down to now 4 tornado warnings. And our main ones really are up here in northwestern Illinois, just east of Davenport is where our main cluster of tornado warnings still resides. We have a couple of different storms that are trying to produce tornadoes, all of which are kind of hooking in this line of storms approaching Prophetstown, Morrison, and Sterling. They have downgraded the tornado warning. It is no longer confirmed. It is back down to radar indicated. So we are sitting at 4 tornado warnings and 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. This is the lowest amount of tornado warnings that we've had, I think, this entire stream, which is kind of crazy to say. Am I going to continue to stream when I graduate? I will be. You will be streaming. Shout out to Carrie with the PayPal donation. Watching from Kansas, even when we're not expecting anything crazy. Thanks for keeping us all weather aware. I appreciate that, and thank you for the PayPal donation. And as always, by the way, I do appreciate all of your support. Again, I'm not always able to say this, but I really do appreciate everybody supporting our channel. Really do appreciate it. Again, we're expanding our team, obviously. We have Riley now, and hoping to continue to expand our operations here when it comes to live streams and also increasing the quality of our videos. So without your support, it wouldn't be possible. Wouldn't be possible to have all the storm chasers we have either. So I really do appreciate you guys all supporting the channel. It means a lot. Thank you, Wick, for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. And thank you, Derek, also for becoming a member. And as all, I don't usually plug this, but if you ever do want to support our channel above and beyond, you can become a member. The link is the top link in the description below, or it's the join button. One of the best ways to support our channel by becoming a member of this channel. Definitely recommend it. Again, we don't even have sponsors on our streams really anymore, so that would be one of the best ways to support what we do here. It helps to be able to, pay for the chasers we have and all that good stuff. So really do appreciate anybody that is a member of our channel. Thank you, Gage, for the super chat, and Fee, appreciate that. Is John still around? He is around, but he's working on the project that we have this week. While I've been live. He's busy. Thank you, Sig, for becoming a member. Last few scans are still showing some areas of rotation. They are broader over the last few minutes east of Davenport, coming up towards Tampico and Prophetstown and Linden. Just continue to stay in your safe place if you are in these tornado warnings. We still have one other tornado warning, which is all the way back down north of Cape Girardeau. And not really any new information here. It's just a broad area of rotation right now coming up on Grand Tower and Sandridge. We do have a storm west of Cape Girardeau that is a little bit more concerning. It is going to be going directly towards the town or city of Cape Girardeau. And we are starting to see a little bit more rotation on this. So if you're over in Cape Girardeau, Jackson, near Chaffee, or Scott City, definitely be staying weather aware. This storm is not imminent for a tornado, but it could produce one as it approaches town. And we are also seeing some CC, a little CC signature here, which is not because of a tornado, but instead, we actually have large hail that is falling near Zalma. So we could have around $1 to $half sized hail falling with this storm, which will be approaching I-55 here soon, going towards Cape Girardeau. There are a couple cams in Cape Girardeau. I'll put one bottom right. Is John graduating with me? He is. Thank you, Lee, Amanda, for becoming members, as well as Blue Sky, Norma. Appreciate that. No way, Cape Girardeau gets its 3rd tornado of the year. Well, we really already had 2. We have 2 there already. It's crazy. I'd say the chances of another tornado there are low. I mean, it's not 0, but it's a low chance. But it is a discrete storm, so as long as it stays discrete, there will be a better chance of a tornado with this storm. Shout out to Jennifer and Rebecca with the PayPal donations. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Megan, for the Venmo donation as well. Good luck on finals and congratulations on finishing with your bachelor's. I appreciate that. What do your professors think of your channel? I don't honestly know. I don't usually ask them. Some of them think it's cool. There's like a couple of them that... Actually, one of them does tune in quite often. He might be watching right now, I don't know. But there's one that tunes in quite often. Hey, Jane, for becoming a member. Anything for Chicago or just wind? It should be mostly wind there for Chicago. Mostly wind. Somebody say there was a tornado in Montana. We had a tornado report. I don't think it's there anymore. We had a tornado report in Montana at one point. This was our storm reports map from earlier today. I don't know if this is still accurate or not, because when I looked at the thing of the map not long ago, it didn't show it anymore. But there was a tornado report in northern Montana for today, which is very strange. I don't even know what we had up there, but I don't know. It's just there. It was confirmed no longer there? Okay. Max went to drama school. That is definitely cap. It was a land spout? Okay, gotcha. Are you going for Dr. Velocity? I am not. No, I'm gonna... Only going for bachelor's. Only going for the bachelor's degree. That would take a lot more schooling. By the way, tornado warning is about to expire here near Kiwani, and as well as the southeast of Genoso, or Geneseo. Whatever. At this point, I don't even care anymore. I cannot pronounce places. Pagro near Tampico. We still have a couple areas of rotation. They're relatively broad compared to before, but definitely stay in your safe place. They may issue a new warning for this area soon. We'll see. Rotation is not really that strong to the point where we'll get one, but it might uptick over the next few minutes as that goes towards Sterling and Dixon. So we'll be keeping an eye on that here over the next few minutes. As of about 15 minutes ago, there was a train spotter that reported a sighting of a tornado crossing Wolf Road with trees snapped all over the road and power lines down. So that's back over here east of Cleveland from a storm that just produced a tornado not long ago. We had a pretty notable debris signature, but at this point, we have not had a tornado on this storm in about 10-15 minutes now. Hey, Space for the super chat. I live in Nevada. This has been a new hobby you got me into, even through my jokes. I appreciate everything you do. I've never been afraid of a tornado now. That's awesome. Glad I can help get your fears of tornadoes out of the way. Thank you, Patty, also for the super chat. Any concerns for Southeast Minnesota? Other than the Vikings losing next season, no. But no, there's not much happening up there. Not much for tonight. Is Riley still on? He's still here. Shout out to Rebecca with the PayPal donation. Thank you, Megan, again for the super chat or the Venmo, and also thank you, Mark, for picking up merch at shopmaxvelocity.net. Been preying on Bloomington's downfall for some time now. What? Excuse me? Bloomington's just dealing with some gusty winds. That's about it. Not subscribing? Wow, thanks for the low blow to the Vikings. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a Patriots fan. I have nothing against the Vikings. I just thought it was a good time to say it. I'm a Patriots fan. I don't care what the Vikings do. Bro, they haven't even been to like a Super Bowl in like 6 years. They haven't been to a Super Bowl in like forever. So like... tornado warning has been condensed near Sterling. At this point, just a broad area of rotation. The other tornado warning should be canceled. It'll be still going for 18 more minutes. Oh, just canceled. All right, so they're down with that tornado warning now. So we have 2 left here in northwestern Illinois. Coming up on Morrison and Sterling. And if you're up in there in Morrison or Sterling, continue to stay weather aware. Main area of rotation is coming up on Prophetstown right now. And they'll be moving to Linden and Fenton. And that rotation just weakened on the latest scan. Honestly, these tornado warnings might all get canceled. The only one that still has a little bit of something going is Tampico. So, still a tornado threat, but it's definitely decreasing. Thank you, Trevor, for the super chat saying Cape Girardeau news team preparing for another potential hit. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on Cape Girardeau. Again, we have a pretty big storm here. I'm not seeing nearly as much rotation, but I'm definitely seeing a big hailstorm. This is not even warned for quarter-sized hail right now. We almost undoubtedly have hail. Now they've warned it up to nickel-sized hail, so they did increase that. But that's definitely a hail core there going right over Zalma. Probably got some quarters falling out of the sky or jelly beans for Easter. Coming up on Marble Hill and eventually going towards Gordonville and Cape Girardeau. And then the storm north of Cape Girardeau, that's mainly going towards Murfreesboro. The rotation's been broad. So I'm not sure if they'll continue a tornado warning beyond this. It will probably be just mostly wind at that point. As a Colts fan, Patriots are trash. Well, thanks to the super chat. Thank you, Jennifer, for the Venmo donation. And also, the other Jennifer for another PayPal donation. Congratulations on obtaining your bachelor's degree. I appreciate that. I haven't officially obtained it, by the way. I still need to, pass all my classes here. So just letting you guys know. I mean, again, we got like 4 days until I'll basically know for sure. But this is our storm report map, by the way. I know it's kind of small in here, but we do still have that tornado report in northern Minnesota. And then elsewhere, we have 3 tornado reports, 87 wind reports, and a hail report so far. There's only been 1 hail report today, by the way. We had so many the last few days. We had so many. And now we're back down to 1. That's incredible. It's a very different day today. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, the threat of hail was very low. It was mostly gonna be a wind and tornado day, and that's basically what it's been. Riblet asks about, where was that again? Heron, Illinois, for timing of possible tornadoes. Back over in Heron, Illinois, we're watching for this supercell here, which by the time it gets to you, it could still be tornadic. It also might weaken. We don't really know yet, but it will be going in that general direction. So this is the storm to watch for. It's about 45 minutes to an hour away right now. So just definitely be prepared for this. And this tornado warning again for Cape Girardeau, Perry, and Jackson counties. And Jackson County being in Illinois, the other 2 being in Missouri. I'm just glad that Wiener didn't get hit. Yeah, they didn't really see much. Mostly just gusty winds. Arkansas has honestly calmed down a lot. It's actually more than I expected. We have literally no warnings other than back down near El Dorado. Other than that, there's no warnings anymore in Arkansas. It's all just either strong storms with lightning and some gusty winds or small hail, and that's really about it. There isn't really anything significant down there anymore. Now, that could change, but I think we're definitely running out of energy, at least in Arkansas, for severe weather. We're not quite out of energy if you're back up in Missouri and Illinois. We still definitely have a threat of severe weather here for the next couple hours. But you'll notice, a couple hours ago, we had a ton of different warnings, and now it has become very sparse. I mean, we have very isolated, I would say, warnings now. It's very different from what we had just a couple hours ago. Peter asks, what is a discrete supercell? That is when we have a storm like this down here. Or not even that. Sorry, I don't know if there's any discrete supercells even ongoing right now. Yeah, I mean, maybe this. It's basically a storm, though, that is separate from all the other storms. So, I mean, this isn't really separate. This is more semi-discrete. But this entire area, essentially, is a semi-discrete storm. But if we had this storm just completely separated, that would be discrete. Meaning it's an individual storm. It's like having a cookie that's next to another cookie, but they're far apart. Those are discrete storms. Do I run my Twitter? I do. Thank you, Poplar, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Stay safe there in Poplar Bluff. I think Poplar Bluff is kind of done, though. Just a couple strong storms left over there in Poplar Bluff. Tornado warning up east of Davenport does go for about 13 more minutes, but they may end that here soon. Just broad rotation right now, heading up into Sterling and Dixon. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. Still have a little hook on this storm. This storm's a bit more organized than the ones that are falling apart, but rotation-wise, there isn't really much left on this storm heading up towards I-88. I'm honestly still more concerned about the storms in and around the Cape Girardeau area. These have a little bit more potential to produce a tornado, so keeping an eye on this activity. St. Louis is already kind of winding down. Just a couple of storms might still be possible, but nothing severe expected in the St. Louis area. Cheese curd? I don't even know where my cat is, I'm not gonna lie. She might be sleeping. I'm wearing max velocity joggers right now. I'm in Florida where it is currently like in the 80s, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it is right now, but it's been in the 80s for the most part, like the last couple weeks. So there's no reason to wear pants. Shout out to Deborah with the $10 PayPal donation. Thank you for keeping us safe. I appreciate that. And thank you for the Venmo donation. And Tristan asks about anything to worry about around Chicago tonight. Not really. And we have a tornado watch that they issued here near Chicago, or just outside of the Chicago area, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't really see much happening here. I think it'll be mostly just an isolated storm with maybe a brief spin up, but other than that, mainly just wind. The storm up here near Grand Tower is starting to get a little bit more convergence now. Rotation's starting to organize a little bit more now, coming towards Murfreesboro. So potential tornado risk still ongoing, coming towards Carbondale and DeSoto. So if you are in this area, continue to stay weather aware. Tornado threat is still trying to go here. It'll also be coming up on Cartersville and Heron here pretty soon. A little area of convergence is trying to come together on this storm. Thank you, Daryl, for becoming a member. Significant tornado parameter values. This is what it looks like for the rest of the night. This is... what time is it right now? It's about to be 10 o'clock here soon. This is by 10 o'clock, and again, the environment still favorable enough for maybe an isolated tornado. That'll be mainly, though, back over around and south of Cape Girardeau. We still have one supercell, though, that is still riding along an environment where a tornado can't be ruled out. Tornado threat slightly more elevated in that new tornado watch that was issued, but it's going to be really contingent on there being decently matured supercells, and then other than that, again, this threat is really winding down as we go into late tonight. Again, the threat of tornadoes is definitely running out. We're literally going to be... I would assume they're going to issue a new warning on this, because there is definitely still enough rotation here, but the northern storm will probably just be canceled. So... they have just issued a new tornado warning. I don't know why it didn't pop up in my warning software, but they just issued a new tornado warning for Carbondale, Murfreesboro, and Sand Ridge.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That was kind of weird. That was late. Brand new tornado warning, though, for the Sand Ridge area near Murfreesboro and Carbondale, so they will continue this tornado warning. Seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Coming up on Carbondale, Murfreesboro, and DeSoto. Carterville and Heron will eventually be in the track of this, and Ziegler will also be in the path of this. Tristan asks if there's anything to worry about around Chicago tonight. I don't think so. I think it'll be mostly just wind. If we get anything, very low risk of a tornado in the far western and southern suburbs, but just some gusty winds for the most part. I want to see Cheese Curd. I legit don't even know where she is. I don't know where she went. She might be sleeping. I don't actually have a clue. Anything for Wisconsin? Not really. Not expecting much up there. How old is Cheese Curd? She is 6 years old. Can you check Peoria, Illinois? I think Peoria is kind of winding down at this point. Yeah, you're pretty much done. If you're in Bloomington, Peoria, Decatur, you're basically done. Really not much left. Kind of like a tiny little mezzo near Pana, but it's really not going to do anything, I don't think. The tornado warning east of Davenport will definitely be allowed to expire. The rotation's already outside of warning, and the rotation's been pretty weak here as of late. Iowa's pretty tame right now. It's mostly just gusty winds. And yeah, generally speaking, again, the risk here of severe weather is getting definitely more confined now to southeast Missouri and southern Illinois. But if you're in Carbondale, Illinois, definitely make sure that you're in your safe place. This is a bit more of a populated area that the rotation will be coming up on. Will there be a storm tomorrow and Tuesday? Not tomorrow, but Tuesday will be the return of weather. We'll have some storms in the Great Plains. And we'll have a video tomorrow morning talking about it, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified with our latest video update. But tomorrow, we just have a large general thunderstorm risk across the country. One up in the northern plains, one from the Ohio Valley back into the southern plains and the Gulf Coast, where there'll be some scattered thunderstorms. Nothing really severe, though. Maybe marginal hail somewhere in, like, Alabama, but I don't really expect much. On Tuesday, our risk of severe weather will be mainly across Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. I will not be live on Tuesday, I don't think. If for some reason the weather is significant enough, there's a low chance I could go live for a couple of hours, but again, I have finals on Wednesday, so I'm probably not going to go live. I don't think it's going to be that significant. I think it'll be mostly wind and hail, but this will be the beginning of a more active period in the Great Plains for significant severe weather. We're going to get a lot of mesoscale events, basically nothing synoptic as in like a big digging trough. We're not really going to see much of that. Instead, what we're going to see is more of these mesoscale events where it's going to be more reliant on us having a lot of instability, wind shear, and all that stuff from other things, not big storms that are moving over the Rockies. So by the middle of this week, our weather is going to really start to ramp up again, but it'll be mainly in the Great Plains, and there's also a marginal threat in the Midwest for some isolated hail and wind. Tornado risk, I haven't really read the SPC outlook because I haven't had a chance to, but I don't think we're really looking at much of a tornado risk. I think it'll be very low. Let me just check real quick and see if they've mentioned anything about a tornado here. I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado, maybe an isolated photogenic tornado, but it's going to be a pretty low risk overall. Yeah, they basically said that large hail damaging winds, then eventually a mesoscale convective system. So pretty much wind and hail will be the main concerns. Tornado warning in northern Illinois will be canceled or officially canceled in 4 minutes. Our only tornado warning actively is the one coming up on Carbondale, where we have still a little bit of rotation heading into town over the next few minutes. So be in your safe place. DeSoto, also be in your safe place. Thank you, Goose, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Debris near Sandridge. This is clear air contamination right here. So the CC radar is just showing some clear air contamination. That's where we have basically a drop in reflectivity. But not a tornado there. If we had a tornado, it would be coming up on the south side of Sandridge, though. I'm not going to lie, though. I don't really see much here. Just some broad circulation coming up on the Carbondale area. Cats or dogs? That's a good question. You know, I've never had a cat up until December of this past year. I was always a dog person. And now that I have a cat, I'm not sure. I actually have no clue. I like both, but I'm allergic to cats. Yeah, I'm allergic to cats too, by the way. I actually have a cat. Susan asks, will West Frankfurt be good? With the $5 super chat. Let's check out West Frankfurt. You're not technically good. You got the big cluster here of kind of like a little cluster, like a kind of a semi-discrete storm, really, more than anything, heading towards West Frankfurt. More than anything, a wind threat coming your way. Again, maybe a brief tornado in this storm, but I'm not expecting really a strong tornado or anything like that out of this activity. The storm also coming up on Cape Girardeau. We are starting to see a little bit of rotation now, trying to form here just west of Gordonville, coming up towards Jackson. So we may get a tornado out of this. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Coming up on I-55. Pocahontas is also in the path of this area of rotation. We might get a tornado warning on this, actually. We'll see. There's definitely a little bit of rotation, though, heading up towards Cape Girardeau. What do you guys like in the chat? Cats or dogs? Put it in the chat. I'm curious. It's definitely a mix. It's a big mix. Definitely seeing more dogs than cats, though, I think. I'm seeing both. People are saying both. I said cats or dogs. I didn't give you the third option. Somebody said birds. Excuse me. Here's the latest radar scan, and a little bit broader here on the latest scan near Cape Girardeau. Also, the northern tornado warning for Murfreesboro and Carbondale, that one is broader at this point. Not as concerned about this storm. If you are in this area, just continue to stay in your safe place, just in case this thing does try to ramp up and produce a tornado. Hey, Whiskey for the super chat. Appreciate that. Or said pet rats. Wait, what? Squirrel? I want a cat and a dog, though. Both are adorable. They both have perks. Like they're both very different, in my opinion. Can you run polls on live streams? I can. I just kind of forgot to. I've kind of forgot we can do polls on live streams. Cody asks, will there be anything in Rockford, Illinois tonight? With an 11-month membership, by the way. Sheesh. Rockford, Illinois. Not really. Just some rain. That's about it. I don't expect severe weather up there. And honestly, like, all the storms that were even producing that brief little tornado threat east of Davenport, those have all weakened. The only thing we really have left are a couple of these storms outside of the Chicago area, and the velocities radar has not updated in 30 minutes. I don't know if that's just an Omega issue. Let me check. That is just an Omega issue. W. So, yeah, there isn't really a whole lot of rotation on these storms. The only ones that are trying to rotate are west of Dwight. So there's a low tornado risk just southwest of Joliet, but it's definitely very low. It's not zero, but very low. Hey, Susan, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Somebody asked about cheese curd merch. We'll have cheese curd merch at some point in the future. I don't know when it's going to happen. We're supposed to have a merch drop on May 1st. I have no clue what it's going to be, so we haven't really figured that out. Does your girlfriend like cats or dogs? Well, I hate to break it to you. I don't have a girlfriend, so there you go. When is Carbondale supposed to get bad? Over the next, like, 10 minutes. I don't honestly see anything in terms of rotation anymore. There might be a little bit north of Murfreesboro, but in my opinion, this is more of just a wind threat right now in this area. Anything coming to Milwaukee? Not really. We just got a new tornado watch that has just been issued. This is going to be for Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee. One moment. All right, here's your new tornado watch, where a couple of tornadoes are going to be possible. Isolated quarter-sized hail and isolated damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. This is going to include southeastern Illinois, southwestern Indiana, western Kentucky, and northwestern Tennessee. From Atoka and Ripley, Dyersburg, and Martin in Tennessee, Mayfield and Paducah in Kentucky, Evansville, Indiana, Harrisburg, Olney, and Effingham in Illinois. So again, a couple tornadoes are going to be possible in this region. About 1 million people are in this tornado watch, so have ways to receive warnings and have a tornado action plan ready to go in case we do get a couple of tornadoes in this region tonight. Guess we're staying up late near Evansville. I think he'll be all right over in Evansville. I think it's more of a precautionary measure. Again, we could see an isolated spin up or two, but I think it's going to be pretty low risk even out there near Evansville. Just being honest. Hey, Poplar Bluff for the super chat. So many people are allergic to cats. Nobody's ever allergic to dogs. That's true. That's actually kind of interesting. Yeah, that is true. Thank you, Xana, for the very generous super chat. The rest of the money is for Cheese Curd. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you also, Daniel, for the super chat. If you're in Wisconsin, anytime try cheese curds at our local bowling alley and Spotted Cow beer. Okay, interesting suggestion. Appreciate the super chat. Never know, maybe one day I'll be in Wisconsin. Never know. Thank you, Elaine, for the super chat as well. Spotted Cow is yummy. I've never even heard of it. Hey, Space for the super chat. Cats are super cool for the first decade, not so much for the second decade. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I've only had cheese curd for like 4 months, so we'll see how it goes. Pretty fun, though. Thank you, Sierra, for the super chat. I'm allergic to both dogs and cats. We have 6 cats and 2 dogs. That is actually crazy. That's a lot. I guess we hit our goal for me to get cheese curd. Let me find cheese curd real quick. They've just updated the warning. It is still radar indicated, by the way. How old is she? She is 6. 6 years old. Oh, my bad. All right. Ashley with the super chat says cats are far more independent. I love dogs, but it's just too much work. Yeah, I mean, that's true also. I gotta say, a cat is way easier maintenance than a dog. Like, it's just way easier. There's not as much crazy stuff going on. I mean, you have to let a dog out. You have to, you know. I feel like dogs are just way more maintenance. And they also take longer to train, in my opinion. Cheese Curd needs her own merch. She'll have merch at some point soon. We'll have merch for her at some point. How does Cape Girardeau look? We are starting to see a little bit more rotation developing just northwest of town. This is going to be coming up on I-55. So generally speaking, we'll still have a little bit of a tornado risk here, but it's definitely on the lower side of things. It's going to be going towards Jonesboro, Illinois. So stay weather aware. Again, low tornado risk over the next few hours. How did I come up with the name Cheese Curd? She was named Cheese at the shelter, so I named her Cheese Curd. It's a pretty simple explanation. As a reminder, by the way, if you're not already, make sure to subscribe to our channel. Once again, we're gonna have a video tomorrow morning, so definitely make sure that you're subscribed. Don't forget also to follow us on Facebook and as well as on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We are gonna have a lot of updates regarding our tornadoes as of recently. Definitely recommend you follow us on those platforms. The links are down below. Also, make sure to join our Discord server. If you have Discord, you can join our community on and off the streams. The link is down below. Definitely recommend you check that out. Also, so far we've only had one tornado confirmed from yesterday. There will definitely be more, but only one tornado so far has been confirmed. That was up in Ada, Oklahoma. But again, it's still, we're gonna get more reports here soon. And again, whenever those tornadoes do get confirmed, we'll have updates on our Twitter and Facebook pages. And again, you can follow them at MaxVelocityWX. Link is down below. All right, I'm going to go ahead and wind it down for the night. I got to study for exams, and it's going to be a busy next couple days with that, and I am going to rest up. I mean, again, our next day for a live stream will probably be the middle or end of the week, but we'll have a video tomorrow morning, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel. We are not ending the stream, by the way. We are going to continue coverage with Riley. He's going to continue the coverage with our active tornado warning and anything else that does pop up, including the Cape Girardeau area. If you, for some reason, do not get redirected to his stream, I will put the link in the chat, so make sure to open that up. Riley will continue coverage here for the next hour or two, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel here. Make sure to subscribe to Riley as well when you go over there, all right? He'll continue coverage for about an hour or so, and maybe even longer if things stay active. Thank you guys all again so much for watching. Have a great, safe rest of your night, and Riley will take it from here. Again, you don't have to do anything. You can stay on the stream, and you will be redirected to our coverage that will continue with Riley. All right, have a great night, and we'll see you guys all again in the next one.